ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí.
Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
it's everyone befere
ayandaba baby, Subramia. Soko sunu, baby, Subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, but I say, yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, but I say, yeah, we mo. No, but I got to mo. Yeah, they will get me. Oh, quit that, I mean, my amiga, boy, a baby mo. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga bu.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. The screen and my face is not moving. I'm wondering if it's I have this very funky computer which is meant to be brand new, but it doesn't act at all in a manner that suggests that it is brand new. But so you good to be in your company, and how are you? So let's start with the greetings. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. How are you? I'm surprised I'm sure you're surprised to see me, because you probably had the anticipation that I was going to cancel this evening session, and I also had the thought that I would cancel this evening session, but then I just decided to do it. You know, I was in between thoughts that should I cancel it, should I not? And I kept moving the hours back. I think this is probably the latest we've ever started ever on this platform. But nevertheless, here I am, and there you are. So here it is. All the anticipations is that it's going to be a fairly short session. But before we do anything, let me play you another piece of music just to reset this computer. It's putting me off somewhat the way it's acting. Let me play you in it. Oh no, I think you guys like the Agbado, don't you? So let me. All right, here we go. So hopefully you can hear me now. Let me put my hold on. Sorted out my end. So hopefully indicate in the comment section if you can't hear me, because I have no way of knowing unless you're telling me. So indicate in the comment section. Somebody indicates in the comment section if you can't hear me. So as I was saying, I had no intention of holding this session, but here I am still hosting it nevertheless. So we just go through it. It's going to be somewhat of a short session. You'll notice that the sessions are getting shorter and shorter. It's because I'm starting later and later. So necessarily, I don't then have the hours to. So necessarily, I don't then have the hours to put in. But so the sessions are getting shorter, and if I don't have backup, then it pretty much ends where I call it a threshold for myself. So that's what's going on at the moment. We'll rejig it to. And by the way, there's a lot of changes because I've been discussing in the background some of the long-standing members of this platform to see what sort of changes you guys would like to see. So if you want to, I'm thinking, should we start to pivot heavily away from politics towards lifestyle sort of things? Because what's there to say? Peter Obi continues to campaign. Tinubu continues to govern. Atiku continues to throw missiles from Abu Dhabi, and that is pretty much what is going to happen for the next 3 years. So no matter how you try to spin it or excite it up, make it excitable or exciting, that's the sum total of what is the next 3 and a bit years. The next 3 years and a few months is going to be essentially Peter Obi continuing to campaign, Tinubu continuing to govern, and Atiku Abubakar making threats from the Middle East. That's the next 3.5 years. So is that what we want to spend the bulk of that time doing, or do you want the platform to pivot towards more lifestyle oriented? The pastor sits sleeping with the choir girls sort of. Do you want us to go to that territory? The pastor sleeping with the choir girls. So that's because that's a rich field of harvest, of course. In the Bosky in London, that sort of thing. You could see the ridiculous guy. You see him in London, like he couldn't do his bouncing up and down because, of course, very quickly they tap him on the shoulder and throw him in the cell. So do you want us doing all that, or do you want us to continue the ghost bars of the Tinubu, Atiku, and all of this sort of so I want feedbacks today and in the course of just point the direction that you want the platform to go, and we're here to do your bidding. So do all that, but for today, it is of course entirely all about the ghost bars of politics. So I'll be reading you a few pieces, and then I'll be reviewing a few videos, and then depending on how it goes, that might well be the session. So the headline piece I'll read to you in a moment. But before all of that, the usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you log on. As soon as you click on the platform to start to watch and listen, click on that because you are in that motion of clicking anyway. So make that a force of habit that as soon as you click on the platform to start to listen or watch, I think a lot of people actually. Another thing I want you guys to do, let me know in the comment section, is how you interact with the platform. Do you listen to it or do you watch it? So that's the word, because I've always been curious about that. Do you sit glued to the screen watching, or does it just set the background to your day as you go about doing whatever, doing your cooking, doing your cleaning? Hopefully you're not doing any. I don't want to know whatever funky thing else you're doing whilst you're interacting with the platform. But tell me how you do interact with the platform. Do you watch it or do you listen to it? Because it's a crossover, isn't it, of a televisual and audiovisual as well. So how are you visualing it? Are you interacting with it audibly? Is that even a word? So yeah, hopefully that's a word. Are you interacting with it just as a listening device or as a listening platform? Or are you watching the what's there even to watch anyway? Everybody comes as an avatar, and then all there is on the screen is just whatever topic there is being discussed. So how do you interact with the sessions? I'd like to know that. But like I said, click on like. That's very important. Click on subscribe. Of course, you all know why I'm asking you to do that. So do that for all of the reasons that you do know. So click on like. Click on. I don't want to know what Kumeme means or One Nigeria, because all you Edo people, you have some funky language over there. Yeah, so click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me on the screen. I'm not going to pressure anybody to come on the screen, especially today. If you want, only come at your will, you know. So yes, yes, and the comment section also. So somebody was just saying that they actually interact more with the comment section, and the actual studio itself just serves as a background noise. So many ways that people interact with these spaces. So all that funky stuff. So yeah, like, subscribe, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, if you will. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard, if you will, let's just launch straight into it. So as I said, I'll do you like a couple readouts, and then I'll react to it. You know that guy, the landmark guy, the guy that they are chopping up his beach resort to make way for that super highway. So he's been in the media space. So we'll see what he has to say and how he's presenting himself. And Alan Oyema, he continues to expand on his narrative, how they are trying to get rid of him in that London route. So we'll interact with we'll react to a video of that as well. So a lot of all right. So a lot of that stuff. But let's get started, because I'm starting to ramble somewhat. So I'm starting to ramble. So let's just let's launch straight into it. So let's launch straight into it. And this is the lead piece. This is the headline piece. So as you can see, let me actually put up that image. As you can see, the sort of let me put up that image. I need to. Hold on. I think this image might well be the better backdrop, actually, to... hold on. I want to put up the... all right, let me put up this image. Hold on one second. Just stay where you are. Okay, I've got too many stuff. Let me delete one. Just stay where you are. All right, let's use this one. All right, let's use this. So let that be the background. Let that be then the front face of this particular readout. So this will be the front face of the particular readout. So you can see exactly what is rankling them in the north. So to the left of your screen, of course, a bunch of northerners from the Arewa, or Arewa, as I've been corrected, from the Arewa space, and to your left, a bunch of northerners from the Arewa space. To your right, the inimitable image of the confused-looking Peter Obi. So that's Peter Obi. And right bang in the middle is what the contention is. So the contention then, Peter Obi, the northerners are inviting, should stop erecting substandard projects in the north. Arewa Group wants Peter Obi, asks him to desist from erecting substandard projects in northern Nigeria. Arewa Renaissance Group, a social-political organization, advancement of northern Nigeria, has strongly criticized Peter Obi for his unkind gestures and issued a warning against the construction of substandard boreholes in the region. So if you look at that borehole, it's not actually a borehole. It's more of an advertising stand than a borehole. You know, because I removed the background to this image just so I can use it as my thumbnail. But if you actually see the fullness of the picture, it's just an ugliness. the totality of it. How Peter Obi can append his name to something like this, of course, is testament to what we have always spoken about. So there it is. Arewa Group wants Peter Obi, asks him to desist from erecting substandard projects in northern Nigeria. Arewa Renaissance Group, a socio-political organization dedicated to the advancement of northern Nigeria, has strongly criticized Peter Obi for his unkind gesture and issued a warning against the construction of substandard boreholes in the region. The warning comes in response to Peter Obi's recent construction of a substandard borehole in one of the northern communities. The group expressed their dissatisfaction with the project, particularly highlighting the fact that Peter Obi had inscribed his name on the borehole, indicating that he was responsible for its construction. In a statement, Arewa Renaissance Group stated, the borehole Peter Obi installed in our community is an eyesore. I need to find the actual proper image of this borehole because you need to feel the fullness of it, the fullness of its glory or lack thereof. It's just an eyesore. Is a kindness too. It's a monstrosity. It's an ugliness. It's a defacement of that already run down community. It's a defacement of an already run down community. This is what we're getting from P to B. But let me speed through it. I'll take it from the top again, run all the way through it, and then we'll move on. Let's see. Pardon me. Right, Arewa, as I've been told to pronounce it now, Arewa Renaissance Group, a socio-political organization dedicated to the advancement of northern Nigeria, has strongly criticized Peter Obi for his unkind gesture and issued a warning against the construction of substandard boreholes in the region. The warning comes in response to Peter Obi's recent construction of a substandard borehole in one of the northern communities. The group expressed their dissatisfaction with the project, particularly highlighting the fact that Peter Obi had inscribed his name on the borehole, indicating that he was responsible for its construction. In a statement, Arewa Renaissance Group stated, the borehole Peter Obi installed in our community is an eyesore. Furthermore, his act of inscribing his name on the project is an insult. If Peter Obi believes that such an unkind gesture and substandard project can win the hearts of northerners, then he must be joking. The group further challenged Peter Obi, asking if he would dare construct a similarly substandard project in any community in southern Nigeria with his name attached. They asserted that they do not need his substandard and useless projects and want him against patronizing the northern region. So this is so that's the ugliness right there. So look at that, and you can see then all of the reasons why. Oh no. Okay, let me put this on the screen. Let me swap this around. Oh, all right. So yes. So you can see then why these people would take offense. Look at what this guy purports to be commissioning, to all of the fanfare and all of the traction in all of the media spaces that he's doing all this wondrous stuff in the north. And look at that. And that is what he has commissioned. Donated by His Excellency Peter Obi. Donated by His Excellency Peter Obi. Something Zaria City, and this is the home city of his mini-me. And there he is. There is no doubting that he is responsible. There is no doubting that he is responsible. Look at that. It's just so this is what the northerners are complaining about, and they have every reason to complain. Right, the Northern Group further challenged Peter Obi, asking if he would dare construct a similar substandard project in any community in southern Nigeria with his name attached. They asserted that they do not need a substandard project, is substandard and useless projects, and warned him against patronizing or patronizing, as you Americans will have it, the northern region. We are not people to be used to advance his dying political career. We can see through his charade. And this is the thing, we've always said it's so amateurish as what this guy is doing. Anybody that cannot see through it is a fool. And since there are not that many fools in Nigeria, they will of course take it as substandard or not. They will take whatever he offers them, but they can certainly see through it. We are not people to be used to advance his dying political career. We can see through his charade. And when the time is right, we will demonstrate to Peter Obi that we are not a people to be toiled with. This should serve as a stern warning to Peter Obi never to insult northern Nigeria in such a manner again. And you can see why they take insult and offense. Look at that. Look at that. If they put that in your community, would you not be offended and insulted? So there is the northerners now taking offense and umbrage to Peter Obi's excesses. So let me send the link. Anybody that wants to come on, but you're not under any pressure to come on. I'm happy just to do the readout and bail out if that's what you guys want to have. But if you want the conversation to take place, if you want the conversation to take place, jump on. Otherwise, we just but no pressure for you to jump on. So I'm not particularly forced either way, but let's do that. So let me send the link. So that's Peter Obi then being told off by their bookies. So Peter Obi being told off by their bookies. So another person now being told off by the bookies. We regret voting Tinubu, won't repeat mistake in 2027. Northern elders fume. So when you hear all this northern whatever, it's not a homogeneous space, by the way. There's not one uniformity that is the northern anything. So don't worry about all that. So there are 1,001 northern something or the other. So who exactly they represent is what political leanings they represent is more the thing. We regret voting Tinubu, won't repeat mistake in 2027. Northern Elders Film. The Northern Elders Forum has said that the northern region regrets voting President Bola Tinubu in the 2023 general elections. The elders noted that the mistake of voting for the president, who was the candidate of the All Progressive, let's do that from top again. The Northern Elders Forum has said that the northern region regrets voting President Bola Tinubu in the 2023 general elections. The elders noted that the mistake of voting for the president, who was the candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC in the 2023 outing, has taught the North a lesson. The forum recently came hard on President Tinubu when it lamented the growing insecurity in the country. So I'm not quite sure that that is sufficient enough for them. Where is it coming from? Is it coming from the handover of a secure country, and then he's then vested in security on it? The insecurity under Buhari from the very first day he swore into office in 2015 up till his last moment in 2023 has been significantly worse than we have experienced now. So insecurity has actually is actually went down. Insecurity has actually reduced within the Nigerian space. So I'm not quite sure. So did they have a secure country before that Tinubu has now vested in security on? This is the thing. So this is politics, of course, and I think you all know that. The forum recently came hard on the president when it lamented the growing insecurity across the country. The elder said the recent abduction of Kuriga school children in Kaduna indicated that the present government has failed to protect Nigerians just few months in office. So this, of course, never occurred in the history of Nigeria. This is a new phenomenon now. School children being kidnapped. So a new phenomenon that Tinubu has brought to the Nigerian landscape. So all the reasons then why they should. So it looks as though this is just a nonsense. The elder said the recent abduction of Kuriga school children in Kaduna indicated that the present government has failed to protect Nigerians just few months in office. In a chat with correspondents on Tuesday, spokesperson of the forum, Abdulaziz Suleiman, said going forward, the region will now prioritize unity and consensus in selecting a candidate for the highest office in the land. Recall that in the 2023 general elections, Tinubu polled a total of XYZ to be declared president. The northern region of Northwest, Northeast, and North Central gave the president a combined 5.4 million votes. So out of the 8.8, if we round it off to the nearest Roman figure, out of the 8.8 million votes that Tinubu got, 5.4 came from the North. So, and that's the thing, the North decides who governs Nigeria. The North, nobody else but the North. We see that the vote in Igbo land means nothing, because they voted against every sitting government since 2015. And those governments have won handsomely. They voted against Buhari in 2015. He won handsomely. They voted against him in 2019. He won handsomely. They voted against Tinubu in 2023. He won handsomely. But if the North votes against anybody, then that person is a loser. So the only space that actually holds sway, the lever that leverages somebody into Aso Rock, is the North. And that is where you see Peter Obi going around the northern space, building substandard boreholes. Recall that in the 2023 general elections, Tinubu polled a total of 8.8 million votes to be declared president. The northern region of Northwest, Northeast, and North Central gave the president a combined vote of 5.4 million votes. So if you removed that 5.4 from 8.4, then Tinubu is not a president. That's just the thing. Those are Peter Obi margins anyway. Those are Peter Obi margins. Responding to a question on the recent visit and donation by the former Anambra Governor Peter Obi to northern communities, Suleiman said the North made a mistake in voting Bola Tinubu to the presidency in 2023, and it is unlikely that they will repeat the same error in the future. They have learned from their past misstep and will strive to select a candidate who can unite the country and govern in the best interest of Nigerians. Moving forward, the North will be more cautious. And by the way, make no mistake, you know that this is politics, of course. I think we've explained this to you enough times on this platform. This is politics, of course. And Baraka de Salah to all of our Muslim adherents. Well done, AB. So Baraka de Salah to. This is politics, of course. So these people are not going to vote for. I hope you know that. Please know that. The Northerners are not going to vote for Peter Obi in 2027. Whether they say they've seen the errors of their ways or not, I think you know that they are not going to vote for Peter Obi because for reasons that I've explained, and I will explain again. If they voted for Peter Obi in 2027, then Peter Obi has a constitutional two-term that he can and will serve, which would then mean the Northerners are out of power for 12 years. And they would not abide that, because those are not the pragmatisms of politics. It is not whether they are fed up or suffering or not. It's not whether they want good governance or not. And they don't identify Peter Obi as good governance, by the way, because he has no you can only judge a man by his record, can't you? And Peter Obi has no antecedents of good governance. He was a poor governor in Anambra State. So there is nothing to suggest then that somebody that could not manage a monolith, because Anambra State is a monolith, it's a single ethnicity, single religion space. 90% Catholic, 90% Igbo. So that's a monolith. So if you cannot manage successfully a monolith, how can you manage the complexity of diversity that is Nigeria? So there's nothing that pivots them to if they are looking for good governance, they certainly will not be looking in the direction of Peter Obi, because it doesn't have the antecedent of good governance. So forget all these things that you're hearing from the North. This is just politics. And if you are not clever, if you don't have enough digits in your IQ quotient to understand that, then more fool you. More fool you. The northern region of Northwest, Northeast, and North Central gave the president a combined vote of 5.4 million. Responding to a question on the recent visit and donations by former Anambra Governor Peter Obi to northern communities, Suleiman said the North made a mistake in voting Bola Tinubu to the presidency in 2023, and it is unlikely that they will repeat the same error in the future. They have learned from their past misstep and will strive to select a candidate who can unite the country and govern in the interest of all Nigerians. Moving forward, the North will be more cautious in selecting a candidate for the presidency. They will prioritize someone who is seen as more inclusive, less controversial, and more. And by the way, Peter Obi is not inclusive because we all saw how we played out in 2023. That even the lead administrators in his northern push were people of his ethnic stock. Remember when he was putting Igbo people in charge of his structures in Sokoto State and Kebbi State. So he's not an inclusive person. He has no reason to be inclusive because his life has not been lived in inclusivity. His life has been lived in monotheism. It's like a monolithical sort of. It comes from this. It comes from that stock. And his life has there's no inclusivity in any of Peter Obi's backdrop. And forget Aisha Yetufu and all of this; those are just trinkets to ornate. There's no inclusivity in his work history, or more to it, his political history, and more to it, how he campaigned in 2023. So there is no antecedent of inclusivity in Peter Obi. So let's forget all that nonsense. Will prioritize someone who is seen as more inclusive, which is not Obi, less controversial, which certainly is not Obi. Yes, Daddy, it is a religious war. Church, they take back your country and not that and all that. So this is certainly not it's not a non-controversial. It's a very controversial person. So they will prioritize someone who is seen as more inclusive, which is not Obi, of course, less controversial, which is not Obi, and more aligned with the interest of all regions of the country. So Peter Obi has not demonstrated any capacity in any of those criterions. Is criteria. Criterion is a singularity. Criteria is a plural. So Peter Obi has not demonstrated any capacity in any of that criteria. The mistake of supporting Tinubu in 2023 has taught them the importance of unity and consensus in selecting a candidate for the highest office in the land. So that's just you know what they call that? They call that HMV, his master's voice. So that's somebody just chiming and echoing. So this is it now. Peter Obi and his and his borehole is what is it? It's borehole is what we have to call it. Just the foolishness of the man. EFCC releases details of 18 of 26 fresh multi-million dollar naira corruption charges against former Nigerian Central Bank Governor Emefiele. So the guy just told, anyway, we all know what went down there. So let's just leave that and move on. So we leave that just as that headline. We leave that as just as that headline. So now I was going to play you a clip of this, but I'll just play you this little soup song because the video actually that I was intended to play is about 40 minutes, and I don't think either you or myself have the endurance for that. So I'm not going to torture you with that, but let me torment you with this. This is Alan Oyema continuing to speak on his experiences as he tries to conquer the most lucrative route in aviation. So
probably will get on some other airlines is what RPC is giving. And so the question is that those who will say, Mr. Oyema, don't rejoice too yet, because what you have just raised is those experts who have said We've seen other Nigerian-owned airlines who have gone through this route and frustrated out of the market. The same strategy is being employed right now by some of those foreign airlines to drop the price so that people will now leave Airpeace and go to those foreign airlines. Are you aware of those tactics?
Of course. It's a very devilish conspiracy. All of a sudden, people are airlines are underpricing. That is below the cost.
Just in the space of 1 month.
Yes, not up to a month. One other airline was advertising 100.
I want you to really pay attention to what Alan Oyeba is saying. I might well even bring the fuller video, maybe in the course of if the session is slow, I might well bring the fuller video of this. What Alan Oyeba is actually telling us here is that all these international, and when we're talking international airline operators, let's give them names. We're talking about British Airways, we're talking about Emirates, we're talking about Ethiopian Air. All of these people that ferry Nigeria, Nigerians from Lagos to all of these airlines that ferry Nigerians from Lagos to London. So all those spaces, what they're actually doing is they call it a loss leader. When you take a loss at the first go to get people in, they've crashed the prices so much. They've crashed the prices on that route so much that is not even they are running at a loss, because if you do the calculations of how much per passenger it takes to fly that flight from Lagos to London, and then you cost it per the ticket price that they are charging. What Alan Oyema is telling us now is they are actually taking a loss in order to crash him. Just listen to this, and it's right to describe them as devilish, but listen to this.
I've just raised is those experts who have said, we've seen other Nigerian-owned airlines who have gone through this route and frustrated out of the market. The same strategy is being employed right now by some of those foreign airlines to drop the price so that people will now leave Airpeace and go to those foreign airlines. Are you aware of those tactics?
Of course. It's a very devilish conspiracy. All of a sudden, people are airlines are underpricing. That is below the cost.
Just in the space of 1 month.
Yes, not up to a month. One other airline was advertising $100. Another one $305, $350. This, if you fill up the entire aircraft and carry people on the wings, it's not even enough to buy your fuel. So why are they doing that? Their governments are supporting them. Because Nigeria has been a cash cow for everybody. Their governments are supporting them.
They come here, they fleece the country, and they even have opportunity to fly just around the country.
Yes.
The way you will not, as a
doing their country.
you're not doing that.
So their governments are supporting them to do this and take a piece out. The idea is to take a piece out. And the moment they succeed in taking a piece out, Nigerians will pay 20 times over. Once again, it's going to happen if, God forbid, they're able to take a piece out. Because what is happening now is scary. And of course, even in Gatwick where you are you given 100% cooperation? Let me tell you this. On the first day, an inaugural flight out of London, 24 hours to the time, they moved us to another check-in area, other than the place assigned to us. The place they gave us, the carousel was not working. So when you check in people, you need to manually carry the load to go from 50 meters away to go and drop it somewhere else, just to delay you. No other airline faced that.
Frustrate your operation.
Exactly, no other airline faced that.
And the fact that
they can even use your ground handlers.
They didn't even allow you permit you to land in Heathrow. To operate in Heathrow.
Of course, that one is, they will tell you no slot. Even Gatwick, when we got to Gatwick, we now said, okay, let us take Gatwick. They say, oh, no slot.
All right. A lot of everything else he says after that is something that we've already tackled on. But what I wanted you to hear was the dirty tactics. And I'm encouraging, maybe we'll start canvassing, maybe we'll start a hashtag that Nigerians fly Airpeace. Because they are crashing it's even telling us that there's an airline selling tickets for $100. $100. Lagos to London, one of the most plumb routes, there is no, if they want to fly 24 planes, 24 hours from Lagos to London, they will still not be able to satiate the demand for that route. It's always jam-packed, and they are selling tickets for $100 a seat. And that's for the cheap seats, of course, where you people sit, not where people like me sit, though it's more expensive where people like me sit. But no, but I jest. But they are selling tickets for as low as $100 a ticket. And this only now happened when Air Peace kicked off its inaugural flight. So what they are doing, what we have now is a price war. Do you understand? What we have now is a price war. And ordinarily, under normal circumstances, when you have a price war, it is always to the advantage of the consumers, because the consumers will, excuse me, because the consumers will be the ultimate beneficiary of any price war, because it continues to drive the prices down very much to the advantage of the consumer. But if I can encourage this, if they are selling that ticket on Ethiopian Airline, on British Airways, on whatever, for $100, $200, $300, yeah, I will encourage anybody that is watching this that is intending to travel, I will encourage that you add that additional $150 and patronize Alan Oyema. For all of the reasons. One is one of our own, is our countryman, and is our flag bearer or flag carrier. So we must support that. And more importantly, ultimately, it will be to your advantage to support him. Because if they crash him, finish him off, destroy his airline, very, very quickly, they will take that thing up by 150%. So that $100 that they were charging you, the moment Alan Oyema stops flying that route, that $100 will become $3,000 immediately. So they just want to destroy him so that they can continue to exploit you. So whatever Alan Oyema is charging you is the right and proper fare from Lagos to London. So support Air Peace. That's just for all of the reasons. And we also need our name in that international space. How can the reference point be Ethiopian Air when Nigeria is a country? So it doesn't, for all of the reasons, we have to support this guy, and especially from the David Goliath angle. So all of the reasons I'll encourage, if you have to, I know how you all love money, if you have to add an additional $100, $150, add it, because we were paying a lot more than that before this guy crashed the price. So add it to stabilize his business, so that's just the thing to do. So that's just the thing to do. So let's go on then from right, I don't know what happened there. A bit of connection problem. It's a conspiracy It's a conspiracy against you see, it is the people attacking Alan Oyema that just attacked us right there now. So it is the same people. They don't want Nigeria to succeed, but no, if you have to add that additional $100, add it so that you can support Alan Oyema. Not even really to support Alan Oyema, you are actually really supporting yourself when you think about it. Because like I said, if they chase him out of business, then they F you up. They'll F you up. So from one from one I was going to say from one Okrika businessman to the other, but I think you guys don't like me using that sort of language anymore. So from one Southeastern businessman to the other. So now we are going now to the narrative of, I hope you can all still hear me, by the way. Let's go on to the narrative of this guy now. This is the what is it, beach lounge or whatever he calls himself, bar beach guy, the one that the super highway is cutting through his property. So he has broken cover now to come into the public space to discuss just what is going on within his own space. So let's pick it up from here as this reporter shows us the elegance of this guy's spread, and then we hear from the man. But let's pick it up from here.
Of what is happening around. Hello, Kelly. It's good to have you. What is going on at the moment?
Right, Anne, Jeff, and Heather, good morning, Nigerians. Precisely, our location is the very popular landmark beach. And maybe on a lighter note, Anne, Jeff, and Kayode, I feel for you three, the studio, because I am right here at the landmark beach, which has a lot of beauty and nature. And I tell you what, it's really been amazing the past 1 hour since we arrived here. But I mean, let's get more serious now because we're here to work and not to unwind. So for many Lagosians and Nigerians, it came as a shock and surprise that some sections of this beach is going to be demolished any moment from now. And I'm going to just do our viewers some of the markings we have seen here at the beach. Take, for instance, just towards my right there, the camera can pan over there. You can see some structures there which has been marked ROW, simply means right of way. And so it tells you that the Lagos Calabar Coastal Way somehow is expected to go through this particular beach, which tourists from all around the world sometimes come to Lagos and they always want to visit here. So we've seen structures like that. In fact, a matter of fact, I can say that for buildings or structures, facilities from somewhere, this stretch are all going. But let's also do our viewers what we mean by what exactly is also going on here. Let's pan towards the beach itself, where we can see a dredging machine facility has only just arrived a few seconds ago, ready to go ahead with dredging. We can see that this sand filling has been ongoing for quite some time now as work intensifies here at the.
All right. So this project now, as soon as it was announced, they mobilized immediately to it. So dredging already going on, sand filling going on. They've started from the Calabar end. They've actually done quite a few kilometers. So I think this is going to be one of the signature projects of the Tinubu administration. Certainly, if it does anything bigger than this, it'll be a real surprise. But this is going to be one of the signature projects of this of the Tinubu administration. But I want us to get quickly to that guy, whatever his name is.
The landmark beach resort. But interestingly, guys, for the over 3,000 staff who earn a living, vendors, investors who earn a living on a daily basis from here, it's a devastating and terrifying news for them, guys.
So, I mean, we see the work being done on the one hand, and we can even, I mean, places very quiet. So it speaks of perhaps a despair on the.
They got a 7-day notice to move or leave. And I called attention to the right-of-way markings on the wall. For those who are familiar with engineering, normally
Oh, okay. I want you to just see, because they are not actually demolishing the whole resort. They are going to call through a sliver, SILVER. Is that how to spell sliver? Well, you know what sliver is? Just a tiny little patch through. So they are not actually destroying the whole resort, but of course it will throw the resort out of skew. And I think a lot of what this guy's noise making is really wrapped around the language of compensation. But I want you to see that they mark specific spaces within that project that they're going to cut through. So this guy is going to show you now what the markings are.
I called attention to the right-of-way markings on the wall. For those who are familiar with engineering, normally when such markings are carried out, a date is supposed to be on that wall to tell when it was done.
Okay. So you see it there. That ROW, it means right of way. So let me remove one Nigeria's comment. That's ROW there. It means right of way. So it is not the whole complex that is being destroyed. It's just that tiny little sliver, as I said, that they're going to have to make way for the road.
Done. And then what government agency or parastatal carried out such a marking? But one of the controversies is that this right of way has no government agency to tell you who has marked this and when it was marked or when they have to leave. So they were given a 7-day notice. I think that 7 day has expired because they got that notice, I think, sometime around last week. So it has expired by my calculations. But work is ongoing here because we can also see some caterpillars far away from here. We're also sun filling. I don't know if the camera lens can capture that for us, or perhaps we have our drone view for our viewers.
So there it is right there. The work is actually ongoing. So speak Nandu. So let me fast it forward to where the man actually gets interviewed.
I'll speak with someone who has been directly affected by this, Mr. Paul Onwanibe. Thank you very much for... Okay, I guess we'll get him very soon, very shortly. But I mean, we've been talking about this, and I'm sure we would like to hear from someone who has already felt the pulse, who knows what this is going to do to him, to those who he has employed. Mr. Paul Onwanibe, thank you so much for joining us on the morning brief. Okay, finally you're here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I'd like to know, I mean, hearing you yesterday, you talked about this being mixed feelings for you. Somehow a good thing, somehow not so good, especially because we know that you have employed over 3,000 staff who will be affected by this. How do you really feel about this demolition?
Well, it's very difficult to describe because let me try to create the sentiment from it. So Landmark is a business I started 27 years ago. I started it in Europe, went to America, came into Africa, and made a debut in Nigeria in 2003. And we bought this site in
Actually, it helps that it's a westernized Southeasterner and not a Southeasterner. If you get the distinction that I'm making, because he's had the opportunity of experience of travel, so he has a more broader world view. If you remember the guy that Wike was demolishing his illegal structure in Abuja, how very quickly he ran to tribe. So that one has no experience of anything outside of just that yellow Gary mindset. But from this guy's accent, you can see, and from what is recounting as well, he's had the experience of living globally. So he has a more globalized view.
Well, it's very difficult to describe because let me try to create the sentiment from it. So Landmark is a business I started 27 years ago. I started it in Europe, went to America, came into Africa, and made a debut in Nigeria in 2003. And we bought this site in 2007, so a good 17 years ago. Over the period of time, we sold our European and American business, introduced all the money into Nigeria, I have borrowed and raised capital in excess of $100 million. So it's my life's work. So there's that emotional part to it. And that's quite painful because I've back to Nigeria all the way. So to do that, I've received thousands of calls from people and thousands, goodwill messages.
I wanted to pause for a moment and reflect on what that guy said. He had operations in America, Europe, etc., etc. He sold everything. I don't know if you've ever been to a casino. They say when they say you put all your chips in. So he's put on. Hold on. Okay, let me pause it. I think I paused it from the wrong space. He's put all of his chips on this particular project. So it's all in on this. So if they destroy it, they destroy his life, essentially, is what he's saying.
Having said that, there's that emotional part to it. And that's quite painful because I've back to Nigeria all the way. So to do that, I've received thousands of calls from people and thousands, goodwill messages, people I don't know. I've had 3 presidents in Africa call me. I've had 2 former presidents. It's painful. Having said that, this is something we recover from for the simple reason that, we are having discussions. The government at all levels have confirmed that they're going to support businesses. We're looking for FDI injection. So I do believe that we will resolve this. But my initial emotions were that of serious concern, grave concern, and pain.
All right, let's get to some facts, because I saw that about maybe 14 businesses will be affected in that area, and we know the numbers when it comes to your business.
I like the way this guy is responding to it. We need more this sort of guy and less of people like Peter Obi. We need more of this. This is the sort of Southeasterner that Nigeria wants. People like him, people like Soludo, those sort of people like Dave Umahi, well-rounded, balanced people who don't reach immediately to tribe when things don't go their way. So this is it. Listen to what the guy said. He cashed in everything he owned and he put it in that business. And they're telling him that it's going to be destroyed. And he's still putting on a brave face because he knows that it's for the wider national good. So this is the sort of person that we're looking for from that region.
Business in terms of your investment, who it employs directly and indirectly, and the number of tourists that comes through, especially your 2023 record. But let's talk about this particular project. As at the time you were purchasing the portion where you're doing your business, were you aware that this is going to be routed through the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road will somehow affect the area where you're doing business now? Or this is a new development for you? We need to get that across to the public.
So it's a new development, and I think all you have to do is line up the dates. We bought the site in 2007, and the Coastal Road project is a project that happened a few years after that. And it was on the Water Corporation Road, the road that was designed as the Coastal Road exists. If you show area pictures, you will see that. And we are ground zero of this Coastal Road project. This is where the Coastal Road starts. So the Water Corporation Road, the alignment is there, the feeder roads have been done, and you probably know, I don't know whether you've been here before, but you probably know that over the last few years, we have, appealed, the federal government kindly repaired the feeder lanes for that road. You can see it behind those towers, right? So all of a sudden, there is a move. So that's the Water Corporation Road on the right. You can see the median in between, which is where the Coastal Road was meant to be. So that realignment, for some reason, has just been moved straight to our beachfront. And then after it runs through Landmark Beach, it then veers back onto its original route. So that's why we feel that there's a solution, and the solutions here are simple. So you can imagine why I have some concerns.
I understand, and for proper perspective, for the
this guy's redemption really is that he's an Englishman. So he's that stiff upper lip, that's British grit. That's what you're seeing.
Public. I hope that we're going to put this out at some point.
there was an original one that is supposed to be behind where landmark is located. So this is coming in front or directly cutting across landmark. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's the other way around. There's an original coastal road that is right in front of landmark on the existing road infrastructure. So the existing road infrastructure has a median somewhere between 40 and 50 meters wide, yes, and between the two roads that run in front of landmark and that come off Legale Yorinde. This road has been moved at some point, I understand a few years ago, to the beachfront of landmark.
So let's take a look at that particular, the plan, which you said was what was obtainable before and what it is now. So the yellow line is what it is now, what the plan is now. But the green is what it used to be, which you said it was before. And we see the green goes just right behind your business area. And that's where you talk about the Water Corporation median and the rest. And the yellow, which is now the new one.
By the way, that redesign will be entirely about cost, by the way. So, and they would have built in compensation into it as well. So this redesign right here is not anything to spite anybody. They've redesigned it for reasons of cost, and the cost savings of that redesign insulates whatever compensation they need to compensate whoever needs to be compensated. So it's all about money. What you're seeing here, what you're seeing playing out here is big money in play. So
one passes right smack in the middle of your business area. But the question is, because we've raised these issues with government as well, behind the scenes. And they said there's meant to be a setback from the coastal body of about 50 meters, right? So your business, does it acknowledge or does it take into consideration that setback? Are you set back 50 meters away from that water body?
So let's again examine the facts. It's really not as simple as that. In that we bought the site in 2007. We have to put this in perspective. And in that time, we bought the beachfront waterfront site in 2007. At different points in time, the water line has moved. My understanding is 140 meters setback on the borders of the Nigerian borders that the federal government controls. So we have built our site. We have procured, you can see to the top right corner, a building literally that's being built now. It's on the 12th floor, it's the 28th floor. We call it the Landmark Water View. So we built everything within the allowable setbacks. We received the planning permission from that barely 9 months ago. We're on the 12th floor already. So I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but by and large, since 2007, we've had 4 different planning consents, and every time that has been.
This guy is just a victim of circumstances. That's just what it is. And so there are 2 things. They can either compensate him heavily because it's a high-profile case now. So he has to be compensated enough, or not just to recover, but to profit from it and undertake another endeavor. So they have to compensate him to that higher level. That's one. Or the other thing is, and it's also pushing for this as well, that they have to vary the design of that road. And if they can vary it to save this, what seems to be a lot of people, it seems to be an enjoyable. We need more spaces like this now. If we're saying we want to tap into the tourism space, and we are inviting all these Broadrians to come back to Nigeria, these are the spaces that they want to go to. So we need more spaces like this rather than destroy the ones that we do have. So if they can vary that design to rescue this space, then everybody is a winner. But let's see how it plays out.
Given to us, we haven't operated in the dark. We've been here for 17 years. We've invested. Various officials across the world have been here. We've had celebrity events here. I'm sure everybody knows Landmark, and that's probably why I'm receiving a number of calls.
Well, everybody doesn't just know Landmark. Majority of people love landmark, absolutely. But it's also important to put the facts out there so we weigh the issues and make the right decisions about this, because there's a lot of things going out there in the public, but you are in a position to give us the facts such that even government and those who are in the mix, they know what position you're at, they know what you've done up until this point, and then we can take the appropriate decision. So speak to us about the setback and the process you have gone through, because some people have thought maybe you found a way to grease palms and you got approval behind the scenes, and then that's why this is happening. But you have been at this for, is it almost 20 years now or more? And you have gone through a process in the public. So tell us the approval, by the way, for this new building as well. Tell us if you'll be affected, what approval you got, who gave you the approval. Let's lay all of these things bare.
Okay, so approvals are given by Lagos State. And I don't think anybody in Lagos State will deny that. I think all the questions, some of the questions regarding approvals and details are literally for Lagos State rather than for me. But there are no disagreements in that respect, and I'm yet to hear any. We've had 4 different approvals. So the facts, 2007, we bought the land. Our first approval was for the first tower, the one I'm sitting in now, the 11th floor tower. The second approval was for our convention center and the Hard Rock Cafe. The third approval was our Rita Boulevard, just before COVID.
No, I want. I just want him to get to,
which was only 9 months ago.
I just want him to get to the compensation. So when it gets to how the resolution bit, then we stop it. I know it's dragging on a bit, but we've been following this storyline. So let's just listen for a bit more.
You may recall during COVID, we hosted the isolation center here, and we were closed for about 2 years. And we made our own effort to bridge the gap of health that was required then, and we did that in association with the Lagos State government. So I think over a period of time, I think it stands to reason that to build what we've built here, to provide the services we've provided here, to pay the taxes we paid here, we've been supported by the state government, and I don't believe that support is waning. I think it's still there. And you're right.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, you're right. There's a lot of sort of stuff out there, and I don't really want to be used as a political football. This is serious business. These are people's lives. There are well over 3,000, approaching 4,000 people that are directly employed.
I'm glad this guy is speaking this way. He's not opening any window at all for Peter Obi to jump in. So Peter Obi has not yet tweeted on this because this guy has not opened the ethnic window that he likes to climb through. So well done. Because it's an English, it's a Nigerian breed. I think that's probably what's coming through.
Within this ecosystem, there are over 84 businesses. There are actually families that are affected. When I brought my funders here to raise additional capital to develop this speech about 7 years ago, one of the funders basically said that almost every square meter of this site is feeding a family. I mean, you have to come here to understand. And I appreciate you saying that you don't just know it, but you love it. And we hope to continue to provide those services to everybody around the world that comes here during the holiday periods, and the local people who are around now on a daily basis. We get a lot of people who come here, well in excess of 3 million people every year.
All right, Mr. Onwunibe, you said you're already in talks with the federal government and to avoid this demolition, but have you been giving any reason why this plan was changed? Has anything been said to you about going from a straight line to coming down to where your own property and facility is? Have you been given any reason why this change was made?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. All right.
The government is not obliged to
talks with
the government is not obliged to give him a reason. The courtesy might demand, but nothing obliges it that they should give him a reason. Maybe out of courtesy, yes, of course. Especially since it's such a high-profile victim of the project. So maybe they could call him in. So maybe they can call him in and show him why the plans were varied, and I suspect it will all be wrapped around cost. but there's nothing that obliges that the government should give him a reason. But I want him to speak on what happens next before we stop watching this.
The government. So hopefully this will be resolved. Whatever decision made, we definitely will know about this. But I think Jeffrey wants to.
But I want to find out from you. I know that we had read, so this is a time for you to clearly tell us. He said he wanted them to go back to the original, maybe a diversion of about 1.5 kilometers. So put it on record. What exactly would you want from the government? I know that things like this, there are compensation and all of that. I doubt if you want compensation, but if you want compensation, let us know. What exactly would you want in this conversation you are having with government, the way forward?
So number one, I want this Lagos to Calabar Coastal Road built. I think it would do wonders for tourism. All
right. So that's the quality that I'm saying of this guy. So so this is the sort of person that gives us hope. Because these counterweights are all of the they talk about the vocal minority and the silent majority. So this guy, an example of the silent majority. So the number one thing he goes to is that project vital to national development. So so he left his self-interest. He's not even said anything. And if I hear the word tribe from this guy, I will hit my head against the wall. So it's not about any of that, but it's so patriotic to his own country. The first thing he goes to is to tell you that the greater good first and then my self-interest. And that is how it should be. The greater good first and then my self-interest.
Lagos to Calabar Coastal Road built. I think it would do wonders for tourism. Albeit I may argue with the style of the roads. I mean, most coastal roads are scenic. They're 1, 2, 3 lanes. They weave in and weave out. They sort of avoid things. But by and large, the idea of a coastal road, and we've seen many of them. We've seen the Pacific Coastal Road, West Pacific in California. We've seen the North Atlantic, the Miffy. I've forgotten the one called around Cape Town. And there's so many, and I've studied them. They take 15, 20, sometimes longer to build, right? But that's not the point. The point is that it's always good for tourism. So coastal roads are there to enhance tourism, not destroy them. So I believe that a whole series of tourism and hospitality and leisure outlets that go along that coastline will be enhanced and more will develop. And as we know, the hospitality and tourism industry employs 1 in 10 people on planet Earth. The barriers to entry are low. The economic activity is extremely high. It will replace oil. So we want it built. So that's number one. Number two, we want to survive. We want this to not just make us survive, but thrive. So we want the coastal road not to run right through the middle of Landmark, but we want it to run in its original position so we can get the benefits of it, and the people who visit and the families who are employed through here and the tax we pay will continue. Our business here is about bringing people here, giving them a great time and making sure they tell other people. And that's literally our 3-stage strategy. Number 3, I would like to, and it's on record, work with this government and all the stakeholders across the coastlines, across Africa, to make Africa the #1 tourist destination.
I would add this guy to the list alongside Alan Oyema. I'll put a link to the Alan Oyema interview. He told us that because it's about 40 minutes interview, so I'm not going to play you the fullness of it because I think you're getting a bit. I think you want us to get to the conversations now. But I will remove this guy from the yellow. I think you would as well. So we will remove this guy from the yellow Gary merchants, the raw meat eaters Unzobuites, so the Unzobuites, the headless mobs. So we'll remove this guy and pack him with Alan Oyema. So we start to sieve the wheat from the chaff in that space. Because it's just excellent all the way through. Just like Alan Oyema, who identifies business and appreciates progress. So well done to this guy. So let's just listen to a few more minutes and then we'll end it there.
around the world. As I said, 3 presidents have called me. 2 of them we've been in discussions with to replicate what we've done here in Lagos in those countries. And there's simply no reason why West Africa shouldn't provide some of the tourism destinations. It's funny, really. The day I got called regarding from my team, saying there were people on the side measuring for the coastal road. It was about 3 weeks ago. My brother was celebrating his 60th birthday. I was on the Caribbean islands, and it's amazing the amount of tourism and the amount of money that's brought in by Western nations and families that participate in tourism. I mean, even you go to countries like Gambia, tiny little country, and they're on the cruise for this. And I've been there a number of times because they're talking to us.
All right. So I think that's sufficient enough. I think we get the general thrust of his position. And well done to this guy. I have to learn to pronounce his name properly. If somebody will pronounce it, then I'll pick it up from how they pronounce it. But well done to him. So he an example of what we want to see, not the that's if I paid. No. So the headless mob. So we're starting to seize and pick out the good bits. So we've already bagged and tagged Alan Oyema. So we bag and tag this guy as well. Bag and tag Charles Soludo. Bag and tag Chidevu Mahi. As we continue to. You remember when the Oba of Lagos said they were going to throw some people into the lagoon? That was in the 2019 election. So we're going to pull the people we're going to rescue out, and the people that Oba of Lagos wants to throw into the lagoon. I think we're starting to make the distinction now. So make the distinction now. I think that's sufficient enough of this guy. An excellent piece of an example of a human being. An excellent piece of an example of a human being. So let's play the Kegite music, and it looks as though we may well have a conversation because I think people have started to assemble. First, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi a keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wailati keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemu de. Erukulele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. Erukulele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agwese, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that. Joining us, of course, Father of the Bride, Ajanle Koko. He's here, regular clockwork. Your favorite voice to listen to. Back from sipping pina colada on whichever beach, wherever in the world. There's Kulata right there. So I'm going to start off with a City of Truth, because I've seen him a couple of times, but I don't think I've yet heard his voice. So we start it off with a City of Truth. Mute yourself for a moment until I say, mute yourself for a moment, City of Truth. Ekene comes into bat for, well, you know where Ekene will turn it into a pit or be something, no matter how we try to restrain him. But that's the majestic Ekene right there. Uptown, who should be in bed, but what is he doing up this time of the night? Always a delight when Uptown comes here. And your favorite voice, and mine too, the majestic BT. So that's the assembled crew. So thank you for joining, everyone. An extremely late one. I thought I'll just waffle on for like 30-40 minutes, 1 hour and a bit, but the conversation, of course. So let's go straight to it. City of Truth, you're up first.
All right, so
on mute.
how's everybody doing from the research that I've been able to pull up on this?
We can barely hear you.
All right, is this better?
Yes, slightly. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah. The research that I've done on this, it seems like the northern residents who are going to be living by this project, it seems like they say this is an eyesore. This is not something that they want in their community. They say it's a borehole, right? Does that mean that it's
are you kicking it off with the Peter Obis? With the yeah, it is a borehole, by the way. But yeah, carry on.
Okay,
but it's an eyesore more to it. Let me put it on the screen.
So a borehole is like a well, right, for water, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah. And so they said that they don't want these types of projects in their community. Now, my question is, what have they done to keep these types of projects out of their community? Have they drawn up plans themselves for better projects? Or
no, they do. Sorry, City of Truth. They do want this. They do want this sort of projects in their community. In fact, they need this sort of projects in their community, but not in the grotesque eyesore manner. Look at your screen now. Would you want that in your community?
No, it doesn't look like something I would want in my community.
Yes.
So yeah, but I mean, but I'm guessing they've built stuff like this before in the north, and I guess they're the powers that be. Peter Obi, is he the president of Nigeria?
Well, he wishes, but not likely ever to be.
No, or is he a governor?
It was once upon a time, but he's still clinging on to some sort of relevance that has eluded him.
Okay. So he's like a political figure, but he doesn't hold office anymore, right?
Yes, it was one of the presidential candidates in the last cycle of elections. It was popular with a subsect group within the wider Nigerian space. He lost the election, but he put up a good fight. But he is not really willing to take the loss, and that's why his name is still resonating.
Okay, I see. But when you look at this, I think what the best course of action is the community. They should get together and propose better projects. It seems like, because you see similar things like this with the Black community here in the United States. Like the Black community will complain about poor services and poor infrastructure and stuff, but they don't go through the proper channels. Like they don't go to the to the city meetings and stuff when they're planning these services and these inadequate infrastructure projects, to present something better or to demand that they want something better for their community. But then when the stuff comes down and then people want to complain about it and stuff like that. So
I'm sensing some sort of mindset of take what you get and be grateful for it. Is that a mindset you are bringing? take what you get.
No, but it is that people don't. If you want nice things, okay, you have to. Number one, you have to. First, you have to be willing to say that you want those things, but you also have to be willing to put the money for it. Because if you want stuff like nice parks, nice roads, nice streets and stuff, well, guess what? That stuff costs money. You know what I mean? So, if you don't want stuff like this, then the community, they need to put their money where their mouth is and go finance.
All right. Sit your truth. Let me give you an analogy that makes the point. So I'm sure you watch a lot of YouTube, and I'm sure you've seen examples of some YouTuber. He will go up to some homeless guy and say, "Oh, I will buy you a burger. I'll buy you a meal." So he buys that homeless guy a meal, maybe $10, whatever, McDonald's, and then he puts it on YouTube and he gets 10 million views. Is that vulgar? Is that exploitative?
Okay, so you're talking about something about like a homeless person on YouTube? Like what were you
No. A YouTuber goes up to a homeless guy.
Yeah.
And he offers to buy him a meal. So he buys him a $10 McDonald's meal. And I'm not quite sure. So he buys him that, but then he videos it and then he puts it on YouTube, and then he gets about 10 million views, makes about $40,000, etc. Is that exploitative?
I think that's a bad
because
analogy.
That's the exact same thing. That's the exact same thing that Peter Obi is doing.
No, I just think that's a bad analogy. I'm talking about, infrastructure within a community. If they don't want stuff like that, then they need to be able to finance better things in their community. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to go down the whole analogy, thing, because, sometimes these analogies they just don't match with what we're actually talking about. But I can look at this. I can see why they complained about it. But they, like I said, they're gonna have to put money where their mouth is if they want better infrastructure. That's what I'll say for this.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I want to hear your thoughts about the guy whose beach resort is being cut off for super highway as well. But before I do that, I want to get to Kulata, who I think is about to go to bed, but he's been away for a while, so we need to hear from him. So stay steady. I'll come back to you in a moment. Kulata, you're up next.
Sir, I don't even know how to greet anymore. So you.
Look at this. Would you want this in your community?
No.
Let's start with that as
I'm looking at the picture right now.
They are crying in the north. Imagine.
What is wrong?
And they have the audacity to be going around cutting ribbons on the. Oh my goodness! I mean, the goal of them, the audacity, of the guy.
The first time I saw it, I thought, okay, maybe when you give money to subcontractor and they do something on your behalf and you don't show up. But then I saw the guy.
Don't show up. Is there cutting ribbon? No, wearing look at that. Only now. He brought a man with. Oh my God!
God, this is embarrassing. And you know why this is embarrassing? Me personally, I built a ball for one of my secondary schools. We also built another one for another boarding school I went to. 2 big tanks, raised it to the top, wired the whole thing. Full powered by electricity, the shebang, and it was not that expensive. It wasn't that expensive. So we're looking at a guy that is giving like a well. Basically, let's just call it what it is. It's conga, the manual well with a tank. And look at the kind of cement job they did. Shoddy cement. Did cement finish? Like, where's the concrete? Like, just to do something decent. Look at what he's doing, and then he's going there for photo op. This is not something I'm nobody. I'm nobody. I'm just a commoner somewhere in the United States. I will not launch that. I will not let anybody build that on my behalf. And then
You certainly won't. You won't paste your name all over it. So that's for sure.
I mean, it's not just his name. They now write His Excellency. Excellency. What the fuck? What is the Excellency? What's excellent about that garbage?
Kulata, do you remember his phrase that to be called Your Excellency, the process has to be excellent.
Has to be excellent.
Is this excellent? Oh
God, we dodged the bullet, man. We dodged the bullet. Like, come on, man. This guy, Wale Soyinka, that's why he got the Nobel Prize. He's a graduate. This guy is a graduate. That's just spot on. He's graduate. You don't even have to say it in English. You can explain graduate to any American.
But why does he think that they're going to vote for doing all this?
Because I think Obasanjo is gassing him up to go and appeal to the North. That was the mistake he made. Then you now see him running helter skelter from one mosque to the other, trying to play his eating from poor people's plate and doing all those things. I thought Playtown said, "Now Obi has changed the thing. He's not doing all these politics where they'll be eating agbado, they'll be eating in plates." I heard all those things now.
I will not interject.
No, you don't. I mean, my time here is going to be short. Don't worry. I thought you said all those things now. You now see the man from Kotangura to Kebbi State, from Kebbi State to Yobe to this eating.
Don't worry.
Eating rice with his hand. What the hell? And this is the same guy that can't even run a political party. He can't run a political party. He can't build a freaking borehole. He has shabby roads all over Anambra, and you're now telling me this is Nigeria's Messiah. Please respect us.
Are they not right to be this critical, or are they being ungrateful?
They're not being ungrateful, man. What doing well. Especially if your intention is to somehow get their votes. One man, please, jokes aside, jokes apart, will you allow your name to be associated with that kind of mediocrity?
No, of course not. No, I don't think anybody on this platform will append their name to this. I mean, look at that now. It looks like
substandard.
It looks like Shalanga.
Look, let's just call it what it is. It's a piece of shit work.
Oh, can I ask you for a favor?
Okay, carry on.
Please, can you post for Kulata the same community, the pictures I sent for you from the same community?
I don't care if they were fetching water from the well or they're drinking water from.
There's no well anywhere, Kulata. There's no well anywhere.
I do not care. If I'm going to do work, I'll do the work well. Don't tell me that the community was blah, 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 blah. No, that's not the point.
You're too elitist.
It's not about elitist.
You need to speak to the community.
This guy. You're
elitist like myself.
Peter Obi is a substandard guy, true and true. Is a sham. It's just a sham.
You have
because
no idea.
I will not. I can't be proud. I can't be proud of that. For me, speaking to you, 2 boreholes to my own name. I'm not a politician. I'm never going to contest for dog catcher. But I can show you the picture of what we built. Way better than that. That's a sham. And I'm happy that it's been called out. You said you're not going to interject. So let me just continue. I'm happy. I'm happy.
You did not build any borehole.
I'm happy his ass has been called out for that kind of shabby work. Like,
bring us the picture of the one you built. Let's do.
Why will you do that? And then you now call press. You now wear.
Bring the picture of the one you built.
You now wear. Let me. Can you calm down? Can you go and sit down?
Don't worry. Hold on, Kenneth. You'll get the right to reply in a moment. But Kulata, what struck me is that the cost of actually commissioning this borehole will be 10 times what it, because he would have flown from wherever, Anambra or Lagos, into that space. He would have taken a team and they would have assembled people call the press, all of these things 10
Yes,
times
no.
just
that piece of
just
shit,
to
like
embarrass himself. Like,
that,
my God.
that thing will probably cost like 200,000 naira or 150,000 naira. That garbage that he did, maybe even less than that. It's a shoddy work. Look, okay, Wama, can you bring the picture up? Let's just look at it. Can you make it bigger?
Yes.
So let's cost it.
If I can get it to be bigger, go on. I'm put it, carry on. I'll make it bigger in a moment.
Okay, please, can someone that has maybe building engineering or just a freaking bricklayer explain this so-called platform or whatever?
Where's the tap? Where are the taps though? I don't even.
No, the tap is there. I think that this is the tap right there. That little plastic son. You see that? My God, man! The guy should not append it. It looks apart. Look at that. It looks like an afterthought. You know. And look, oh God!
Look at him. Look at him grinning like a. Look at him grinning like a Cheshire cat. Like, come on. So okay, look at this cement work now.
Is this guy? You see where my cosa is, right? Is the thought that is going through this guy's head that it looks like if I slap you, this guy, where you come punk us like this. He just ready to punk them.
No, you see, if they told me like, oh, okay, Kulata, this is what we use your money to build. If I look at the picture, I'll tell them like, I'm going to excuse myself from that event. I will not go to commission it. I'll just leave it behind and I'll tell them, please remove my name from all that mess. See, the amount of money gone that they used to paint this is excellency is probably like 25% of the budget of this so-called borehole budget. Look at the cement. What's the cement work here?
I'm sure
the plastering.
You know, why didn't they render the whole of it, at least for the optics of it? Let them do the whole wall so that it at least looks neat and presentable. Just for the commissioning, they just did the barest minimum. Anyway.
This is barely an upgrade from a well. It could have just well built a well and just call it what it is, because this is manual. Well, at least you throw something on the ground and you pull it up and you can put some. Where's the pump? Like,
to all intents and purposes, it is a well. I don't have any anticipation that this will be working in 3 months' time. So they'll remove the plastic
look like the well is a conga. The conga.
Okay.
No. I saw this. I laughed. You know what?
Everybody's laughing at it on social media, by the way. It's just
this is shameful now, because this is the guy they were calling the standard, the governance. Like, it's already pathetic in even answering basic questions, right? So we know that he's not a good speaker, he's not articulate, nor can he answer questions intelligently. So we know that one, like, he failed WAEC. So we know, okay, he's not book smart. Okay, now if you're not book smart, at least you should have something should be going on for you. Then you now see him going to create something like this. So what else is left? Man, leadership skill. Where's the leadership skill? He can't manage his party. He's thinking of going to SDP. Now he's changed his mind. Abure is there. Please, what are we missing? Like, for us that had a clear mind that could see through this guy, you see that.
On this for 2 years.
Excuse me. Let me enjoy. I've not talked in like 3 weeks on this platform now. So let me talk.
But Kulata, in order for you to be called Your Excellency, the process that brings you there must be excellent now. So they've written Your Excellency on this plastic something. Is the process that led to that, is it excellent? Are we looking at excellency?
But one man, I'm shocked that you're claiming his quotes. Wow.
You see this, Peter, you see this excellency that they wrote in this wall? I think that is charcoal. I don't even think that is paint. That thing that they used to write excellency behind. I think that's charcoal. And then the white one looks like a piece of chalk. So next time it rains, all this stuff will go away. Then you see on the right side, that looks like a pit latrine. Don't you see?
Yes. That's why I'm saying they should have spruced up. They should have spruced this place. It should not be, and it traveled all the way to go and commission that. And then, my God.
My God. I mean, I would say my God. I'll say thank God. Thank God. I'm not religious, but I have to thank Heavenly Father for knowing that this guy is not well equipped to be a dog catcher. I don't know how he governed Anambra, but we saw what he did. Nothing. But thank God Nigeria dodged the bullet. So I mean, this is I still laugh. When I look at this, I'm still gonna laugh. It's just ridiculous.
Oh,
So
oh, oh,
yeah, let's leave it. Let's leave that.
all right.
Give Kulata more time. You didn't do
No,
enough.
no, but even
But
you
it's
know
still weak now.
the
They
intention
came in
you
with
couldn't
new
append your name to that uptown. We know that. But take us to this landmark guy, Kulata. He's saying all the right words, even though he must be feeling. He must be chewing up inside, you know. $100 million he pumped into that space.
Yeah, I've kind of like been following the guy's story small. I really do feel for him because he's one of the investors that are at least creating a market for tourism in Nigeria, a virtually non-existent space. So while I mean I understand from listening to I think Babati, because I was listening to Babati that even some of the land could have been part of his land, not all, just some part could have been acquired in one way or the other. I think they should try and work with him to make sure he has minimal there's minimal impact to his business. Because yeah, the government can claim eminent domain over that property and just pay him off. But it will be good if they can reroute the road.
But but here's the problem: road or no road, that beachfront was gonna. You see, that beachfront is Atlantic Phase 4, so it's gone regardless, road or no road.
Oh,
and he knows
so
that. You see, Atlantic is in 6 phases. So what you see right now is only 3 phases, right? The 4th phase is literally in front of his beachfront. That whole beach is gone. That is
wait.
4. So when you see that them doing the land expansion up front of his beach, that forget Kinshe Road, that is a article coming up, and he knows that.
So that means he encroached into a co-Atlantic land, or a
he
co-Atlantic encroached into his
and
land.
he knows that. He knows. So Lagos.
So this road then could be an opportunity for him, then, couldn't it? Really?
No, he's negotiating his deal through the media.
Yeah, of course. Now, and rightly so. Would you not do the same thing? I would.
Sincere now. He's not sincere with what he's doing. Like, oh, look at me.
But he's packaging it well, though, Babati.
Yes, now pour me, no machine. Now, what else would they do? Is pour me. The government is taking advantage. I would do the same thing now. Would you not do the same thing?
That's sad though, because I like his resort and all, but I hope they can find. I mean, there can always be a compromise. It's going to take some settlement money and all.
Let me just give you this real quick before, just so you know what's going on. So, if you remember in 2001, that Atlantic that you see right now, it was supposed to be what is called Ocean View City.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yes, they are the OBJ group. Okay, Atlantic group are the Tinubu group.
Yeah.
Some way, the Eco group found a way to swing that thing from the OBJ group. That is a $6 billion project. $6 billion. That's what.
Yeah, I know.
But if you look at the original design of the Ocean View, they leave a space for his beachfront. So basically, what happened is he chose the wrong side. That's pretty much what happened.
Oh, okay.
As of last year,
with Obasanjo's side.
Yeah. As of last year, they were still suing each other. That is the reason why that thing has not been expanding so far, because they keep going to court. But since their guy is now the president, now game over. That's what happened.
Okay, makes sense now. Well, I mean, he's already put up something. I'm sure they can settle it one way or the other. I would really like them to settle it because I mean, people that dare to invest in Nigeria, I do admire those kind of people because it takes balls. So while he batted in the wrong side, there's always settlements to be made. So from what I've heard,
building now, he will still keep his buildings and everything.
I know it impacts it. It's just actually the minor infraction to part of his property, not the entire property. People exaggerate like they're going to destroy his entire property. I think it's just part of it that's affected.
But it's going to destroy the ambience, though. If you have some, and he's saying it's not even it's not a beautiful coastal. It doesn't. The coastal road is meant to take advantage of the scenery of nature, but this coastal road just seems to be chopping up nature just for the purposes of the road is meant to enhance the landscape, not destroy it.
That one is potatoes.
Do you know globally, if you have a coastal road, that is big for tourism. If you have anywhere in the world, coastal road is huge.
Look at Pacific Coast Highway now here in California.
But they carved around the mountains now. They didn't destroy.
They didn't destroy. A coastal road doesn't necessarily always have to be on the beach. I don't know why everybody thinks that. There's going to be some areas that are not beach. That are not part of the beachfront. So, exceptions can be made. When they transverse all the way, they're going to get to swamps and creeks and all those places now. So a lot of times they may have to look for alternative road. But I just think they can't settle, because I heard that there was an older plan for this road that will avoid his property. So maybe they can revert to that older plan just for that phase, the first phase that they're starting. If they can do that, then good for him. If not, he can take the loss, but revamp his property, maybe build a wall or build something that just hides the road to preserve the scenery, to preserve the scenery for his own property. But I think they will settle. They will definitely settle. He's playing it right. I like the guy. I don't know him.
I like him because he's not gone but even apart from that, I just like the way he's presenting himself. He seems to be a balanced sort of a person.
But they say that maybe he should come to the east and to come and invest, that they should leave Lagos.
What about Jenny now? What about Jenny?
People will just say all this nonsense. I saw that now. Someone said that you go and build it in Zita's hometown. What's the name of that place? Zita's place.
Mbesi. Is it Mbesi or
no, not Mbesi. There's a lake in Imo State. Nwachukwu is in the comment section now. You sure can. Oguta.
Oguta. Yes. Oh, is that not where Charlie Boy is from?
That's where Charlie Boy is from.
Yeah.
They said they should go and build something in Oguta. Like anybody, I'm like, business is for sentimental reasons. So who's going to go? Is it the once or twice a year that Ekene goes to the east that they're going to go visit landmark?
Anything to do with tourism has to be in Lagos mainly.
Yeah, but
you don't know that Imo State has a better tourist than Lagos. You don't know.
We're not talking about people coming back home, or we're talking about people coming to visit Nigeria. People come to visit Nigeria.
If you visit Nigeria, if you want to enjoy a good life, visit Owerri.
Nobody say enjoy a good life.
The only place you know is just to stay in Lagos and speak English. What you have to do, Kulana, next time you come, just travel to Owerri. If you travel to Owerri, you not just stay in Lagos and come back.
We're talking about the German guy that says, "Oh, this Nigeria, I just want to. I've been hearing about it. I want to go and see." He's not going to Owerri now. He'll go to Lagos and Abuja and maybe.
No, he needs to. Just that Owerri is in the east now. You think everybody here Lagos. Just visit Owerri once. Try to. I'm telling you. There is no need of talking too much. We're in Nigeria. You just stay in one place and be promoting one thing.
My brother-in-law is from Owerri. My brother-in-law, they're from Imo State, Owerri. I know Owerri. Owerri is a nice place, quite all right, but it's not. Is you're not going to compare the foot traffic you're going to get in Lagos than Owerri. The main international airport of the country is in Lagos. So let's, you know what, when
That's
we
the only
want to
thing you will
talk,
say. It's just that international airport, but you
yes,
cannot tell me in terms of
uh,
cool, in terms of enjoyment, the cool state of Owerri and
okay,
everything. You cannot compare it to
Motigbo
Lagos.
Ekene Motigbo is true. Owerri is the shipment.
Sorry, let me just say this. Do you know that the best part of England is not London, but everybody the best part of France is not Paris. The best part of America is not New York, but nobody cares. They want to go to the famous places and then go back home. That's just it.
That's just, I mean,
No, where was he saying like the best place to visit in Nigeria is? What is it called?
We're talking about Lagos. Have you heard of Lagos?
If you're
No,
talking
he said
about
another
like
place. I think. What was it? What did you say?
Imo State,
Owerri.
How you spell that?
He wants to look it up. O
Doesn't even know
W.
what that is. One man.
No, he's an American now, so he
No,
doesn't know.
but that is the point you are making. If he wants to go
Yes.
to Nigeria, Lagos will be where it's going to come to, not Owerri. That's
Yeah,
the
of
point
course.
you're making.
The only person going to Owerri is somebody that's dated somebody from the east. But yeah, back to you, Kulata.
but really, when you want to look at the two best tourist attractions, I mean, states in Nigeria, number one is Bauchi, number two is Cross Rivers. The rest you can forget the rest because Bauchi has the games reserves. It has a lot of stuff. Then Cross Rivers has the mountains, the cable cars, and all those nice
Was it
scenery
that Donald Duke? Those things that Donald Duke built, Abby.
built. Yeah, and then if you want like you like hiking, you should go to Mambila Plateau, the Mambila Plateau in
Don't they have
Taraba
that
State.
the Obudu Ranch Resort?
Yeah, the Ogbudu Ranch too is in Cross River. So Owerri is not the top three. The top three in my books.
Something that APC government has left to deteriorate.
Okay,
Ayode has deteriorated every infrastructure done
You can develop your own region. That tourism with that federal government. You can't be blaming APC for that. That's not.
I blame Ayode now. I blame Governor Ayode now for allowing Cross River State to deteriorate in his hand. You understand? I blame him for that. It's just like this where we are talking about now. If not for individual capacity, Ole would have been gone.
Yeah,
you
but
understand?
when we are talking about for foreigners that wants to go to Nigeria and want to do what the touristy thing, I will name 4 states. I've named 3 of them. The other one is going to be Taraba with the Mambila Plateau. You can go and visit all the coffee.
Well, those it just you are calling of something that nature brought up in those environments. We're talking about building a state to look like a tourist environment. When you visit Owerri, you see individual effort to develop their city. You see the tourism around that environment. You understand? You see money spent by the people to build up that environment.
Okay. As a tourist, I'm a tourist to many countries. I don't go visiting countries to see the money one person has built like that. I go to experience nature or I go to experience history. Both of those 2 things or culture, 3 things actually. No, 4 things plus food. So those top 4 things, I'm not sure how Owerri is outstanding.
How did we move from investors to tourism? Because you guys forgot where you came from.
You know what? You guys are making me even lose my mind. What was I talking about again?
No, you were talking about the landmark resort.
So that highway also has, I heard, has a highway, has a
train
between.
It has a railway in between. Yes, I heard that too.
That is fantastic. You can. That's it. It's huge.
Look, that's gonna be Tinubu's legacy. Let's not lie. I don't see any The only thing that can beat that is if we have power, is if we have electricity. And I mean, electricity will be, it will be a norm at some point. But if you have,
it's a 7-year project, so it will be within his administration.
That's going to be a scenic, like the scenery, the economic opportunities. It's going to be fantastic, and it's also going to like enhance the Sahara African highway, because I think they should connect it to what's coming from Benin Republic. So you can drive all the way from North Africa, pass through West Africa, through that to Calabar, and then from Calabar to Cameroon, and you go way down all the way
that's the
to South
plan now.
Africa.
You're supposed to have a train running across West Africa from, I think, Ghana or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's really, if they pull this off, man, I'll try. And again,
Kulata, I was saying in previous sessions that 2027, this guy is going to campaign on achievements. I suspect that he will. And people will say it. They will not be able to deny it.
So, Kulata, have we finally found one thing good about this government? I mean,
the government has turned the corner. The government has turned the corner. You know me, I'm equal opportunity critic. So I'm going to say for a fact that Cardoso,
at least we are now holding up to one.
Cardoso is doing a fantastic job at the moment. A fantastic job. I don't think Edun can keep up with the pace Cardoso is going, because right now it's Edun's turn to now start shining. Let the fiscal side follow the monetary side. They're doing so many things. Recently now, they're going to start doing dollar bonds.
Okay,
so all of you...
Sorry, when you finish, do you have a new list now? Do you have a new list? You know how when you were ranking your ministers at that time?
I have an updated list in my head now.
All right, I think we do that at the weekend. So maybe we do that every quarter to see where. Yes, but that dollar bond, they're using it to, I think they said they're about $30 billion in domiciliary accounts. I think that's where it's targeting next.
Yeah, what they're going to do is they're going to start putting fees on domiciliary accounts. Just to kind of like make people that hold domiciliary accounts, make it uncomfortable for them. And then they're now going to issue these bonds so you can invest with your dollars in Nigeria. And they're making the rate higher than what the bonds that they raised, the euro bonds that they raised. They're making it like, I think, 3 points higher. So it's super attractive. You won't even want to take your money to buy some euro bond that we open. You buy it locally and at a more attractive rate. And I'm sure they will also make sure like people that have all these illegal dollars, they will maybe close their eyes to it. So wherever your dollar is, whether it's in your tank or it's under the ground or somewhere, just bring it out, come and invest it, put it in this bond. And then there's more liquidity. So Cardoso is generating liquidity without even us doing anything from the fiscal side. All this stuff is still monetary from the interest rate. But the thing is, there's a time limit. The interest rate we have can't be high forever. At some point in time, we have to reduce it when inflation responds for the demand side of the inflation that we have. So that one, it will, at some point in time, when they start reducing interest rate, FPIs will go away. But one thing is going to happen. America will most likely reduce their rates. When America reduces their rates, many people will take money outside to look for places that have higher return, maybe more risk, but higher return. So what America will do may also even drive up more dollars in Nigeria. But the main fix is from the fiscal side. Raise the oil output. Oil is now $90 now, right? Brent crude, the benchmark is now $90. So if we're pumping more oil, we're selling more. Now that we've started refining, if we're selling more crude and we're refining, that means we're selling to make FX, and we're preserving FX and not using it to import diesel if the other refineries goes up. So on the fiscal side, there's some things that will happen before the end of the year, but it's not happening fast enough. And we've still not figured out how to bump up our oil output. It's not like we've not figured it out. That needs investments, and we don't have those investments to get our oil output from the miserable 1.3 billion or 1.4 billion. We need to get it to back to like 2 billion if it's possible. At least that's kind of like easy.
What of the reserves that will start to 1.2 billion?
Yes, I think they said they are using some of the reserve to defend the dollar, but
no, they use it to pay ways and means debt and some other things. It's not just that, because reserves everybody thinks reserve is always used to defend currency. That's not just the only purpose of reserve. You know, there was 4 trillion or something borrowed from CBN, and I think they paid that back. So the amount of money used to defend is in the millions of dollars. It's not in the billions of dollars. You do the math. So it's not
Yes,
nothing major.
just these bonds, a collateral that they are issuing internationally and locally. What happens when it reaches their maturity?
You go pay back now.
So does that not set us back to where we always were? This is the question.
No, well, I mean, we'll issue more bonds now. At the end of it, we'll issue more bonds. Every government does that. That's normal. So you go pay back now. You go pay back.
So sort of like a pyramid scheme.
It's not a pyramid scheme.
This is the question I was asking one man the other day. At the point of maturity, where are they going to get the money?
You tell us that you say it and spend
what are they really going to invest this bond on that will generate that interest that they are going to pay at the point of maturity? What are they really going to invest in? Because they are raking in this dollar to finance the economy, import, to fund the import activity. So where are they going to get the money to pay for the interest at the point of maturity?
That one, let's
if they're able to raise the oil output, they can do it.
We're not going to. One thing that's going to happen. We're not going to be like Lebanon. Lebanon's case, they were getting money. You know that thing that Jan Loco described one time like this when we were trying to troubleshoot Nigeria's problem, and he said diaspora should send money, and then the government will pay them in naira preference. Do you remember that conversation, like Jan Loco? The government will give them some preferential rate or something. You remember? I now found out that what you said is what was done in Lebanon. Apparently, that ended up being like a Ponzi scheme. And it got it's not just only that, there are other many things. It's one of the reasons why the Lebanese economy is in trouble. So, but this bond one, they will issue other bonds along the way. Now every government issues bonds, so it's not a big deal. But to sustain long time, there are other areas we need to work on. The inflation is one, and also from the fiscal side. The fiscal side is that what requires the major work. What are we going to be exporting? How much import substitution can we do? How much oil can we lift? How much faster can we get refineries to start refining so we can even export PMS and not just consume everything locally? We should be able to be exporting them and also be making dollars from them. So those are kind of like the things I'm expecting.
Bulata.
Yes.
Woman, can I just chip in something? Yes. We are not all looking at the gas output. There's one thing that Buhari did during his tenure. He brought in Lagos LNG Train 7, which is worth 10 billion USD. That's the largest investment ever in the oil and the gas industry for Nigeria. That Train 7.
When is that going to be ready?
When is that going to be ready? In fact,
I've read about it.
It will be ready by next year. It will be ready by next year. Any of these
Darate, sorry, I muted you for a second. You are echoing back, so I think you need to mute one of the devices. So mute everything apart from the studio. You can still hear it from the studio. You can still hear it from the studio. You are echoing back.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, hold on. If I say something, can you hear me? Am I just on hearing it?
I'm probably on
YouTube.
Hold on. If I say something,
it's from you, one man.
Can you hear it?
Yes,
Am I the one hearing it?
I'm hearing you.
From you. Oh, okay. All right.
I'm hearing you very well, one man.
Oh, okay.
It's from you, one man.
Oh, okay. Is it good from me? Let me mute myself then. Oh, okay. Okay.
So the gas by next year, in fact, they ought to have even started this. Is it last year or this year? that Train 7 should have started. And that was what they were also targeting when they also signed some of those deals in Germany. So gas is the only lifeline that Nigeria has. And it's going to start materializing. And in fact, I haven't heard they are even planning to get more money for Train 8. So that gas, by that time, will be turning out money for us. That will be what we are going to be able to use to kind of diffuse some of those debts. And we will get some money. That's the only lifeline that Nigeria has. Not even oil and gas. That is gas. We know we are moving to a gas economy. So,
but the timeline, because
factor that in.
When we think about all our,
I think a better fuel that the world is trying to at least move towards. So that's
can you hear me?
With our tax, the improvement in the tax, harmonization of tax, and also
when we think about all our. Hello.
As well as mining, mining too. We are trying to do some few things in mining.
Oh, wait, can you?
No.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, okay. But I think the guy speaking cannot hear us. But okay. I can hear you. I can. Is one man there or did he leave?
I am here. I could hear Darati bouncing back, but
yeah, I think he has issues with his maybe Bluetooth or something.
He can't hear us. I don't think he can hear us.
Yes. I think it dropped now. So carry on, Kulata. Carry on. Bring it to a crescendo, and then I'll take it to this. Nigeria now leading the field in nuclear energy.
So I mean that Train 7, I will wait till it's completed, because they said as of December 9, 2023, it's still at 52% completion. So like I say, is coming. Put it under is coming category. Got 52%.
One man before you go ahead, the nuclear whatever. Fellow go a maybe Oshun will take nuclear.
No, we give Ekiti, we give them a lot.
No, we can go and put it in the north now, or in Owerri or something like that. We don't want it. Yes, they go and put it in Owerri.
Okay, let's go to the nuclear one before I create Vala for you.
Yeah. Carry on. Go there.
So what's the nuclear one? I think I sent you the link, but I actually didn't even read the story myself. So can you give me a brief synopsis?
No, I didn't read it either. So I thought maybe you had like a gist of it, because I read a few paragraphs and it did not really land me on anything meaningful. So all right, let me take you to. Do you want to do a Mefele? Who's man? This guy, man. Right. Some people, it's just evil. Listen to this guy. There's no. I don't have the adjective. It's just evil.
How much did they say is stolen so far? How much do we know?
Can we even count? It was just facility. When I was reading through the head, it was something $1 billion there, $5 billion here, $3 billion there, 2.5, just billions and billions of dollars, and it seems to be giving them, especially to Indians. I don't know what's going on. What's going on, Kulata?
Yeah, when you say, glad that you mentioned, well, it's not nice to be saying some ethnicity and all, but Emefiele has been bought by, what's the name of that group again? Those guys, those Stallion guys, those Olam guys, those set of Indians that work in Nigeria that they're making a killing is being bought by them. And those guys are ripping us off. They're taking our raw materials, exporting it, and they used to, before Tinubu, they used to get our dollars at discounted rate. So round tripping, taking away raw materials that is not fully accounted for, that Nigeria makes no money on. Every single thing they are doing it. They're making billions upon billions of dollars out of Nigeria. Olam became a multi-billion-dollar trading company out of Nigeria that is, competing with the likes of Trafigura and Vitor and all those kind of Swiss trading companies. On the backs of Nigeria, it started as Ezekiel Warams somewhere. I think it's even your state that it started from, Seth. And look at them now. So this Emefiele, man, I don't know. Is it jail term? Like, it's totally too much. Like, you don't even know I mean, what's
can you clarify the Olam's group thing? Like you said, was it just them or just other groups that he was involved with?
Oh, so I'm just listing a lot of Indian companies that are ripping us off in Nigeria.
Through
The
Emefiele,
guy,
they were doing it through Emefiele.
no, they've been doing it even before Emefiele.
Before him, but it just helped them out more when he came.
Yeah, it helped them out more. Now, there are particular ones, I think Stallion Group people and some other people, the core ones, the Olams and the Stallions, and then they have the smaller ones. So I'm not sure whether it's still part of that clique that has been working with Emefiele, but that clique has been ripping Nigeria off for the longest time, and nobody's stopping it. And I don't see how they benefit us.
There's a particular company called NIPCO that was getting it was getting a lot of mention as I was reading through. So I went to have a look at them. I think they're in the oil and gas space, and there they are right there. So they have some nominal Nigerian guy, but the guy behind it is Suresh Kumar. So that's the guy, and then parted out by Ramesh Vimwani, and then Mr. Rishi. Maybe it's all this Rishi, the Prime Minister of the UK, Rishi as well. So maybe that's a name to run from.
NIPCO PLC, right? Is it NIPCO PLC?
NIPCO PLC. So that seems to be the particular guys that were using him especially.
If you go and dig into those NIPCO people, if I have time, I'll start looking up the directors. You see, is this still same clique of?
No, they're on your screen now. Can you see?
Oh, okay. I can see.
Yes, that's it. So they've got to achieve best man Enekwe. So he's just the champ. It's just some nominal Nigerian, but the guy that actually runs the show, Suresh Kumar. So that's the guy that is long gone, I'm sure.
Is this his name that has been mentioned that's been bribing Emefiele? This
No, the one that was mentioned is something Punjab, but he's not on the board here. Something Punjab is the guy that was especially bribing him. He will collect he will get 2-3 billion in discounted rates, give Emefiele 10 million.
God, man, you see, black people, we don't like ourselves. So that Emefiele, like, how much money do you need? Like you to be ripping your country. Look at Cardoso. You can see Cardoso is trying to do the right things. Is hitting all these people. Oh, did you talk about the fact that you can no longer use dollar as a collateral?
Do you know that Cardoso fired some maybe 10 directors?
40 yesterday.
40.
Yeah, 40.
Okay.
That's it.
They need to fire more people.
No, it's getting rid of the Buhari Emefiele people. Yeah. They rot in the system. Yeah.
You can see he's trying to do the right thing. It looks like he's acting like someone that wants his country to succeed. And another part that you know that, okay, he's even going against his colleagues. They used to use dollar as collaterals for loan in Nigeria, meaning I want to borrow. I'll now say, okay, I have dollars, so you borrow me naira. Of course, what that means is you're shorting the naira. You're essentially just shorting the naira. The bank is using the dollars. They're taking a long position on the dollar. They're shorting the naira.
Well, let me ask you guys this: Why do you think they use so many Indian contractors in Nigeria? Do you think that they just offer a better deal or a better rate?
They're cheap.
Or what do you think is
they're cheaper. They're cheaper. They're cheaper than Western counterparts, and they have similar knowledge. So that's why you have the proliferation of them.
I mean, they've been in Nigeria since in the 1920s, right? They've been in Nigeria for that long. They've been
in Nigeria for long. No, not Lebanese. He's talking about Indians.
Oh, okay.
Lebanese have been in Nigeria longer. But the Indian guys are just cheap. That's just it. They're cheap.
Okay.
So the same way you find them in the US and IT space and all this. Anywhere you need labor.
Do you say that they rip Nigeria off with their business practices?
Yes, a lot. They export raw materials without declaring the full value.
Okay.
And then they use our bank loans to fund some of those things.
Okay.
And um, any sort of, I mean, they import cars, charge way higher, run the market rates. Like this, what's the name of that group I mentioned? They were in charge of importing, they were importing Honda or something at some point in time
Is
when I
it
was back in Nigeria.
Chawarams or Kawarams or
Chawarams or Karan or
yeah,
one of those
yeah.
is known as the Stallion Group or something now. They used to kind of like dictate the prices of all those kind of cars, and banks will be buying from them before the likes of what's the name of that Igbo guy started playing, the guy from Anambra, before he started also
Innocent.
doing. No, not Innocent. This guy sells cars. What's that guy's name? The guy that won another Anambra politician cheated.
Coast Paris.
The Coast Charis guy. What's his name again? Oh my God.
Ekene is
Very
coming.
down to earth guy like this. Maduka, Cosmas Maduka. Cosmas Maduka. Yeah. Before Cosmas started playing. Those guys, those Indian guys were just ripping people off anyhow. So I don't know why we tolerate that in Nigeria, but it is what it is until we wise up. But
okay, not because our business class don't meet behind the scenes. Not like America, you have your business class, they come together, or they don't care about tribe, anything. They have this anything that's anti, if you're a foreigner coming to invest in America, for instance, now they will try to force themselves on you or invest in the company. You don't have that ability to just build anything anywhere in America. People still want to invest. Their own billionaires come together. But in Nigeria, I feel like our own billionaires don't even talk, or they don't even have that synergy to go again. Do you see my point? What I'm trying to make here? Like they don't have anything at all. Just on your own. You don't talk to your fellow billionaires. You don't.
Yeah,
learn.
because
I don't see it.
Because you have very few real businessmen in Nigeria. A bunch of rich people are just rent seekers. So when you've cornered your own part of the pie, you just keep quiet. So they're not interested in the real sector. And then when you have all these Indians coming into the real sector, they just rip you off. The rich guys in Nigeria don't really give a rat's ass about the real sector. So as long as they corner their own dollars that they're round tripping, or they corner their own subsidy payment, they don't care about. I mean,
But
you
see the need to do that. So look at telcos now, and you look at telcos and a few of those that they come together. You see even airlines. When you have your own that is doing the right thing, you have a say. You don't get free.
Exactly. Oh, and another thing with Nigeria, especially, is, for example, this airline that you mentioned is a good example. This Allen Oyema thing. For the longest, all the British Airways and all these foreign airlines, they will just pay Nigerians to frustrate a local carrier from using that bilateral agreement that we have. And that's why we've never really had anything for long. Local airline flying.
But you remember when MTN was fleecing Nigeria until Globalcom came into play?
Yeah,
we didn't have a second billing before. It was
a second billing. Yeah. So we don't. Many people don't want to do real business. So I think some of the cleanup Tinubu is doing, by the time he's done with the way he's going, by the time he's done, there will be no hiding place. You won't really have any dollar you're going to corner somewhere. That rent seeking will go down. Everybody will have to now play in the real sector. I hope that's the result of Tinubu's reforms, but that's what his reforms is dictating. Apart from the ECOPs, like the oil subsidy that
so we don't have a real business.
We're still playing.
It's your point. You don't have real businessmen in there.
We don't have enough of them. We have some, but we don't have enough.
Okay.
We need more. We need more. We need way more. And there are other areas in our economy that is not fully tapped. Like our stock market is undervalued. When you look at the profits that companies are declaring, if you look at a similar company in the United States or in South Africa, look at the evaluation. You see the evaluation is like 10 times.
How is it possible? 400% for a huge bank. I'm like, how? Where is the money coming from? It's crazy.
Look at a bank like GTB. Lean, mean profit machine. That's what you call that bank. Declaring profit similar to a bank like that is 3 times their size. And when you look at the evaluation on the stock market, it's nothing. I mean, nothing. But if you're doing that in kind of like New York Exchange, I mean, NASDAQ or somewhere, they will put billions of dollars into your stock. So there are areas like that that I want Tinubu to fix. The valuation of our stock is in tatters. There's tax reforms that needs to be done. There's the farming stuff that needs to be done. Those kind of areas, those are things we can do. I don't expect that will be a manufacturing hub or something like that. I don't think that's going to happen.
Are they still going to allow us to invest? Remember, there was you can invest in the stock in dollars. Remember when that came up a while back? Would that still be on hold?
I don't know. I don't remember that. Did that ever happen?
No. Like they were talking about, okay, you can actually invest in the Nigerian stocks, like with dollars, and where you can bring in more funds. But it never went anywhere. I think it was Cardoso and they've been talking about it a while back.
Well, the only thing I know is the new one, the bond one that they're bringing out. I won't be surprised. Anything that will make people bring dollars out of hiding and bring it into the market here is encouraged, because you're fixing the supply issue with that. You're fixing the supply issue. The demand issue is import substitution.
Let me ask you this. Why is it that like who's responsible for hiring these contractors? Is it like the governors, or like the state government, or the municipal government?
No, well, it depends on the kind of work. But a lot of the Indians you see, they hire themselves. They own their own companies. And then you have the likes of Dangote.
Who's giving them the contracts, though?
Well, some of them are not contract based. Some of them are just sales, and some of them are exporting. So, but from a contract perspective, other companies give them contracts. Government do give them contracts at times. So it's the entire economy that supports them.
Okay. So somehow they're finding a way to negotiate to get these contracts, get these jobs and stuff in Nigeria.
Yeah, they're cutthroat negotiators too. They'll beat you in price. So
okay, wow.
The economy allows them that, which is fine. The only part I don't like is the illegalities that they do. Trying to get preferential dollars, not declaring their exports out of the country, not recording the right figures. Those ones I don't like them, because that's just ripping the country off.
It's just we don't have proper it's just regulations, really. If we had tighter regulations, then the system can run itself. But Kulata, take us to Alan Oyema. I don't think we've heard from you on Alan Oyema. I think did Ajale want to come in? Take us to Alan Oyema, and then after that we go to Uptown, who I think is way past his bedtime.
Okay, Alan Oyema, excellent. Great guy. Glad that look, let's even thank the person we should be thanking Festus Keyamo for making this happen, right? Oyema, without Keyamo, Oyema would not have been able to pull it off. And so that's an area that I was condemning Keyamo in the past, that I think I've upgraded him. He's doing the right things. So now we get to be able to buy cheap tickets regardless of the airline, because now it's a free market. You have to compete. You get to be able to buy cheaper tickets to fly to UK, at least for now. So what do you expect? The British Airways, do you think they're going to let the cash cow just die like that? They will want to force Airpeace. They will want to force it to the ground. Like, what's the capacity Airpeace has compared to British Airways and Virgin or whoever flies that route? So, and one thing, they've always had all these discount tickets, right? That's part of their pricing, included all this fare buckets, but they don't have, the demand is always there, so there's no need to make those kind of like fares, all these discount fares. They don't need to make them available because the demand is there. Because when you look at it, even if you start paying all these cheap tickets on for these airlines, they're not going to stop giving you whatever miserable sandwich that they serve and start giving you peanuts because it's not driving anything in their cost. It's already factored in. They just don't sell those discount tickets to Nigeria. They sell it everywhere in the world, but they just don't sell it because Nigeria is a cash cow. So they will expect them to try and frustrate Oyema, like frustrate him to get out, to get him out. And it will be sad to see him get out because if they get him out, they're just going to go back and revert to expensive tickets again. So please, everybody that's traveling London to Lagos or Lagos to London, please buy ticket from Oyema and continue to engage that guy. He will not be able to financially outmuscle these guys. They will do everything to frustrate him, and we just need to be patriotic.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Well, kudos to Festus Kayamo. This is the first time I applaud him for doing a great job in Nigeria. That's when I say government needs to help our local investors. These are people that will make Nigeria great, not necessarily all this running about, going looking for foreign investors. When you help all these guys, they are capable of helping our economy. And listening to this guy interview, I can tell you that this guy has all it takes to make our aviation sector look very nice. So what the government needs to do, like what he's pleading on the national television today, is the support of the government, because even those guys that were trying to force him out of business, he explained how their government is supporting them, because even if they go taking as low as $300 for a flight ticket and all those stuff, he mentioned that even if that plane is full at it be that, they will not still make the money for the petrol. The government is supporting them. And what they are doing is just to force him out. So what the Festus Kayamo, what he has done is a very good one. And he has made it clear that he has compiled a lot of challenges he has faced in the past few weeks. So he's bringing it to the table of Mr. President. So for more support. Because when they achieve this aim now, what will happen is that they are going to double their ticket, and you guys will not be able to come back to Nigeria again, because now you guys now they pity for will not go come back again. The money go high. You understand?
Well, I can't say. I mean, I know he said the government is supporting them. I don't have any proof, or I can't validate that claim. And I don't know if government is supporting them, but they have enough financial muscle to compete. That's capitalism.
Coming to that financial muscle you are talking about. Most of them, he made some claim that most of them don't even own the airplane.
That's not the business model.
That's the kind of support they get. So, and our banking system is not doing banking. He made it clear. These are our bank that we have in Nigeria. They are just aim for big men that will put in dollar, change money, do a lot of nonsense in that banking system. They are not doing real banking in Nigeria.
Let me explain what's going on.
Let me ask you. Are you saying that the banks in Nigeria that they loan more money out to foreigners than like Nigerians?
They don't loan money. That's just the bottom line. They only loan money to very, very few people. Banks in Nigeria, their business model is not to loan money. And even if you're going to borrow, the interest rate is just ridiculously expensive. You need, it's more like favoritism to be able to get a loan in Nigeria. It's not as easy as it is to apply for a loan that you have in the United States. But the airline industry, globally, they lease. Most airlines do not buy their own planes. It's a leasing game. It's a finance game. And then they're able to get interest rates in the single digits. The problem with Nigeria, according to what Fayamo explained, there was a guy that leased a plane in Nigeria. And I think he had some issues. And the banks were trying to maybe collect the plane or something. I hope my story is right. The Nigerian guy now went to get a court injunction so they won't be able to take that plane from him. A plane that is leasing from an international finance company. When other banks hear that, do you think they'll want to like fund any Nigerian company to lease planes? Of course, no, because am I going to release my money so you can go to a shady court and now get some injunction? Then I will not be able to claim my own property because you bought it off my own money as the bank abroad. So that's how we killed ourselves. It's not about our bank not doing this and that. Our banks don't even have enough financial muscle to lease some of these planes, actually, to be honest with you. They're not that big. But for banks that will be able to do it that are abroad, you have the example of one guy, boneheaded guy, going to the court to get an injunction against, I mean, who does that? So we Nigerians, we really harm ourselves. It's not normal.
We have a lot of problem with we Nigeria, and that's what I understand from what this guy is saying this night. The banking system is not palatable, because if it is palatable, he would have gotten the support he needed from there. So I think the kind of competition he's getting out there, blinder routes, is no more palatable. So that's why he just come out to speak, to ask for more government support.
Yeah,
You
but
understand? And
here's
I
the
think
thing.
government
When you say government support, government cannot be picking winners and well, ideally, it's. I mean, let's
No,
just.
the guy, his capacity is even more than the foreign ones you are talking about, because almost all the plane he has today, he owned them. He owned them.
Yeah,
So
I
it's a
heard
plus.
that. I heard that, but I'm
It's a
not so
plus.
sure. I believe in to the great. I mean, to that extent, because I read somewhere that he was working with some Norway. What do you call it? No, someone that comes from Norway. Anyway, I'm not going to pronounce it. He's working from a company with Norway. He has a wet lease, maybe as a backup. He did claim that he owns his planes, but I just find that weird in an industry where many people don't outrightly own those planes. And how many planes did he say he was buying up? Because when you calculate the amount, we're talking about billions of dollars. So that math wasn't adding up in my head. So, you know, as a businessman, he has to say what he has to say. I'm not seeing his books. I know the spelling of no. I just can't spell it right now. Someone that comes from Norway. Anyway, I can't see his books.
Norwegian.
Norwegian. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't say his book, so I don't know the veracity of his claims that he owns all those airplanes and he's buying more. Because for you to be buying more, you have to be borrowing money. You cannot tell me you have that much cash sitting somewhere. I mean, if you had that much cash, you would have been bailing out Nigeria. So something about his story, the ownership model doesn't add up. To be frank, I just did not believe him. So who knows?
You know he has a dark underbelly, this Alan Oyema. I know we want to celebrate him, but he has a darker backstory.
It's not Oyema's money, it's Bayo Kuku's money, the Ondo Ijo guy. That's his business partner. That guy worked for what's the Niger Delta something fleeced that place. That's his business partner, but it's not, of course, not officially on Airpiece anything. The Airpiece guy is a nice guy and all. He's a full Nigerian. He's not tribalized or anything. But the Idon of the matter is with that Zibayo Kuku or something. That guy is from Ondo State. He's an Ijaw. He was the Niger Delta something at some point. So that money, I believe that money was part of that money will have come from there, and of course with other creative financing. So it's not just Oyema's shindig. There are other people involved. But I'm glad at least he can expand it. But let's just support him so they don't run them out of business.
You know, I have a feeling he will succeed, because it's about time. We don't want to be, how can we be having Ethiopian Air and we don't have a Nigerian presence in the sky? So we need him really.
But you see how clueless Buhari's government was. Imagine And me too, I was trying to rationalize that. Ethiopian
They
here
were
too.
too
They're just
ethnic. What their problem is? They were too ethnic. They just they,
like we were considering Ethiopia. Like I'm not going to deny it. I actually did try to rationalize it that, well, outside of South African Airlines, Ethiopian Airlines is the only indigenous, blah 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 blah, and they run this. So if we want to do Nigeria, and if they're not going to let private fly, why don't we use them? I rationalized it, but now thinking, I mean, hindsight, like what was I thinking? So it's, I mean, glad we have. I mean, Tinubu's government is gradually picking up. We'll talk about that maybe over the weekend.
But Kulata.
Yeah.
Another thing we'll be talking about, and I want you to be here for it. Uptown. Another thing we want to be talking about is the pathway to that 1 trillion. And because I still feel it's under ambitious, that $1 trillion economy, because I think it's achievable. And I think it's also under ambitious, but that's a wider topic. But yeah, Uptown, you wanted to ask.
Kulata.
Sir.
I'm glad you said you confessed that you're one of those that spoke
I
English.
rationalize it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I spoke
Let me
English.
use Emeka's phrase that spoke English behind it. And I know a lot of people like you. And the man you guys like to pick on was one of the loudest voices in that space that year.
Which guy? Which guy?
Wait, now, I think you know. That
Who
went
now?
to Arise and channels and was shouting that Nigeria Air cannot work. That no nation.
Which guy? Which guy?
We know the guy we're talking about. Let's not call his name, so there will be.
Is he the bald guy? Is he the bald guy?
The bald guy. I actually like the sound of that. But he's one of those few guys that kept hammering on that. Then people were like, "Oh, what's this man saying? I mean, we're talking about national carrier.
Is he talking about borehole engineer or what is he talking about?
He clearly he was very clear there where he was saying that what they are doing with Ethiopia Airlines, that this is what they should be doing with the local airlines. He explained himself in that interview, but people bashed him. I even think Lai Mohammed, no, not Lai Mohammed, the other guy, the liar, Lai Mohammed, yeah, that's him.
Lai Mohammed.
Yeah, I think he bashed back at him, he pushed back at him in that 2020 or so. You know, telling him that he doesn't know what he's talking about, blah 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 blah, and all that. But I'm glad you're one of those in the line Mohammed's side, and now we are switching.
No,
we'll be continuing for you guys.
I think I remember my argument. I remember my rationale. Sorry, not argument. I was like looking, okay, if they said airlines come and compete, that we want a national carrier, even though I said it then that I hated the idea of a national carrier. But if we were to go that route, and then they start like screening companies based on their technical competence, yes, Ethiopian Airlines will beat any local airline because they've been running operations for Ethiopia forever. And they're not just running for Ethiopia, they're running for other countries too. So in terms of like, okay, I remember exactly what I said. In terms of judging like who is more competent if it was like a proposal bid, I will rate Ethiopian Airlines over and above any local one. So that factored if you said, okay, I want to run a national carrier. But I said it will be good not to let government be involved in business. But if Buhari insists, then based on that criteria, Ethiopia Airline, well, it's still a dumb idea though, but that was my rationale. All right. So, yeah, woman, I think that's it for me.
All right, brother. Excellent. So that's Kulata, of course. Nwachukwu has been chasing you up and down. So there he is. We didn't have him locked up. He just had to take a break. So that's Kulata, of course. The majestic one. Uptown, you're up next. Shall we do 8 minutes and then just wrap it up? Because it's so late in the night. But Uptown, you're up next.
1 month.
Okay,
after you've rigged in two solid hours to Kulata.
Yeah, all right. Oh, okay.
I've not been here for like 3 weeks or a month now.
Yeah, now.
Okay. Okay. What about me? we come with almost the same frequency, Kulata. I think our frequencies are in the same.
All right, free flow at it. I suspect you've come to bat the fence for the graduate that Obi is doing in Zaria.
The bold entrepreneur.
Not only in Zaria, it's about it's about 24 borehole.
I've lost count, but good. I don't even know. It's already morning here, so
You know, they just picked this one. They didn't pick. They didn't ask the number of borehole and the number of people empowered.
No, they avoided us
That's
others like flag. Now they saw the one that fit into their
they
narrative.
saw the one that stood their narrative and they bring it out.
But, let me greet our audience first. Good morning. It's morning here, so good morning. Sorry. Good afternoon. Good evening, everybody, according to where you are. Like and subscribe as usual. If you love me, if you don't love me, still like and subscribe for people you love.
And by the way, people have been reporting your activities on Twitter to me. By the way, they always screen grab you and send it to me. But maybe I'll start sharing them with you. But carry on.
Do I have that much fans? They will have a break very soon because I will be going away for a couple of months, completely. But I'm sure they will get the most needed break they deserve. I'm sure. It's been back to back for over a year now. So one man free flow, or you want to pull me through the topics?
You can free flow, or you can start it with Peter Obi's. You know, no matter how you want to slice it, it's quite an unimpressive. I wonder why he would allow his name to be appended to something. Is it not an eyesore? This what we're looking at.
Okay. Before I comment on that, woman, your opening today, woman, you did say I was laughing like a mad person. Even the reviewer was calm. I hope the neighbors didn't hear me laughing because they'll be like, "Who is this foolish person?" I was laughing.
I have to go and listen back. Sometimes I just say a whole bunch of stuff, and I hope they come out the right way. That's what I usually do.
No, what makes me crack up so hard was how you switched. Okay, so you were reading out the so-called Northern Renaissance group, the unknown Northern group that bashed Obi, and then you were praising them to high heaven. Oh wow, the North has now spoken and rejected this guy. Oh wow, you see, when the North do this, and then when immediately we are done with that, you switched over to the next page, and it was Northern elders bashing people. And then you immediately switched 360 and was like, oh, Northern groups don't really matter. I mean, they are not speaking for the North. I'm like, Jesus Christ. In a second. You're going to make me laugh a bit. But the point is, you spoke about, I'm just going to follow I think the first thing you spoke about was the Northern groups. First of all, the Northern Renaissance, what they call it, group, is a Twitter group. And the head is that guy. That guy, he posted his tweets. His name is Saki Waspapin, a very notorious guy on Twitter, heading the Northern arm of APC bigotry group. You know, so him and his one man and his dog, that the ones that formed that Northern Renaissance group. So they have now issued statement. In fact, he issued it on his Twitter. I don't know how he got to that website you carried. Bashing will be like rabid dogs. So that's not solid because they're not representing any group. But what is solid is Northern Elders Forum. That is the officially recognized body that all Nigerians know, that you know, that I know. Northern Elders Forum. And who were they bashing? They were bashing Tinubu. I even heard when the guy reacted to the borehole projects by Obi in the North. You saw how it sounded towards it. Now compare it to your rebel Twitter so-called Northern Resonance Group led by What's Poppin'. And then you can easily tell what we're talking about. But one man, I'll be gone for a while, but in the short time I'm around, I'm going to make all my positions clear, as I always do, because what I do is...
Sorry, are you going away physically, or are you taking a break from the social media space? What do you mean you'll be gone for a while?
Not physically. What is my physically?
I mean, are you traveling, or are you just taking a break from social media?
Yeah, I'll be traveling. I'll be taking a break for social media as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, but I'll make sure I make all my stands clear, so that by the time I'm back, of course, I know I'll always be 80% right. So I'll keep on mocking you guys as I always do. As events unfold, I've said this before. With every passing day, this is almost 1 year after election, more than 1 year after election, actually. And we are still, it's almost like election is on Monday morning, next week, Monday morning. And we told you this before election, before even that election, when people were rambling around, making some ridiculous political analysis. One man, there's a guy called Very Dark Man, and there's a phrase I'm going to borrow from him this night. He usually says, "You're going to learn, and you're going to learn the hard way." That's what you usually say. So I'll borrow his phrase today. You're going to learn.
Sorry, before you carry on, is that guy, is he encroaching on Daddy Freeze's space? Because I noticed that Daddy Freeze has been going after him a little bit. So are they battling for the same sort of, is it the same demographic?
Yes, it's different. Yeah. Oh, you're spot on. The same demographic. So I guess the two male gossip have finally clashed. I think that space is quite irritating. I'm close to Daddy Freeze personally, but that space is really.
Can you bring him on? Although he charges a fee, doesn't he? So I don't think, and I'm not willing to pay.
He's.
I'm not paying anybody to come on. You should pay me to come on, not
He's too into the money thing. That Freeze does not do friendship or knowing anybody. He's just way excessively into financial.
No, I've never seen anything like it. The way it goes after. Anyway, carry on. It's a lot.
I'm gonna talk about him. So yeah.
When I will say if you can do super chat, it's okay. He will say if you would die, you're dead. Man, but have you seen him in action? That guy, man. I wonder why do people follow him? I've tried to pay attention. I find him very difficult to listen to.
I was worked with him.
Because it's a Romanian guy. Is he from Romania? Where is he from?
Mom, yeah, Romanian. She's a vice chancellor of the university in Nigeria. Yeah, so half Romanian, half Nigerian. So one man, that space is not really my kind of space. I don't fancy the ideas of grown men with muscle behaving like women, like literally just gossiping and.
I just recently found out that that Very Dark guy is actually he plays for the other side. He's he prefers his own gender. I was shocked actually. Of all of the girls that he could have been getting, so many. What a waste! I just thought,
Oh man, who's telling you this? What you're saying now?
Is it not? Does it not pay for the other side? Is that not?
Oh man, who are you asking?
No, I'm not. This is your space now. You know all this sort of. Are you not? You're a show business guy now. Eh?
Yeah, I am. I'm not his. I'm not his bedroom.
No, when he was arrested, a lot of it was there's so that in fact he's openly gay, isn't he? Is he not?
I think he may have lived certain kind of lifestyles in the past when he was broke and all that. According to
right. So, okay.
Now this before is almost putting him. I mean, that's what he wants to paint and all that. But
because he's actually in his. I didn't hear it all, but in the reportings they said he has openly admitted to are partaking in some of those excesses?
Yes, actually, you're correct. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. I won't speak further on that. I don't know if paths will cross for business.
So sorry, let's carry on. Let's get back to politics, safer grounds. Yeah, you're in Lagos. That's your community, by the way. Yeah, those Ikoyi Lekki said, aren't you? And that's where
not
he.
a Lagos boy. That idiot in Lagos. So what am I saying? That boy is not a Lagos boy. He's an Abuja boy. Now that's where
Okay.
See, we are not like that in Lagos. So it's always the Abuja boys that is just so nasty. We are not like that.
There's a lot of nastiness coming out of Abuja. That sort of,
those are large boys now. All those
God.
Boys in Abuja. I mean, I visit every now and then, but I mean, Lagos boys are more coordinated, more equal.
Yeah.
Don't do.
All right, carry on.
Yeah. So I just borrowed this slang. You're gonna learn, and you're gonna learn the hard way. One man. So eventually, we are still here, and as time goes on, you will learn why I said the first time I came to the platform that the guy that came into your space, which is your political space, is an astute marketer. He's a legendary deal breaker, a vendor, a trader, a marketer, a brand influencer, a PR guy. These are the brains behind the popularity of Amalura in Nigeria, Budweiser, before international breweries had to come in because they have wetted the grounds for Budweiser in Nigeria.
And a borehole engineer.
You cannot have that,
No.
Let me play a bit before we start. So go and check the brains behind the brand influencing of Budweiser in Nigeria. Heinz, Amarula, and all of these things that brought in these breweries companies into Nigeria because of that. So this guy knows in his palm the act of marketing, pitching. He can literally make you buy anything. But these are the histories nobody wants to go into. Everybody just like, he was just a governor. Then nobody wants to dig into anything. He just flew from nobody to who he is today. And the borehole he commissioned a couple of days back. After commissioning there, Zaria, he went to meet the emir of Zaria. And that's why if you guys are saying this thing, you're saying your cute little platforms. I'm like, oh, there they are again. This is where they were hanging when I was telling them.
How many did they commission in Zaria?
2.
Only
so when he
and you are calling him a great marketer.
Calm down now, Baba. Let me.
And that was enough for him to meet the emir. Is that enough to meet the emir?
Wait.
Just two of these sort of thing, and then he missed the emir.
Calm down. One man, I'm going to send you the video. The emir said Obi was his employer, his very first employer. He was an employee of Obi for years, mentored under him. He called another guy that Obi mentored that went ahead to go into Stanbic Bank. And he said a lot of things about Obi. And the things that Obi, through Fidelity Bank, did in Zaria years back. The fundings they did with schools, go and watch the video. You'll be proud when an emir is saying all of this and you're like, nobody told us all these stories. The same way people were shocked when they went to the Caliphate and the Sokoto, it's not emir, I guess. It's what one man, if you can correct me. It's not emir of Sokoto, right? One man.
No, go ahead. We're listening to
sorry, the Sultan.
Sultan of Sokoto, thank you.
Yeah.
Correct. That's how shocked people when they were talking about when he went to Sultan of Sokoto, and Sultan of Sokoto took almost 1 hour talking about their experiences in their 30 years friendship, how he was a tenant of Obi, Obi was his landlord, how they did this, how they did that, you know.
Why didn't he influence, voters to vote
No,
for
the
him
type
last
no
election?
Aja, don't it's not you are coming to an election just few months to the election, and Lemia is going to turn the ground upside down for you.
Oh, it's going to turn in the next 4 years.
No, I'm not saying that either. I just answered your question for the one you asked. But the point I'm making is when Obi tell you that he has more contact than any other politician in Nigeria. He actually made that statement in Harvard last year.
Are you guys serious?
Why do you guys always do this? Why do you lie to yourself on this thing?
Wait now.
He has more contact than any politician in Nigeria, and yet he couldn't win the election.
Calm down. Even I was even laughing when one man, when you were talking about Paul Onwasibe. Paul Onwasibe in his Facebook post called Obi his boss. He's a fellow investor. Obi is a serial investor like him. I did a lot of business together. Paul Onwasibe, the landmark guy you were hailing and all of that. You know? But you guys but then I mean let's just move on.
No, Uptown. The point is that, sir.
Baba, please.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. The point is, you don't have to know all contacts.
He even said that they
hold on. Let me finish my point.
Many bots together.
Hold
the
on.
Same way, if you ask the Stanbic guy, they will tell you about Obi's experiences in different bots where he met Obi, different places where the businesses they did together, the fundings they did, both in the north. People always have a lot of things to say. People in the high places.
Uptown, I want to ask Babaja. You know, Babaja is talking like this because he's a man. Somebody was attacking Obi a few days ago, and the Babaja is not sitting well with it. So you don't understand that angle. And the Showere he's backing. What does Showere do to even win his?
Not on my time. Not on my time, please.
His local government.
Again, please, not on my time, please. You know.
No, it's just Babaja talking. The guy is because the reason why Babaja is talking like this tonight is because Showere is posting nonsense against Obi some days back, and the obedience are tackling him on the internet, and he's not sitting well with Babaja. And the Showere he is backing that, and you are claiming that somebody is not popular, but your own candidate has been contesting the election for how many years now? The best year he did.
Are you saying he's becoming Atiku? What are you saying?
Even Atiku is better than himself. Atiku is better than him in every level. You cannot compare him with Showere is not there. Showere has never gotten a vote that win a local government election now. Check it now.
And so what is your point?
His vote cannot win him. The number of votes he gets every election cannot win him a local government election. So what is he doing to improve his political career? Now he's in abroad enjoying his family. Tweeting nonsense.
I think Uptown just wants to give us his delivery so that his submission so that I can go to bed. I think that
I honestly don't want dramatics.
Yes, Karen.
So, Obi is playing what they call anybody that is a footballer here. He's playing all wings. He's playing low and high. He's playing his what are we doing now? So he's playing his own personal designed brand of politics, which no other politician plays his kind of politics. Only Obi knows how he plays his politics. Only Obi knows how he climbs his own political ladder. And he has been working for him. But while he's playing his personal brand of politics, he's also playing on the top as well, with high-level negotiations, which I'm aware of, which I can't say here, sadly. But I'm happy you read about the Northern Elders Forum, and you always talk about what people, you are more concerned about what people don't say than what they say. So if you carry that phrase in mind, then go back and read that communique and listen to what they don't say more that time. But the point is, like I told you, this guy is hawking politics in a way nobody knows. It's strange to everybody. In 2022, he designed 2 plans, one for the north, one for the south. And I've said this before in the platform last year. He wanted to begin with the north. He went to the north. There were roadblocks. They put roadblocks everywhere for him. That's why he began his campaign in Nasarawa. Remember, we laughed at him because he couldn't fill up even a quarter of the field in Nasarawa. If you remember, one month we hosted a whatever here where we actually laughed at him. That was his first outing. We were like, what's this guy doing? Look at what he's doing in Nasarawa. Yeah, some say. Fun facts, he actually won Nasarawa. Fun facts. But after we have mocked him, he won it. He couldn't gather people in the field, but he won the state. But then after Nasarawa, he left the north, if you noticed, because Dati and some stakeholders told him to go back to the south, let them know how they can water the ground, because a lot of obstacles have been put on his way. He has to suspend his northern plan and start implementing his southern plan. Did he implement it very well? Yes, because he won the south. He got over 4 million votes. Tinubu was trailing with 3.4 million behind him. So he won the south. He was able to probably implement maybe 30% hurriedly because of the time in the north. That was still able to get him over 2.1 million votes in the north in that election. Even though it was just hurriedly, just to implement some, still got 2.1 million votes. Well, elections are over. He told you clearly then that this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. He has brought out his northern plans again to complete it, what he couldn't complete in that 8 months. And people are raking. When we tell you that, there's something Baba Alexander Gomez said here one day that I'm like, okay, he's either he knows Obi or he knows somebody very close to Obi that is willing to tell him the truth. He says 2 things are genuine about Obi: his humility, and second, the most powerful tool he has is his unassumingness. I crafted that word. So he's very unassuming, very unpredictable, very. And Babajide of TVC called him slippery. When I was listening to him yesterday on TV, he said Obi is a slippery politician. So, what I'm doing is preparing your mind so that that place you guys were in 2023 is a lot. You have not scratched the surface of who he is, of what he can do, of you have not scratched any surface. That's why you keep always behaving like water is. You are drowning inside water anytime he makes an extra move. Now he has made another one, and the way you guys laughed at him at Nasarawa when he pulled the 1 man and his dog. 1 man, I remember that's the phrase he used. I have a very attentive memory. He said Obi pulled 1 man and his dog campaign in Nasarawa, which he later won the state. The mockings every day. The enigmatic lost his $1,000, right? To Des. Okay. Des didn't give me my partnership of the money.
I am very pleased about that too. I didn't even remember. Now you remember. I am very happy. Now I can relax. So now let's chop that money from enigmatic.
I had a deal with Des. I told Des, stake this, but I know you're gonna win it, so you don't mean my 20%.
I will go for another one in the next election. Unless if Obi didn't come out. And I'll go with 1 man.
Yeah, Des slide me. He didn't give me 20%. I'm putting it as I'm registering it in the platform now. He didn't give me 20%. I also pushed him to bet on Lagos. He couldn't master the courage. I told him, bro, I'm on ground. Forget all these people or hanging on the air and saying, oh, this cannot happen. Oh, we cannot win Delta. We are Okowa, the sitting governor, is running for vice president. How is it possible? You guys are amateurs. You guys are infant politicians. Then the ones that will come with English, high falutin English, they will come and speak. How can Okowa, a sitting governor, lose to his state to Obi? What structures does he have in Delta? You talk about Lagos, that's like, oh, you have committed the biggest crime. How can you even imagine in your wildest dream? Asuwaju State, Femi Gbajabiamila is there, Fashola is there, oh, Sawolu has power of state, power of coercion, everybody, story. If you do not do your homework, even if you're a veteran, a child will make a better prediction more than you if you don't do your homework. It's as simple as that. Because why? Change is constant. And art is different from science. You can mix different colors and get something, and mix another color and get another thing. You get what I'm saying? So if you're not really updated, if your ears are not on the ground, you will always flop. You will always make a mockery of somebody that will end up being a mockery of yourself.
So Obi won the election and is now the president of Nigeria.
That is the only way you guys used to cover up. But we all know that we've spent months in the platform. We couldn't have spent months and years.
Is that not the ultimate objective for all of these flowery and flowing things you say?
No.
Out of everything you say, and the object of the exercise is to become the president of Nigeria, which he is not.
Let me tell you why that's
Obi is the president
of let me reply, Baba, if Showore has gotten what Obi got in the last election, Showore would have pulled Nigeria down. I'm telling you that. If he have gotten what Obi has gotten in the last election, he would have the confidence to go on the street to ask for his revolution. But quite unfortunate, he couldn't win a local government.
But again,
he's very sure of that.
I don't know why you're
Obi is the president of Nigeria. To you people, you are seeing him as the president of, and that is unfortunate thing. All of you are looking at Obi as the president of Nigeria today. I don't know where you people, I don't know what you people
Ajale Koko, do you know what my concern is? My concern is that it's going to be worse in 2027 than it was in 2023. Because for all of the pragmatic, how many sessions did we do when we explained everything to these people and they went on this just hooray, Henry.
90% of your explanations failed flat on their head.
The only thing that was being explained is that this person is going to win the election, and this is why this person will come second, and this is why. We
didn't spend 1 year talking about win or no win. No.
How many spreadsheets did we do here that told us Tinubu will be the president?
He forgot that he brought a spreadsheet that
even his own spreadsheets told us Tinubu will be president, so we all knew.
Okay, good. One man, you actually have a retentive memory. I wanted to actually remind you that even my own spreadsheet didn't give an outright win to Obi. That means I was realistic. Every single thing.
But look. Anyway, just do it. But you know, the one thing. Let me just say this, and then you carry on. The one thing that I want you to retain. So if you say you have that retentive memory, so mark this down. The permutation for 2027 does not open a window for Peter Obi. It doesn't. Well, hold on. Whatever it does in the north, it doesn't really matter. Whatever they are saying, the northern, it doesn't really matter. We're talking about a power game, and we're talking about vested interest. So those vested interests are vested along tribal religious greeds. So they're not going to. Why would a northerner vote for Peter Obi?
Even with the northern elders saying that they regret
why would a northerner vote for Peter Obi in 2027? Can you think of one reason why they would?
Are you willing to listen to me now?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. 1 month. Can I ask you one question?
Carry on.
Let me just pick one of the things that there are several things that happens in the last election. Let me just pick one. Can you tell me why? Can you give me an explanation? And I don't want you to deviate from the explanation you gave before election. Can you give me an explanation why Obi will defeat Governor Okowa in his state? Why he's on the ticket to be vice president?
Why he would defeat Governor Okowa?
Sitting Governor Okowa in his state. Why he's on the ticket to become vice president?
You mean I don't. Governor Okowa. Sorry, which state was that?
Delta State, Okowa State.
Yeah, but that's all part of that.
Governor Okowa.
It doesn't really matter now.
Vice president.
Sorry,
in a major party.
No, don't worry. No, don't worry about all that. You can hinge hope on that. But do you understand what I've just said?
You're giving me an explanation. I need a
No.
logical.
Hold on. Do you understand what I've just explained?
You cannot not answer my question. I want me to understand yours.
No. I don't even understand your question, and I don't think it's pertinent to this conversation. The only thing I'm asking you is, can you think of because we've done all the permutations of Nigerian politics, and the vote from the North always decides. So what I'm asking you is, in 2027, can you think of a reason why the North will vote for Peter Obi? Can you think of one? I can't.
Okay. That's why you're telling me, you asked me a question, and I asked you the same question, citing another example. You couldn't give me an answer. And you want me to give you an answer for the same structure of question.
Because that example is so narrow.
I have answer for you now. They will vote for him because he has built the
This is it. They want good governance. They are fed up with bad governance, and they want good governance. See, this is it. They will cry even harder in 2027 because we are telling them all these things.
I don't like all these rhetorics now. We have.
Okay, carry on.
All these, they will cry harder. Oh, they are amateurs. Oh, they just came into politics. We've labeled that already.
You see, if the answer to the question that I've asked you tells you what will happen in 2027. If you can answer why the North will vote for Peter Obi, then that tells you what happens in 2027. It's as basic as that.
Did you do science in school?
Don't worry, I did Yoruba studies.
Before I fall asleep, Uptown, let me repeat one man's question in another way. What is it?
Mine if you do
wait, hold on. What is it for the North to vote for Obi? What are they going to gain from him?
Mine.
I wasn't listening to yours, but what are they going to gain from him after doing 4 years?
I'm willing to answer you. Can I ask one? Give one.
Do borehole in Zaria. What are you
can I answer it? Can I ask you?
Okay. Don't ask me a question now. Why are you being such a Nigerian?
Why would they want to go for 12 years of president from the south?
Of the Southern presidency for 12 years.
Why are you dodgy? The only last card that you guys have is actually predictably what you guys have flaunted.
No, they're asking to put yourself in their shoes.
I'll tell you that I know what you're talking about.
Put yourself in their shoes is what they're asking you. If you're why would you go for Peter Obi is what they're asking you? It's not that complicated.
Calm down. Are you calm now? You're calm, Abi.
Just that alone. You're a Lagos boy now. You should understand Yoruba.
10 hours.
Uptown, that alone. Why should they vote for Peter Obi?
Calm down.
He can't answer that question because the answer to that question is the dawning of reality. Reality dawns.
Because Tinubu is not doing anything in the North. He's not offering them
platform. To their platform. Let
Tinubu will not win the North.
Give the answer.
Wait.
Okay. Since you refuse to answer,
platform.
The answer is going to be
brainstorm
because cost of bread for APC is not different from cost of bread for Labour Party.
He is going to move the Nigeria from consumption to production, and the North is going to be the center of it. The North is going to be the center of it. Which people don't have the idea.
The production. Two boys have started the production.
Come on, you know you're joking, right? You know you're not being serious right now.
Can I continue?
Oh, I'm not. I'm serious. I know what I'm saying because the opportunity. What Obi is going to do to turn the economy of the Nigerian is centered on the North, which the current government doesn't. Let me finish it up. The current government don't even have the idea. They're just doing some bond and all those just going about just a temporary solution. But the permanent solution to Nigerian economy problem lies on what Obi is preaching to the Northerners, which is consumption to production, and they're going to be the center of it. We have the land there. We have all it takes. So the message is clear. And they were not, and the Niger State governor has confirmed it If we want to make progress, we have to listen to Mr. Peter Obi, which is my boss. You understand? And when he made that statement, a lot of APC like Ekulata begin to bash him. But he has made it clear that the message of Obi to the Northerners is very clear. If we really want to move on or be productive as a nation, and many of them are buying into it.
You know the funny thing.
You understand?
You know what's really funny? Woman, see, as hard as Obi is working to try to, build that bridge in the north, his followers are working 10 times harder to destroy that bridge. This borehole that he built, if you see there's this one Igbo girl like that, the Hypovian, I don't even know which one that she's obedient or Hypovian. This girl, you see what she was saying about about that borehole. She was disrespecting the Northerners, saying stupid people, they were drinking from gutter. Now we'll be trying to give them borehole. And they are see the way they get it, he saw them. I'm like, oh my God. He just killed the effort they will be making.
Again, please.
The guy just destroyed the effort. So that effort will be did now. His followers are it's like the guy they fetch water, they help on the point inside baskets,
We're not paying. We're not paying.
Yeah. His followers really want to do the job for the opposition. Mike, forget it, man.
Mike, make I finish with that.
The fact of the matter is,
make I finish now.
I make I do my interjection finish. They tell you bitter truth. I don't say the pill is bitter.
This is not interjection. You're asking any question.
All my Southwesterners that voted for Obi, 90% of them, they have changed their mind now. They say they will never go back and vote for him again. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Kulata, I'm not going to be here to start divulging heaven and earth, but be rest assured that high level politics is going on. Be rest assured that deals are going on. Be rest assured that very soon, a lot of people are thinking about single term for 5 years in different quarters of the political space right now. So let's not even go into all of that. Let's stick to the ones we are seeing on social media.
Uptown, you go school now. Single term for 5 years can only come with an amendment, constitutional amendment. Is it Tinubu that's going to amend it for you? You guys, I swear to God, Uptown. Uptown, you be smart guy.
Even if they do, may I do my 5, do 9 now. You go do 9 years.
One man should I drop? I mean, it's getting annoying anyway.
No, carry on. Bring them that space. We interject here, but bring them that space, and then I'll take it somewhere else.
I like interjections, but when you can't even allow anybody to make just left, right, and now. I mean, I like banters, but sometimes let's just play a little bit. So I'm not going to go into that, and trust me, I'm not uneducated. When you want to make the subterfuge, you're educated, you should know there's a considered amendment. I know all that. Let's not go there. So nobody's talking about Tinubu is going to do it. He's not going to do it, so forget about that.
So go there. How about you go there then? I'm challenging you. Go there.
Go where? What's the question you're posing?
Plata, you are allowed to speak to a length now. Are you?
Hold on. Let them have the conversation. Yeah.
He said people are talking about a single 5-year term. And in anybody's mind, it takes a constitutional amendment to get that. And since it takes a constitutional amendment to get that, and you have a sitting president that's going to go for election except he dies, so go there. How's that going to happen?
It's going to happen because that's the idea. A lot of elders are buying. So somebody like Tinubu cannot implement it. So they need someone that can implement it. Yeah, they need somebody that will implement it. Tinubu is not ready to restructure, which a lot of elders are asking of him. Even Afenifere and the Middle Belt Forum, a lot of them are asking of him for restructuring. And now it's in clear terms, it's now understand that Tinubu is not ready for restructuring. He wants this criminality to continue playing around our political system. So the others are against it. So, and that's the idea why so people like Afenifere supported Obi for that reason, for that restructuring, 5 years term, and all those stuff. You understand? So when Tinubu is not ready for it, they are going to go for somebody that's ready for it. We want to move Nigeria forward, not all this beating around the bush, trying to create 8 years presidency that is not working.
Is that your final answer, or do you want to phone a friend?
Please, Kulata.
Sorry, Uptown. I know you don't like your flow. You know, Peter Obi cannot promise them that he's going to serve for 5 years. There's a whole raft of process to change the constitution to allow for that, and it needs a very strong input from the sitting president, whoever he is, for that amendment to take place. So it's not in the will or gift of Afenifere or anybody.
Woman,
you know. So and
what I'm telling you about
Obi cannot also campaign on the promise that he's going to serve for 5 years, because that would be disingenuous, and that will be it will be defeated. It will be laughed away. So forget all of that.
Let me respond to you, and I'm going to do it summary. Now, no amount of pushing will make me go further than I will. Woman, the idea of double term 8 years is fast going against interest of many political players. I'll stop it there. With the borehole you're talking about.
All right. Start to wrap up that borehole space, and then I'll take you to a couple more topics.
Yeah. Woman, from now till when I'm out of social media, I'll keep saying you're gonna learn, and you're gonna learn the hard way. You see all this mocking. Oh, this is how it was done in 2003. Oh, this is how the calculation was drawn. Hey, you cannot change the political map. But somebody changed the political map in 2023, redrew it, and changed it from Y to Z shape. Oh, you cannot change it. This is usually like this.
No, but the political map has not changed, though. So sorry, Upcom, but
the pictures of this political map since 1999. Have you put them side by side?
Look, forget all of this, whatever it is. The political map has not changed. Anyway, carry on. Is your belief? So why am I even? Sorry, just carry on.
Even this have been discussed in Channels TV with these guys and Chew, where they placed all this political map in Nigeria.
Don't worry, Shehu is not Kulata, and his guest is not Babati. So we know what we are talking about. Get all of those. What we forget, Shehu.
Kulata is not going to, as much as Kulata would want to have that kind of power, he can't come and reshape or use English to reshape the fact that the political map changed drastically for the first time in 1999. But again, you're gonna learn, and you're gonna learn the hard way. What you will be seeing, I guarantee you, is only 30% of Obi's moves. That's what you'll be seeing on your Twitter. That's what you'll be ranting about. And we'll also keep you busy with that, so you don't go and plan some mega whatever for us. So you'll be ranting about borehole. Oh, the borehole is not tarred. Then the borehole you were mocking, the guy that supervised the locals that were contracted to do that borehole told the story on Twitter Space today that borehole was drilled twice. The problem in the north, people that have not gone to the north, these Lagos boys that later went to UK, or the ones that went from Ekiti to London, or from Oyo to Canada. When we talk about certain parts of Nigeria, they just say, oh, my auntie is living there. And that's it. It's very difficult to get water in the north. In certain areas of the north, extremely difficult. Which is why most of their House of Rep members, senators, run away from that, even with the gross. That's the poll conducted in the north. The margin of which water needs was using to give gap to the second need that was following it. The margin was extreme. But you thought maybe Obi just woke up and decided that's where to go. He could have done so many things, but he is a guy that works with data. This is a guy that works with science. He always commissions data. He always wants to scientifically follow things. But you're okay. He's a
Uptown, I want to say something. You know, the difficulty of getting the water from in the northern side. You know, I can see the kind of excitement. That one that happened in that cattle
If you see the level of
environment that they
excitement,
couldn't
you
get
know.
water. The kind of excitement in the face of that, you've seen that water alone.
Actually,
Brings a lot. It brings a lot of, and I want somebody like a one man to go there and tell them that this water is not.
They will stone him.
The borehole is
They
not
will literally
standard.
stone him.
The kind of excitement I see in their face, the way they will beat you, with this your one man platform, the way they will beat you.
Ekene, Madam Jabba.
Because they are telling you even their cattle, it's very hard for them to get water to train those cattle. And the one man came there and they gave them
Obi
that
went to
water.
do a $5 water project, and you are here shouting,
What,
"Come on now, come down!
one man,
You can do better
one
than
man.
that now."
Can you just check your Instagram? I want to show you a sample of a borehole in Zaria. It's the same locale that will be drilled the zone. You'll see compare and contrast.
All right.
Malam Jabber on Twitter Space speaking about the experience they had in that particular locality.
Yeah, is this in Zaria as well? Are you saying?
That's in Zaria that they said, it's so difficult to build borehole that Obi had to build a shabby one.
Why didn't he build this? Why didn't he build this?
Wait,
You see that one? You see there's solar panel on top of that.
Kulata, can I ask you something? Can I ask you? You know, some of you that are not traders or don't do business, there are certain things, the elitism is too much. Do you know there are certain parts of the north? You just gave me this wonderful location. There's certain parts of the north where they can't even service some of the things, complicated things that involves in this particular borehole you showed us.
No, this is in Zaria. Same place Peter Obi built his.
No. Zaria is not just one. You just say, "Oh, this is Zaria." Do landmass.
Yeah, but it's still within the same city, not the. Look,
no, it's not about the same. It's just like saying
all right.
You came to
Okay.
You went to
okay. So where Peter Obi built this is more difficult, Abi.
Listen, one man. The place that borehole was is not even for that particular one you're even talking about. It's not even for a community. It's for a particular livestock market there. And those guys said that for 30 years, most of them trek miles across to Niger State, to Niger Republic, actually, to be able to access water. And then it causes a lot of their lifestyle to die. They incur a lot of losses. And for several decades, I think 30 years or so, most of them have not seen the representative of that space. They have not seen him. They only see him on
so you are saying this has solved a 30-year-long problem. If only they had the thought, they were going to do it. Oh God! You make it so easy, man. You make it so easy. But carry on.
One man. Anyway, I mean, I'm not expecting you guys. I mean, I've been on this for 2 years, so pushback is normal to me already. But I'll still explain. That's my job. Even the emir made a statement. He said, "What you have done, is an indictment to us, and we appreciate you for that. It's an indictment to us and to the elected officials. But when you guys come, and this is, let me make a side comment. I feel the guy that did that tap, whatever, could have done a better job. He could have done a better job, but that's it. But then Obi has done series of borehole in the last 3 months. That has never made it to the news because nobody has ever seen it.
Are you able to show one that is better than this that he did?
I sent you a video on your Instagram. So in that particular livestock market, what Obi wanted to do there was a hand pump because that was the most feasible, according to what they checked in terms of electricity, access to electricity in that space, and so many other things they considered. That was what they were doing, and they couldn't get water there to do the hand pump. Obi had to site the borehole somewhere further, dig it, the normal borehole, and had to connect it down to the meat market to for somebody to donate a side of his fence for him to put their taps for them there. Until they find reason, they find a way to now do the actual manual one, because this was going to give them troubles. I mean, with powering it, with electricity, with this, with whatever they're going to use. So he knows it's not going to be very visible. And even on Twitter, go. And again, let me appreciate you guys. Kulat, I don't know whether you're one of the guys that did the magic today. Thank you so much for the PR. It was exceptional. The PR, the free PR from the APC camp was mad. Like, I was almost wanting to hail you guys, but I can't hail you guys. The PR was massive, very massive. Because if you go to Arewa Twitter, for the first time since I've been monitoring that space since 2022, for the first time, they were pushing against each other, because some obviously wanted to lean with APC, and then their members within the space was pushing back at them. Some was even giving it an Islamic interpretation. The priority Islam places on water above every other element on earth. And so I was just watching that space. I was watching the banter between them, and it's a space I always monitor because I'm a PR guy. We've done PR for record labels and music artists, so we know these things. We watch algorithms and all that, just to know opinions and all that. So I'm like, wow, what is going on in this Arewa algorithm? I was like, okay, Pio, that's it. This is online, no. Of course, we are hearing the one that is happening offline. But the larger point is,
but there is a particular group also that commended him after that Arewa tweet now.
Yeah.
That one came out to condemn those that tweet.
One man cannot carry
One man will not carry that one. He carried the one that suits his narrative.
He carried what's popping. That APC guy. He's one man and his dog group.
I thought we had Mike. As Mike disappeared. Oh, okay, carry on.
So that's the one.
All right. Start to bring it home. Uptown. Yes. I wasn't really figuring for a very long session. So start to bring it up. Yeah.
So the whole summary of the thing is, Obi is doing both his ground job. I mean, much to the pain of so many people, because a lot of people that predicted back-to-back predictions. Oh, when Obi lose, Southeast will be on fire. That's what Zita said. Ooh. It's even Southeast that even stop the protest. Immediately Southeast said they won't protest. All the protests in the country off. What did I say when Zita said that? I told Madam Zita, there won't be one man and his dog won't be on the street when Obi lose election. One man and his dog in the Southeast will not be on the street. It happened like that. So a lot of predictions. Oh, immediately election, February 25 is over. Oh, that is the end of this, and we move on. I said it's not going to happen. It's still not happening, because I know exactly what is on ground. I know it's a marathon, not a sprint. Good. So the point is that what we did before 2023, arguing, because we are focusing more on the South, arguing on the South, killing ourselves, people we are putting bets. I'm sure you see that his Southern agenda, political move, strategy, he implemented it in 8 months, and he won the South. That means he won them, the governors, senators, all of them joined together, including his opponent, Asuwaju, including the other guy in the PDP, his state. He won all of them. Even my governor in Anambra, he cleared all of, even the ones, the one blabbing in Edo, he kicked all of them away. Wike had to almost commit suicide just to deliver to Tinubu, whereas Irev is saying otherwise. So it is clear. This guy have already given you a sign that, see, I am a go-getter. I'm a guy that sets an agenda and takes you over. I'm a guy that you're going to shout at me in a bank as a customer, and I tell you, officer, I'm going to take over this bank, and 4 years later, he takes over the bank. This is a guy that sets his targets and never ends. And one man, I sent you a video by Arewa during the election, what he said on TVC. When Babajide was telling him, oh, after the election, this whole thing will end, he was like, no, I know Obio. It will not end, though. I'm telling anybody that win this election, if it's Asuwaju, you better hold Obi and contain him, because if you don't do, that guy will remove you from office. One man, I sent you the video. That video was done hours to the announcement of this thing, because people like Arewa, they know Obi. Actually, funny enough, some of them in that space knows him so much, and they fear him. A lot of them fear him. So people call him a dangerous politician, not because he has political songs or this thing, but because his political style is something they can't it's dark. He has a darkness to it that you don't know. You think he's not moving, but he's moving. Before you look your back, he's here and there. So you can't really catch him. Like Babajide called him last night, a slippery politician. So he did his agenda in the South in the last election. He won the South with he started from ground zero, nothing to build on, 0 to 4 million. Even the North, that he wasn't even able to implement up to 30% of his plans there because of obviously people like Malam El-Rufai, people that have used Muslim tickets.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you because I wanted you to bring it to a crescendo, but it did not start from ground zero. It started from it started from an ethnic stock. So that's not ground zero. So it started from the Southeast. It started from.
How did it start from Southeast? I don't understand. How did it start from Southeast?
It started. Look, Obi did not. Obi, the moment he announced his election, his candidature, he already had however many the complements of the Southeastern votes were.
How?
So that's not ground zero.
Haneze wasn't.
For reasons of ethnicity.
One man, every politician.
We know that. So it didn't start from ground zero.
One man, every politician has a base. Unless we are an Olodo politician, and we know the Olodo
So it didn't start from ground zero, though. It started from an ethnic stock. Yeah.
There's one man. What you are doing is attempt to gaslight, an attempt to diminish.
Sorry. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Am I wrong to suggest that a lot of Igbo Southeasterners, even the majority of them, they back Peter Obi because it's their clansman? Am I wrong? No. Answer that question. Don't turn it into something. Okay, carry on. But you must answer questions directly at some point.
Let me answer you about starting from ground zero, insinuating that every major politician that come from Southeast and declare for president will start from ground zero. That is wrong. Orji Zokalu came out. He didn't.
That wasn't the question. Now you see, this is what you always do. They would not vote for Okorocha because what I'm saying. No. We've had all these regurgitations, but I'm not even. Can you just?
It's not just not from that. It's one man. What are you talking about?
Sorry, do you mind? No, let me just ask the question now.
Okay. Ask the question. He's trying to answer you. You are trying to divert. He's trying to answer you. He's not trying to. He's will be the first person to come out to contest from that.
All right. Do your thing. If you want to stay there, stay there. But I think people understand what I'm saying.
One man, I think more people even understand exactly what I'm saying. Because what you made it look like is, he's a Southeastern politician, so automatically, as he's declared, obviously we have the ethnic stock behind it. I told you that it is not a default thing; it's an Obi thing. Because
all right, it's not an Obi thing; no, it's a default thing. Because the Southeasterners are extremely ethnic. Actually, do you consider that? That's hold on. Do you concede that the South?
Let's speak to data now. When we
all right. Okay, carry on. Carry on.
This is not these other platforms now. We are always, when we talk about facts and data and we make references here. We talk like scientists. When you talk about a Southeastern politician runs for presidency in an unknown party, and he's automatically going to get the Southeast base. And I told you, no. In fact, we have not had such precedence before in all the years Southeasterners have been running. And we have, this is normal way science works now. Why are we talking like saying, find out to do for school? We have an example.
Okay, let me ask you this way round.
Let me land.
No, you land, but we already know where you're going. But let me just ask you this way round, and then after that, bring it to.
You don't want me to land.
No, you're going to do what you always do now. Let me just ask you this way round. give all the attributes that Obi has that you say people admire so much, if all of those attributes were in Danladi from Sokoto, will he get the Southeastern votes? Obi is everything that he is, but it's not from the Southeast. Huh?
Is it the first time?
No, Yaradua that got it is not. Yaradua that got it is from Monitor.
All right, carry on.
Yaradua that got Southeast vote is from Monitor.
Can I wait? You know, one man. You know why this thing you are trying to push? Do you know why it has not sticked for over 2 years now? Do you know why? Because it does not have legs. Because it's really very simple. Immediately people brings out facts and figures. We put our spreadsheet from 1999. It begins to fall off like a pack of cards immediately. Because we've had several Southeasterners. We've had the one from Central Bank, Kingsley Mohalo, that speaks a lot of English. He's a good candidate. He also ran a small party like Obi. We've had Ojus Okalo, a governor of Abia State, ran there. Southeast went and voted for Danladi. We've had Orocha Okorocha. We've had even Buhari at some point ran with twice ran with an Igbo vice president.
Even in Kembalewi.
Wait, now I don't want to go there. Even Buhari ran twice with Igbo, reputable Okadibo, reputable in Southeast. Southeasterners jettisoning that ticket of getting vice president in that side and went to vote Southwest, Northeast. No Igbo person on the ticket they voted, but there was an Igbo person on the other ticket. Ojukwu has run. He didn't get the Southeast base. Several other people. I was looking at the election calendar the other day from 1999. There was even many Igbo candidates I was seeing there. That also put up some showing of 90,000 and all that. None of them got the Southeast vote. So that's why the narrative, even as much as you want to repeat it, it's getting to 3 years, it's not sticking. Why? It's not just because it's not sticking. It's just because it cannot stand, because there's no legs to it. It's really that simple. Obi was here, and Obi knows why he campaigned in the Southeast as much as he did, because he knows that the Southeast elite was against him. That is why he campaigned in Anambra 5 times. A normal person will not campaign in Anambra 5 times because we automatically assume that Anambra is. He went to Nnewi twice. He went to Onitsha 3 times. He went to Oka 2 times. 6 times, yes. In his home state, somebody campaigning that vigorously. Because he knows all the stakeholders are against him. Everybody was against him in the upper echelons. So he went directly and did retail politics. The same way he was able to bypass them in South-South. Retail politics, the same way he was able to do his thing in Lagos, retail politics. He bypassed the governors, he bypassed the upper echelon. That's the same thing he did in Southeast. He worked for it and he gained it. So let's not even start pushing the narrative. Oh, he didn't work for it. They just backed him because they automatically will back Igbo man. And then we've cited avalanche of cases where Igbo men ran in parties that were even stronger than Labour Party, and they didn't get the backing. Igbo would have decided that it's more practical to vote Atiku Abubakar and get something better and be president. So let's drop that. I know we are desperately watching.
All right, but Uptown, you explained it excellently, but I think a lot of people actually take a contrary view, myself included.
The people remaining that take a contrary view is those people that fall into the category of you cannot wake somebody pretending to be sleeping. So those ones cannot be. Those ones.
No, you can't. No. I think we have to. Hold on. I think we have to drop that by God. You can, because we are having a nuanced conversation. No, it was a Kenneth that anybody that doesn't agree with Peter Obi is a by God.
I don't really care about.
I'm not saying agreeing with Peter Obi. I'm not saying agreeing with Peter Obi. It's just bringing the narrative that is because of Igbo agenda or because it's an Igbo. That's why he received the support from Igbo. So anybody believing in that is the bygone because
you can't say that.
That's the right, Ekene. That's the right. That's the right.
No, that's a political permutation. It's not bigotry. It's political permutation.
No, for me, it's bigotry. It's because I can categorically tell you here that even as far as you love Alain Onyema, claiming to love him today, that if he comes out contest against Tinubu, you will hate him. And I want to put it to you.
Why would I hate him?
Yeah, I can tell you that. If they can go and argue that, that is what I believe. A lot of people here will campaign against him.
Hold on. I'm not sure if your memory goes that far back, uptown. But when we started this process, can you remember who I was championing? Uptown.
But you know he's not going anywhere. No.
My first candidate was Kingsley Moghalu. So
they go for somebody they know that they will not have the influence or will not have the. Forget it. I know the politics you guys are playing. You know what you are doing. So don't go there. I'm not a child. You understand? When people speak, I want to you can't use my intelligence trying to tell me you love Arewa or you love Soludo. You understand? You can't use there are people who use their intelligence in that, not me. So I know if somebody like Alain Onyema, so don't bring that praising some people and leaving some people behind because you want to prove a wrong that you love some people and you hate the other people. You understand? So don't use that kind of intelligence on me. Use it on other people. I can tell you to you that if somebody like Alain Onyema today comes out to contest for an election against Tinubu, maybe you might not against other people, against Tinubu, you will hate him. You will campaign against him. Put that at the back of your mind. I'm not hiding mouth to say it. You know, I don't speak to praise people. I speak what is on my mind.
Why would I campaign against him? Why?
Forget it. When it's not that it might not happen, but I'm telling you what will happen. I don't want to go too far. But when people talk, I reason with their line of thought. I know what they are capable of doing. You understand? So I don't need to impress you with my words. Sometimes I need to come hard on you. I need to tell you what I feel for you and how I feel for you. You understand? So and that's how I feel the way you go, the way you talk, the way you present your ideas about Southeast politicians and all that. You understand? That's how I feel about you. I'm not hiding mine to tell you that.
No, that's fair enough. I can, that's what we that's what we love about you. You know, no bars for no holds barred. What was it? Is it no holds barred or whatever it is? But the question I was asking is that why would I campaign against Alain Onyema? Why would I even campaign for Tinubu, which I don't, by the way. The only reason I will back Tinubu over Alain Onyema is because I feel it is only if Tinubu presents a viable plan for Nigeria. And the only person that presented the most comprehensive viable plan for the country was Tinubu, and we all seen it played. Hold on. That's how I see it.
Manifesto. We did.
We did it here now. The only person that I think presented, let me put it that way because I don't want to open it up. So,
I know how they rank the manifestos, but
all right. So that will be the reason, not because Tinubu is your man or whatever it is. If I know him, but that's the I saw viability. And by the way, I don't even like Tinubu I don't even like him at all. But out of the list, Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi, we were not really given a choice, were we? So it's not as though they presented somebody that could govern the country. So we're not presented a choice between Peter.
Atiku actually has far more this thing than Tinubu. Forget that I didn't support him because I didn't want
far more what?
He's far more economically sound. Let's
in what way?
When you guys come out and you people say
in what way?
When people put Atiku's topic, they always talk about privatization, corruption, and it deviates everybody's mind. On a normal good day, sit your ass down. Sorry, sit down. That's America. Sit down and listen to Tinubu and listen to Atiku but on a normal good day. Forget that I went hard on him on last election because I'm like, well, how can
okay, we had that normal good day. Do you know where that normal good day took place? That normal good day took place at the Lagos Economic Forum.
One man.
All three candidates were invited to present, and I invite anybody to go and watch it again. The Lagos Economic Forum. So that was where Tinubu actually won that election, by the way. That was the moment that election was won. Peter Obi did not turn up. He turned up physically. He couldn't turn up mentally because he has he doesn't have the mental
He was
acuity.
clearly
As we
fatiguing
know, he's not an
that particular
intelligent
outing,
man. He's not an intelligent man. But Tinubu turned up fully, and it was blue sky thinking all the way through. And Atiku Abubakar turned up competently, but not inspiredly. Competently, but not inspiredly. But Tinubu, maybe there was something in the water that it was blue sky thinking all the way through of celestial proportion.
Calm down now. If you, it's not when you repeat it, then we start believing it.
But we never turned up because it doesn't have the mental acuity. It doesn't have the brains. You know, it's a pragmatic man, but it's not a man of. It's not a man. Peter Obi is not a brilliant guy. I think we cannot.
How many times are you going to say that? One man. It's not a brilliant man. Are we going to compose it as a song for you?
Not even his most ardent supporter would describe him as a brilliant. I've never heard.
No, are we going to one man? The point is this: are we going to compose it as a song for you?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I've never heard anybody in the course of all of this interaction ever describe Peter Obi as a brilliant man. Nobody has ever said that.
Are we going to compose it as a song for you so that we make it a music for you so that whenever you come on the show, you sing it as a song?
Can I see? I will interject die for your this thing. Now, kilo. So the one man. I know you have this methodology of what anything you want to you repeat it, and then but we are used to that already. The what you are talking about is not so what I'm going to argue with you. That in an election that ran an entire year, that what you can single out is one outing, and you say, oh, it's like he finally made a couple of sense. Let's hold on to that and run with it. But the point is that with Tinubu's idea and mentality, even simple, even the voting demography of that election simply will tell you we are the intellectual Nigerians we are leading. It's really very simple. Why was it hard for Tinubu to even get competent people in his cabinet? Because most competent people are not Tinubu leaning. Most of them are not Tinubu leading. If most competent people you ask now, even the ones who go on TV, they're always sounding Obi leaning. You can almost say, oh, this guy is Obi leaning. Anybody talk about Paul Alaje, talk about what is the other economists that talk on this thing, Professor, what's this man's name? I also talk on channel. They're all sounding Obi leaning because they're actually Obi leaning. So where are the intellectuals that supported Tinubu? Well, they went to MBA. We saw the ovation in a black tie outing at the MBA meeting. We saw the embarrassing ovation. Almost 80% of the entire lawyers there was giving Obi.
No, Obi can be a rock star. He can be Michael Jackson. We're not looking for Michael Jackson. We're looking for somebody that has the brain that functions. That's the problem. We're not looking for Diddy. We're not looking for P. Diddy.
Wait, one man, this whole packaging, this whole Lagos packaging, I hope you know it have been demystified. Because even the talent content has demystified as well. But
don't worry.
Even before
we see how Cardoso is failing. We see how Umaki is a failure. Tunji Ojo is failure, you know. The talent spotting is really failing.
One man, calm down. Okay. So one man, this whole thing you people, it has demystified. But why I
how has it been demystified when it's playing out a local player? Is Tunji Ojo a failure? Is Umaki a failure?
You just you don't like people, but you're sounding like somebody I'm talking about.
But you're telling an outright untruth. You're telling an outright untruth. You know,
you're not allowing me to speak. I'm speaking demography and facts and data. The thing about me is that I like speaking. I'm a mathematician. I like speaking to numbers. I like making calculating. I don't like this person will never be president. I don't. Nobody cares about that. Big got traded and nobody cares about it. Check the demography of the supporters. Whether you're moving about it, unless you are calling Nigerians dummies, and you're calling Nigerian middle class and upper class and highly educated people dummies. Who was NOI leaning to? Who was all these mega brains around the diaspora leaning to? Who was our mega surgeons leaning to? I see people around Obi when he was doing his diaspora tour. Some of the, if you go and check their profiles online, some of the
but they have Southeastern
people,
stock now. Southeast
What are you saying? Okay,
and the
where
field,
the Yorubas they were around Tinubu? What are you saying? What do you mean by that?
they were
That
not,
South
man.
South talks? What are you saying? We
Can
saw
I interject a little bit?
if I'm talking, no, please don't,
You have been talking for more
not in
than 2
addition
hours.
to one man.
I'm not the only one there.
Please,
I
please,
don't
please.
know why you have been talking for too long.
All right.
Were
Yes.
you there when the section started?
Hold on, Remy. Bring it home uptown. As you say, people are now getting impatient to speak. Yeah. Sorry, Remy. Yeah.
Let me end it with this angle you drove me to. It's very clear. Unless you are calling Nigerians civilized and educated class dummies. Even APC was bragging in the election that, oh, you can have all the urban guys, you can have all the educated guys, but you can't confuse the talaka, the people in the village. You can't reach to them, so we are banking on them. Because that's people that are banking on, the people in the rural communities that cannot make any calculations, that cannot make any logical conclusion in terms of choosing their leaders. But who won all the urban spaces in Nigeria from Abuja to Lagos to Jos to Port Harcourt to Ibadan? It was recently I even saw Obi won Ibadan, like the town. Or talking about Asaba or
The Obiani support, those that were doing that was because they feel like it's a son of the Southeast. That's sympathizing. It's more of sympathetic support.
Yeah, I get you.
It was not because Obi was competent.
Now, don't make it long. Make it long for me.
You never round off now. He said rounding off like 10, 30 million 1 hour ago. I mean, come on now.
All right. So
we know you're not rounding off. I just want to preach someone and trying to brainwash people. That's all.
All right.
I'm not saying anything like that.
Okay. So it is very clear, one man. Me, I like speaking to things on the table. Watching the electoral map, I'm monitoring where the intelligent people voted. It is hard to see what Tinubu is doing now. Before he can get somebody intelligent, he will go and he will put the person there. Will say, oh no, he's obedient. He will remove it again. Oh, let me look for another intelligent. Oh, he's obedient. Because most intelligent people in Nigeria are clearly obedient because they can take with their head, they can see through that packaging that was done in Lagos. And that's demystified. Because you're telling me this, I see when you speak with that thing he learned in New York, you say, we are going to divide the Atlantic Ocean, and then it sounds, we must have some marquee. No, forget all those things. We are all educated. We know when we know how to judge a leader. We know the things a leader needs, and we are listing all of them. We are ticking our boxes. We are not dummies. If not for the northern Muslims, who Obi won him in the south. If southern Nigeria was Nigeria.
Right. Sorry, Lockdown. Land it in a couple more minutes. I think people want to speak as well. Yeah, carry on. Land it in a couple more minutes.
So it's really very simple. Where is the dense population of the brains and the educated people in Nigeria? Is in the southern Nigeria. Who wants southern Nigeria? Obi, he gave him a margin of almost 500,000. So if southern Nigeria was a country, Tinubu can never win Obi, even if you contest the election 100 times. Because they're educated. So he banked on the poor northerners that couldn't read and use Muslim ticket and gathered 5 million votes there and became president. So let's not, I like speaking to facts. Let's not stop being, so let me just stop there, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. So that's Uptown, who doesn't like to speak. He likes to speak to facts. He doesn't like he likes facts. So the facts tell him that Peter Obi will be president of Nigeria.
That's my word. Patent.
The facts tell him Peter Obi will be president of Nigeria in a parallel universe near you. So in a parallel universe. But somebody that lives in this world, Ajanle Koko, you're up next. All right, I don't think Ajanle Koko is quite ready, so I'm going to bail out. Ajanle Koko should come on, but let Ekene go. And Mike, I'll bail out, hand over to you. Ekene takes the floor as soon as Ajanle Koko is ready.
Before you take over the floor, one thing. So let me get this straight from Uptown. You've called them. You basically, it's not that they're not smart people up north. You've called them dumbasses pretty much because the smart people down south. Oh, let me finish, please. So they are smart down south. But they are dumb up north. So therefore, they don't know anything. But the same you in the next 4 years will now go to those dumb people to go for their vote. The same people that you are building boreholes for right now. The same dumbasses that you are condemned because they're not smart. But yet you will then go campaign for their vote in the next 4 years.
They will insult people and then they will
I'm
expect them to
just
vote for them.
I can answer you.
But that's not what you mean. Now,
No. Wait. I can answer. No, I can speak for myself.
What's the problem? What are you trying to tell him what to speak? Or what?
All right.
So you are now the spokesperson of the North.
Hold on. To speak anything. I can't even listen to
Babati, I expect less from you. I expect less from you.
No. When
This doesn't suit your it doesn't suit your intelligence.
Hold on. No. Uptown, please, mute your mic. When you condemn people as intellectually inferior to you,
not being educated is not condemnation.
Can I finish my goddamn point? Mute your mic. No. You were here for 1 hour. We heard you enough. When you condemn people that are intelligent,
he talked about urban and rural area, and he made his point clear. So where do you have those urban areas?
Can I finish my point?
He made point clear that the guy cleared urban areas and rural areas. Don't have rural areas in your country, in Nigeria.
I even called Jos.
No, what is this? What are you trying to do? You're trying to tell him he's making the North to look less Nigerian.
I have the right to finish my point, woman. I actually
go on, BT. Yeah.
This is the point. We are talking about politics here. In the political sphere, what you just said was not very smart, because you condemn them as intellectually inferior rather, but the same you and your group will now go up there in the next 4 years to ask for their vote. How does that make any goddamn sense? What are you guys doing?
Your same group also go to that. Let me finish one man. I have to say something. Let me say something.
No, you will say something, but let me just take a window to bail out, because it's very, very late where I am, so I have to bail out. Let me just acknowledge the super tassas, OGM, Neil. So there he is right there. So Ayo, with a series of it, the official sponsor of the platform, as you know. So that's still Ayo, or as it's freaking through, that's still Ayo still. So that's still Ayo still, and then not to give the whole floor to Ayo, AB comes in with that one. So thank you to all those.
Woman, woman, this is getting ridiculous. Come on.
So let me say something, Babati. Let me say something, Babati. You made your point. Let me say something. Your group will go to this environment. You provide polling booth and all those stuff. After the election, you abandon them. You don't even care to give them even a cup of water. Then somebody go there and give them a borehole. You complain. Let me finish. When you go to a lot of this rural area, the last time I traveled to Edo, I imagine how do polling booth came into this environment, but they provide it during the election. There are places in Ondo State today. You don't have electricity for the past 20 years. I saw it on the internet. I was marveled. You understand? But during the election, you provide polling for them. They cast their vote, and you go out. If somebody decides to go there and give them a transformer tomorrow or give them electricity, you will be the same person that will come back here and say that person is not that person is doing nice service. That's the problem we have with this country. You go to a place. Let me finish. You go to a place where people drink.
You have to let other people talk too, man. You think you are the only one that can talk here? Calm down.
I said it is okay if you want to go and give them borehole. It is fine. If you want to do that, it's fine.
Remy still has to talk.
But you cannot say
after Remy.
But you cannot say that the smart people down south knew better, but the people that were up north, they didn't vote for Tinubu because they were dumbasses, because they don't know any better. But people down the they're very smart down south. You can't
because you deceive them now.
Let's hear from Remy, man. Let's hear from Remy.
God damn.
I think, Mike, is it not my turn? To speak?
Everybody have to talk. You've been talking. Remy needs to talk. There's no
speak here. Is it not my? The Remy just came in here. Is it not my
turn
to
speak? He wanted to say something now. He wanted to say something. He's been waiting.
You give me my time to speak. Now when I finish,
let him say something. It doesn't matter. Let him say something, and then you come after him.
I just want to Mike, please let me respond to the guy that asked me a question.
He will respond, but let Remy has returned to come in since when?
Now.
Remy that just came in here. Have we said anything here?
Well, let him talk. Let him say something.
First and foremost, I want to. I can please calm down. It's your floor. I just want to interject, and my interjection cannot last more than 1 minute plus. So just calm down. And there's no need for us to be shouting on one another. When a politician go anywhere to provide them ball or no ball, he's not going to be the first person that provide them borehole. Even if you build a house or a mansion for them, it's not going to be the first one. Everybody is going everywhere. Some provide cash, some provide big mosques, some provide vehicles. All of them provide a lot of stuff. This, to me, what he's doing is not something special, ordinary. And if you mention that there's some place in Nigeria they don't have electricity, is it not a politician? Are you going to tell me in Anambra or in Enugu or in Ebonyi, everybody everywhere is El Dorado? We are all Nigerians, so we know that we provide basic amenities by ourselves. If you build your own house, you do your borehole. Are you going to tell me if you give them 2 borehole, it's enough for about 500,000 people living in Zaria or more than that? It's just a political game. And everything that you guys have been talking about, when it comes to the real election, everything changes again. So we are not dummy, we are all Nigerians. And the northern people you are going is giving that into them. He's not going to be the first person to do that. Some people have been doing that for them for 20 years. And still, how many votes did they give it to them? So please calm down. When we talk about these politicians, everybody is just using whatever they want to get. It doesn't mean it's not a guaranteed vote. So don't be too excited or too something like that. And what comes out in conclusion, so that you can have your floor. In conclusion, please, what happened in 2023 cannot repeat itself in 2027. Election cannot be the same. They are always different. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But what?
Because you continue, my brother.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know who asked me the question. I think it's Remy or somebody. Again, let me repeat clearly what I said and what I was talking about, the context of which I was talking about. One man told me that this guy is an intelligent guy, blue sky thinking. I told him that no blue sky thinking person was leaning behind him. At least majority, we know we are majority, we are leaning. And I went ahead to use the election demography to explain that for him in terms of urban areas, middle class, and educated people, majority of educated people. And I mentioned Lagos, Abuja, which is in the north, Jos, which is in the north, Ibadan, which is in southwest. I mentioned Port Harcourt, I mentioned Asaba, several other urban areas and all that. Even in Kaduna, he got like 300,000 votes. And I said that what Tinubu literally did was, because of the appeal of the Muslim ticket, he was able to appeal to the section of the north who are in the rural area, who are appealing to that ticket of Muslim ticket by the help of El Rufai and Ganduje, who use radio stations and mosques to propagate that message in that space. And if you keep Tinubu and Obi in, say, only southern Nigeria, where we know, obviously, and this is MBS facts and figures, where we know literacy rate is above 85-90, MBS, where we know education rate is above 60-65, MBS. If you keep them in that kind of country, let's say southern Nigeria, that if you conduct election 200 million times, that Obi will beat Tinubu 200 million
It's a lie.
times. It's
That
simple.
is not what pans out in 2023. I will quickly use 40 seconds.
Okay, Remy, let me say something. Let me say something now. Let me say something. You are not the one that asked the question. I'm the one that gave him the floor to speak now.
So I'm not shaming.
So I don't know all this.
Sorry. So I'm not shaming anybody like you wanted to emotionally blackmail me. No, I was referring to rural versus urban community. And
Hold on. Wait. Obi, first of all, don't take away the tribal factor, because his ethnic group, they're all 100% just going for him. And he can't tell me the reason. Wait.
Okay.
His ethnic group
Nigeria
in the south, how can you just win your entire fight, all your states? I mean, come on, that's tribal based now.
Let me
Hold on. You will come in. We have to respond to him now. Obi vote was very tribal. His ethnic group, he comes from a very large ethnic group, and his ethnic group at least has 5
That's the
states.
plus to him that he held his base down. Yes.
Hold on. They vote strictly on tribal, and so don't take away that. Like, don't say it was because of education and crap like that. Because outside of the southeast, he didn't win all the other 2 regions, the entire 2 regions like that. Come on now. So come here and tell us it's because of religion.
Hold on now.
You didn't win the whole South. I mean, come on, you lost some
Calm down.
states.
See what I said. You're not debunking what I said. I said if you begin or go to Google and type Nigerian urban cities, and if Google bring them all for you, Obi won the greatest majority of them.
That is
simple
fine.
What do you mean the greatest?
But if I live in a village uptown, if I live in a village and I voted against Peter Obi, does it mean that I'm not intellectually up to par to make the right decision? That was my choice. You can't question my intellect because I live in the village. What are you talking about?
Wait, how did you even get the figures of the urban cities?
Did you hear what I said? Did you even hear the question one man asked me? Or should I keep talking like a broken record? Or one man said, use the phrase called blue sky thinking. And I told him that the blue sky thinkers, majority of them in Nigeria, we are opinionating. And I went ahead to use the
It's a lie. It's a lie. That's why Wole didn't support him.
What are you saying? Well, so what did you support Tinubu too?
Sometimes what you are trying to put across. What one man is trying to tell you is as simple as ABC. And he told you during that Nigeria Economic Summit, Tinubu performed very well. Because when you talk about all this white collar,
I think, Mike, I have to leave now. You people will continue.
Okay, let's let Kenneth have his floor. Yeah, I agree. Okay.
So that guy performed very well in that interview. And when you talk about
what was his performance in every other interviews?
Let me
conclude. Interviews.
Let me conclude.
Corporate outings.
Let me conclude so that you can. At the end of the day, and you mentioned the demography. Do you have the statistics?
Remy, make it quick. Can I have his floor?
Yeah. Do you have the statistics?
I have it. I've studied it, and I can present it to you.
Oh, come on!
I can't speak what I don't have.
All right, guys. Can I have his floor? Can I have his floor?
Before now.
So at the end of the day, the election.
Let me ask you, Remy. Do you know you won?
Hold on. Kenneth, do you still want to have your floor or what? Which one?
I know that Remy will come here. I will not allow somebody to speak. You want to control
Let me can I have his floor, man?
Give me 10 seconds. Okay, go ahead. Can I talk?
Just let me have his floor. You got within too long. Yeah.
Mike, for me, I don't even have much to say again because I don't like all this kind of arguments. But I think Uptown made his point clear, and anybody that wants to twist it can continue to twist it. But the problem I have with our society, I still maintain that somebody will go. I don't think if that community has a borehole for the past many years and nobody has provided it, and even the emirs and the locals confirm that. So I don't know who provided the water for them that Obi will have the opportunity to do it. I think somebody has done it. Obi wouldn't have the opportunity to present the one that you guys called substandard.
House of Repo.
So they have House of Rep, they have local government chairman and all those stuff, and they couldn't do it, and they know that community is in need of water. So what happened in our society is that you perpetually keep the people in abject poverty. Then you have that privilege to use it to make them look as if they are nothing in the next election. You use it to do campaign. You are going to do this. So when some of these wicked politicians see that these guys are getting what they are not giving them, they are making it politics, and that is why somebody in Nigeria will come out and condemn a borehole, no matter how little you can see it. But that is water. You understand? That is why.
How many boreholes could be provided for you in Anambra State?
Exactly. You can go and take it now. I don't think we lack it. Let me reply you, Remy. You can go and argue that there is no house. I think in every community in Anambra State, you will not have up to 5 or 10 borehole in Anambra State. You can go and confirm that. Even in let me finish. I'm not trying to exaggerate anything. Even when he was a governor of Anambra State, go and Google it. All the whole secondary school in Anambra State, he gave them water. So even in P2B, let me tell you, in Agro, in a P2B community in Agro, that water is most part of our state is very hard to get water. When you travel to Agro, you will see community boreholes in his own community boreholes. So you don't come here and argue. Community boreholes everywhere in Agro. And in my own family, Gogo, we have nothing less than 3 boreholes in my own family. So we are not lacking it.
Thank you. It's Obi that provide everything. He's the one.
It's not Obi that provided it, but what we are able to do it. You understand? So if you guys cannot provide it for the people up there, or their chairman doesn't see it responsible, and somebody that know the importance of it, coming from the area that we have it enough, when there to give it to them, and you turn it into politics, that's very bad one for Nigerians. You understand? It's a very bad one. And you enjoy your fellow Nigerian drinking from the same place that the cattle are drinking. You enjoy it. You're happy about it. You cannot even say somebody that you know what it makes. Do you know what it takes or what it means for someone to give a cup of water to drink when you're thirsty? You know that water is life.
You are chatting about, Jerry. Calm down.
It's nothing. You cannot see it as anything. You cannot see it as anything. But when you go to desert and you cannot find any water to drink for a day or 2 days, you know the importance of water. You understand? When you go to desert and you stay there for a year, a day or 2 days, and you didn't see any water to quench your thirst, you know the importance of water. You know that you can die without even taking water. Do you know that you cannot eat food, but you can survive with water? Sometimes when we speak as Nigerians, I don't know what is giving us the audacity to do things the way we do because of politics, and that is why we cannot progress.
Yeah, you see, the same politics, that's what you are playing. You know, you are just ranting, shouting.
You can talk it as you are the one start. You are the people that started it. You started it. Somebody didn't go there to. Somebody didn't go. He didn't go there to do that borehole and ask you to vote for him. He didn't say anything like that. He didn't ask you to vote for him.
What does he do?
You understand? So whatever you want to put it. But you are the one. You are the person that turned it into politics.
Can I just suggest you for 1 minute? Yeah, Obi is not the first person that will go to the north and build the borehole or do whatever for them. You understand? So all this
I don't say that he's the first person. I'm not saying that he's the first person, my guy. Let me tell you. I'm not saying that he's the first person. You understand? But when you go to that community, let me tell you, when you go to that community that he provided that water to, you can ask them, is he the first person that do it? Or that the water he gave to them, that is nothing, they will beat the hell out of you. Because you are not able to do it, and somebody do it, and you want to condemn that person. I don't even care if they should vote for Obi. I'm not even praying that.
They are not concerned that Nigeria as a country with that level of GDP is yet to meet the Millennium Development Goal. That's the least.
The way we think in this, let me say this. I will continue to say this, and I will stay. And the day we stop all this kind of politics we are playing in Nigeria, that's when we're going to move forward as a nation. You see somebody doing something, you say it's politics. You can type something on the internet and bring it to downgrade that person's effort. Somebody that provided more than 24 boreholes in just 3 months.
People are joining
in different communities.
People are joining him on diaspora now. People are saying we are joining Obi.
People have already, because of only that tweet. People have already.
Nobody's joining, man. We join. You guys stop making up.
You understand? And it's not only. And it's not only that he provided it. You didn't read the news very well. You just come and post something that suits your narrative. You didn't read the news where he empowered 100 youths in that community cattle. In a community. You didn't read that one. You only see borehole that you want to talk about. The one that suits your narrative.
Are you done so that other people cannot?
So sometimes I don't know how we want to turn Nigeria to. You support politicians. They go there, they draw ballot boxes, they vote for them. At the end of the day, they leave the community. You leave them.
All right. Let's hear from
after 4 years.
Can I let them interject now? Give people a chance to interject now. I can't just
you can only give time to interject him because they think the same way.
Yeah, I go ahead, Kenny or Remy.
Are we rigging the conversation, Remy?
That's what you do now.
Okay. This thing is a very simple thing. There's no big deal in what he is doing. He is not going to be. I've known people that have built mosques across all the 19 northern states. I have known people that have empowered by giving people cash for businesses. I have known people that have constructed borehole for them. Obi is not going to be the first person, and it's not going to be the last. Let's say the truth.
whatever.
Listen, let me conclude. Any politician or any public figure that is doing this thing is not doing it for charity. That is number one. It has an interest. Let me finish.
He's not doing it.
Let me finish. You will talk. It has an interest.
Dilo Melai is buying G-Wagon every week in Abuja.
It has an interest.
That's the politician
if this public figure, let me conclude, please. People like Dangote is their social responsibility. But any politician that is vying or have vied for governor, for presidency, for local government chairman, for councillor, for rep, and he's doing this, he has an ulterior motive.
Remy, can I ask you a question, please? This is not banter. This is a serious one.
I have a right not to answer your question.
After, let me say this. Obi, I'm not saying that Obi is the first person that do it, and Obi is not going to be the last person. And let me finish. You are the people that started this talk. After all, it's one man that brought out this news. I'm not the one that brought it out. It's one man that brought it out. If one man hadn't brought it out, nobody will speak about it. I'll just go to jail and sleep. You understand? But so once you are the one that brought it out, let us discuss it. Then let's talk about it now. It's all about Obi now. Obi will not be the first person, will not be the last person. And I'm not praying that he will be the first person and be the last person, because that means we don't love Nigeria.
Pray that kind of prayer now.
So why will anybody pray that kind of prayer? I'm praying that other people should come up and even do more than him. You understand? So I don't know how we think. I don't know how we think. But
they just don't make noise about it. You need to know that for fact.
Remy, I think if you don't like my voice, I will just leave you. You understand? If my voice is disturbing you, I will just leave you.
One man
and
go.
But I will still say it. I will still maintain what I am saying. If you are not okay with what Obi is doing, just go and sleep. Don't disturb him. There are people are benefiting from it, even if it is one family.
What is going on?
We can't hear you.
What we are trying to say is very simple, and I think we should move ahead. I've already laid what I'm trying to say is very simple. Anybody, public
and you are happy, and you are not happy that somebody gave them a little water to drink.
Can you come down?
You understand? So why are you behaving? Why are we behaving like that? Why are we doing like that? It's not good for our country. So those people should continue to drink in that well with the animals, and you continue to be happy. And the next election, you go and take ballot box to them to vote for APC, and you're happy about that. If somebody, Obi is not the president, and even if he doesn't win an election, I even know that God will bless him for what he has done, and he will continue to bless him. It's not because it's not because of politics, because God has already blessed him. If God didn't bless him, he will not have the money to do it. So for doing that aside politics, God is going to bless him the more.
It was because of politics.
You understand?
Come on now.
Okay, fine.
Stop it.
It's not doing it for
aside politics. God is going to give him more.
Why didn't he do it before? Why is
Let
not
me finish. He has been doing it. Yeah,
no,
you guys said he's not building bridges, or he's not extending his. Let me finish. You know, people say he's not extending his. He's not extending his charity to the north. Now he's doing it, and you are complaining.
We are not.
You are complaining. You said he's not bringing. We told you that he has done it in Anambra. He's done it in many places. He has helped many schools in Anambra State. You guys say he's not extending it. He's not building bridges and all that. He's not building bridges and all that. Then you guys woke up. Just this little one he did. You guys woke up against him. Why? Why are we doing like that? The only thing I know is that no matter how you want to condemn him, no matter how, Remy, let me speak. When it comes to your turn, you speak. Stop interjecting me. Stop doing all this. If you don't like my voice, I leave it for you. You take over the platform. What is all this?
Can I have been rude now? When they become rude back to you, now, you say people are rude. You see how you're insulting people.
What kind of interjection is that? Somebody will be speaking.
You are the one over talking people now.
We'll not give that person room to talk. I beg, continue. I beg. I'm tired of all this nonsense.
Remy, come in, Gary. This is a
I take the insult with a pinch of salt. I don't care. What we are trying to say is that whether you do it for charity, we appreciate him. If that's what you want to hear, then we say kudos for you.
Remy,
No, let me finish.
The question I wanted to ask you.
Let me
No,
finish.
it's not about anything. The question I wanted to ask you is that if you were there when the section started, when I said what the emir of that place talked about, how Obi has been funding and financing them with Fidelity Bank, and he was a staff of Fidelity Bank, and how Obi has been using Fidelity Bank for school projects in Zaria and so many other things. The
Do
video
you have this thing?
So can I respond to you?
The video is on the internet.
Can I respond
Can
to
you
you?
share the video so you can check it out?
I can.
Can I
Why not?
respond to you, Uptown? Can I respond to you?
All right.
What I'm trying to tell you is very simple.
No, because he said he has not been doing it. That's why.
No. Let me respond to you. I heard you when you were.
He just had more media presence now. That's the difference.
Okay.
Candidates.
Can you just ask question, or do you want to answer your question so that I'll keep quiet? What you said, I heard it when you are telling everybody in the platform. How Obi and Sultan talk about how he has helped the northern people. I mean, create a lot of things, you have school or whatever. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. There's so many Nigerians have done more than what Obi has done, providing all these kind of amenities, even more than Obi. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that everything he's doing is not a big deal. And I am trying to tell you that if you're a politician, then there is a motive behind it. The motive behind it is because you want them to know you. And the only way you want them to know you is by providing one amenity or the other for them in return.
Including when he was using Fidelity.
Listen, let me conclude. In return for their vote, unless you are telling me that Obi is done with politics. If he's done with politics, no more interested in any political position, then we can now categorically say 100%.
Remy, what about when he was in Fidelity now? He was not in politics then.
No. Listen. I think don't get it mixed up. Everybody, we are not dummy head here.
Because you said here that he was not doing it before. That's why I brought up this.
No, I did not. I did not say something like that. I said every public figure or politician that is doing any amenities for anybody in Nigeria, that is doing it in return for their vote in the future, in the immediate future or in the long-term future. But all this dangle.
Has he declared interest that he's going to run for the next election? Has he told you that he's going to run for the next election?
I don't know. But for him doing this, he has not.
Then why bringing it? Why making it politics when he has not declared interest that he's going to run for the next election?
Relax.
Hold on, Babati, are you still here?
Relax.
Hold on, Remy. Babati. It's not. Okay, continue.
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is very simple.
No. I'm here. I'm in the background.
Yeah, if Obi is not interested in.
Do you want to switch his topic? Or this guy, I don't even know.
Okay, maybe we can switch it because it's becoming too monotonous.
Yeah. I'll talk about something else, man. I don't even like talking about this.
God bless Obi for providing the ball water and
thank you, my brother.
Let's pray for him now. Uptown.
Let's move the topic to something else.
Inshallah, let's move on.
Let's move on.
What were we talking about earlier today, Babatis? You're here.
We were discussing I think we discussed Eco Atlantic. The guy down the go media on the campaign. He's been doing all sorts. But I made my position known earlier that he has no legal standing. I wish him the best. But I think that was one of the things we talked about also. And just
what was that? What happened?
So basically the beachfront, they're going to run that 5-lane Lagos to Calabar highway through that beachfront to Calabar. That's the plan. So, and that cuts across his own. So let me just give a brief history. The original plan for that front, from what Eco Atlantic is from now, all the way down, it's 6 phases, right? It was supposed to be what is called Ocean View. Ocean View is a company owned by who we would call the OBJ boys in the early 2000s. They were supposed to build. So if you go online, if you put Ocean View, you will see their own original design there, right?
Who are the
Now,
OBJ boys? The OBJ boys, you know what?
no, like business partners and friends. The same way Shaguri is to Tinubu is just put that on that plan was. Now,
When you say OBJ boys, are you talking about OBJ meaning
businessmen that have interest? Like if you're a governor now, you have put that businessmen that are your friends that you do business with. Now, a company.
That's why you call it OBJ boys. What does OBJ means? Is it? Are you talking about OBJ meaning?
No, Obasanjo is what I mean. OBJ.
Okay, that's what I was trying to make sure.
Obasanjo, sorry. Okay.
Okay, his voice is kind of like people.
Yeah, it's friends. So yeah. So
Mike, they had to explain that one to you. OBJ.
Yeah,
no, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. But then that's what I thought he said. But I want to be sure.
So a different company called X Energy, right? That is Shaguri. Now swindled them to take it over. They went to court that it was theirs. You know, remember they have all the hotels close to that Kuramo Beach and everything. So that case was going on for years. They won the bidding. They were when Goodluck got into power, right? So they were doing a Eco-Atlantic phase. They did 3 phases, but they could not expand beyond that part after Kuramo Beach because there were litigations. Ocean View was in court that they need to stop expanding, that they need to even build their own original design, but they will move it down from, they will give them that 3 phases, but they can start building their own after that 3 phases. They were still in court as of October last year. So if you Google Eco-Atlantic court case, you will see the case as of last year. What happened was Tinubu won the election. So once Tinubu won the election, it was over. Like, okay, our guy is there now. So it was like, forget court case. We are going to run this. So you never heard anything about the case anymore. And decided to expand. So if you look at Landmark, you will see that they were expanding the what you call the Lagos whatever expansion. As of last 2 years, they've been expanding. Okay, they've been expanding it. So the front of Landmark is supposed to be the phase 4 of Eco-Atlantic. Remember, it's in 6 phases. So road or no road, that place was gone. What he did was he bought the land, rightfully so, but the beachfront, he paid more money to expand it into the ocean. So when they say that they want to build that coastal road, it's not about his property that he bought. He will still keep his building, he will keep everything. All they are saying is that beachfront is not his. It's meant for the coastal road. Now, up front of it is Eco-Atlantic. But the way people are now making it look like they are going against somebody from the southeast or they want to destroy his business is what is worrisome, because that was not the plan. And he knew about it. So basically, Mike, the guy chose the wrong side, because for the Ocean View people, they made accommodation for Landmark in their own design. Okay, so even when they were expanding, they were the one building the Eco-Atlantic, they made room for his own beach to still survive in their own design. The Shaguri guys didn't give a damn about him because they legally have the right to expand there. So basically, the guy chose the wrong side to do business with, is what happened. That's pretty much what happened. But he won't come and say that in public. But it's a fact. So, Joel, go ahead. You are trying to
I want to drop.
Sorry, guys. Can I just pop in? Can I just say something? Okay.
Thank you. Good night, Mike. Everybody, I can hear.
Playtime. This is
Xero. I just want to ask a few questions.
Now. Go ahead, Xero. Go ahead.
This is yes. Good morning, guys. It seems like you guys are loaded. I just listened to you from 3 a.m. and this is about 6:30 here, and you guys you were up all night, or you guys are using a different time zone. Anyways, I give you guys a hand for that. I don't know what the explanation was for the last speaker was talking about. Was it the Landmark case he was talking about?
Right.
Yes, and he referring to the Onwanibe as saying that the man breached the coastal road.
No. I said the land that they bought is legal. The issue that is the expansion of the beachfront into the ocean. That is the issue that they have, not its entire ecosystem. So if
I don't know if you checked the man's through the man's explanation, because it was everyone in the media. You see, the coastal road had an initial map, which was behind, taken through the road behind landmark, and then some time after the man had purchased and started his project. After the man got the land 2007, I think, or 2007, yeah, and then they redesigned the road to take the front, the coastal, along the coastal
I just
front
told
again.
you
So
why.
it was
And hold on, let me clarify so that you understand. That design that you see that goes in front of his building is a design by Ocean View, not Eco Atlantic. Remember, those two companies were bidding for that space. The people that he was in business with are the Ocean View people. They had their design in front of. Remember, it was the PDP government. It was the OBJ in office at the time. So it was PDP. This business has been going on since 2002. So if you go on, when I'm done here, I will give you a link to follow the story so you can have full details of what's been going on here. They've been bidding for that land, that space, before I even bought it in 2007. Is my point to you, sir. The war has been going on before he even showed up from the UK. But what happened is, at that time, people that had the right to that land had already made deals to move that coastal line in front of his own building that it was planning to build. What happened is, when that company lost the bid to develop that area, the new company went back to what they were going to do in the first place. That's my point to you. He chose the wrong side to deal with. Is the point? So look up South X Energy Group and look up Ocean View Group. You will see the war between them for over 15 years now, before he even bought the land.
So Babati, I want to ask you a question. So this new coastal road is going to pass through the ocean, right? They are going to be the bridge.
No. There's no ocean. Remember, that land is going to be sandfield with Eco Phase 4. So that beachfront of landmark is designed to be sandfield to expand Eco Atlantic.
Okay.
So road or no road, it was gone anyways.
Okay. So in a nutshell, what he bought is just the land.
Yeah, not the beachfront.
Not to encroach into the ocean.
Yeah, remember, if you watch his YouTube video, he spent money. He even said on camera, he spent money. That you see, it's man-made though. It's not.
I know it's man-made now.
So, but that was wrong. He wasn't supposed to do that. Is what I'm telling you.
So whatever he has to do, unfortunately for him, he just has to contend use the beach for whatever activity he wants to do. Because I know that on 5-star hotel, when they build their hotel, they have a kind of beach to them, but they are not the owner of the ocean itself. But he encroached to the ocean, and I think that is what we have been talking about Nigeria. I think sometimes.
But why are they making it look like in the media they're going to destroy this whole property? That's what the way they are making it sound.
Because a lot of people will not take that patience to really know what is really transparent. Nobody is touching his business. Nobody is touching any structure from whatever he has done there. But the ocean, that's what we are talking about here.
No, guys. No, please. You're making a mistake. There are some buildings that have been marked X in that his vicinity, in that his own, in some parts of his building, not the main building, but some of the structures there have been marked X. So they are actually going to
X. Okay.
Yeah, they're actually going to demolish some parts of his structures, not the building itself, but the front of the building. There are some other smaller buildings that he made.
But if you look at that landmark beach, which you can tell us exactly where they try to demolish and why are they trying to demolish? Because just like Babati just said now, there is a plan before that. Well, it's a lot of how to say.
What I think. Should I just conclude? What I think is for this is a multi-million-dollar business, and what's the building without the beachfront?
I know. Sorry,
What actually? Yeah. So
Mike,
yeah.
can you do us a favor? Can you put that link up so that we can see the picture of the? Sorry if you are there, Mike. I put a link in the private chat. So if we cannot just put the picture up, so we can just so they know what we're talking about. I think what's happening that people don't know what the plan is. Because by the way, for full disclosure, Xero, I'm a member of Skyscraper City online, so you can join Skyscraper. Any global big development, Skyscraper, anything is there. Even this guy is there.
Okay.
So anything that is
Okay.
above 10 floors globally, Nigeria, Abakaliki, they will everything you see details of the building. So I've been following this for over 8 years now. So Mike, please, if you don't mind, so that they can see what I'm talking about. Sorry, go ahead, excellent. I just want to interject you.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, whether there's a bridge or no bridge, once you have a building in front of a beachfront, I think it's the main attraction is the beachfront. That's why people are even coming to that zone in the first place, because it's a beachfront investment. If you look at everything, this guy is employing over 4,000 people, and this business are costing over $500 million, and then we just want to just crush it because, and there's a road behind. What I'm trying to say, whoever is at fault here, the government should just try to look at what it's benefiting from this business and what the people are benefiting from this business,
I
and
think,
try to adjust so that there's a win-win.
Estero, I'm sorry to interject. Actually, when you get involved with the government and government have a plan to build an infrastructure, they cannot bend rule for one man. Because if you bend rule for one man, then you have to bend rule for the second man.
Thank you, Mike. Let me just explain briefly to Exero. Can you see your screen?
Yes.
Okay, so you see how it says phase 1, phase 2, then it says 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is what a quad like is supposed to look like eventually. You see that yellow on top right there, close to that Kuramo beach. That is where they are right now. That yellow on top, right above. If you go up, it's right there
near the pyramid.
That little water on top. That little once you go past 1 and 2, that little that is where they are right now. But do you see how wide the thing goes all the way down?
Mm-hmm.
That is the original. That is what was approved by federal government for Eco Atlantic. So highway or no highway, a landmark was not supposed to be there. What I'm trying to tell you.
Well, my argument is not for the man. My argument is for the employees. You know,
I don't think
Babati. I'm not saying.
Babati, sorry, Babati. So if they construct this road, can you tell us how is it going to impair his business? Because first, people must understand what is at stake here. Babati, please.
What did you say?
Babati, can you tell us if they construct this road, how is it going to impair his physical infrastructures or the ocean, whatever?
No, so by design, above that Kuramo, you see a bridge go over it. It goes across his bridge, but there's still one. I think it's still done some distance to his fence that he bought. All he's going to lose is the beachfront, but his property stays intact. Now I don't know what is because the ecosystem is tied to the beachfront, according to him.
Yeah.
So that's what he said. But I'm telling you that they already approved this before he even bought the property. He bought it in 2007. So think about it this way. The name of that place was Ocean View.
Well,
before 2007, right?
Well,
Yeah. Go ahead.
You know, Mr. Paul he has been in this business for over 30 years. So I don't know who is more grounded between you and him.
But how can he
what I'm saying is
but it's my point to you, sir, Exero. The guy said, think about it. He said, "Oh, I spent close to $200 million on my property, but I found out that they're going to come for it 7 days ago." Do you believe that?
No, but what he said, because sometimes when these things appear, you know how things appear. Sometimes they come in drips and drabs, and you're not bothered when you believe that yes, you stand on the right. You know? So I think what he specifically said is that he got this approval in 2007. The plan was changed in 2008. that there's a timeline for everything. I think once you go through these timelines, you can actually say who is fooling who. If the time it showed everything on television, and this man has been in this business for 30 years. He cannot just come up with arguments without
I think what is
facts.
going on now is that it's possible that it is also whipping up public sentiment, of course, because if you have a big
Somebody who has been in business for 30 years, he has been in this
forget
business for
about
30
forget
years.
about whether it's into business. When did he actually build that? He bought the land in 2007. When did he actually put the structure there? What I'm trying to say here is this: he might have a valid point, but at the end of the day, at least those people that sold the place to him, maybe the problem now is the water itself, where people can play. That is the issue now. Not even that.
Of course.
So that is the issue.
Yes. And
But at the same
to
time,
me.
listen. But at the same time, if there is a coastal highway the federal government want to construct, if not because of politics, if they have constructed that road since 2007, basically we won't have opportunity to that beachfront also. But because our government did just put something on ground, they won't do it on time. If they have done it, we won't have access to that water. So let's be
But let me even throw a new question. There's a new question arising here. When a government realizes that a beachfront is actually attracting investors, why are you closing a beachfront? Because that coastal highway is going to go a long stretch.
I totally agree with you. That is the selling point.
Yes.
But
Yes.
unfortunately, if they bend the rule for him, you can go and write it down.
I'm not saying the bend. I'm not saying bend the. I'm not saying bend the rule. I'm saying open your eyes to this coastal road itself. If you're creating a coastal road that is claiming the beachfront and destroying this foreign investment, not just this man's investment, this whole road, that's what I'm talking about. It's going to stretch all the way to Calabar, and the whole stretch, to my mind, is an investment portfolio, a new kind of investment that's going to bring in foreign investments directly to those beachfronts.
Okay. So,
no matter where the beachfront is,
Chief X0. So
yes.
Forget the road for now. Just forget the road. Okay, let's say there's no road. They're going to sanfeed by next 6 months. They're going to sanfeed that whole place. So what happens? What happens to the beachfront then? My point to you is that forget the beach road. It was going to be sanfeed anyways.
Yeah.
So regardless of road or no road, it was over.
No matter how you do it, I don't know how they're going to do it, but in saner climes, in more advanced places, there's a way a road can go, and there will still be. You can still see the beach clearly. Like from here where I am, if I'm going to say the next country, there's a road that actually passes underwater. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to destroy anything. It's only applying some wisdom.
If you are talking this way, you will not see development, because people that have.
No, I'm not saying.
You know what? You have to when you talk about this thing, then you also have to quantify it with what are the benefits that this coastal highway will give Nigerians as the whole country. Because I understand that you can say, okay, we can find a way to modify the road and let this beachfront still be there. But you also have to look at the total benefit for Nigerians itself. A coastal highway.
That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
So
that is what I'm saying.
I will pray if there's another avenue or another place they can.
There is, because there's a road behind the building. It could just be used. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They could just apply that road, because this is ground zero. This is the beginning of the road.
Okay. They approved that plan and they sanfeed the front of the ocean. Then what happened? There's no ocean anymore.
No.
Listen, my point is you can't stop. You can't. My point to you, sir, is that you can't stop phase 4 of the Atlantic. It's going to be there. That is inevitable.
Anyway,
so forget the road.
The man himself says they're in talks.
There's no talk. Bro.
He says have you seen
brother, my brother, go on Twitter right now. That landmark, go look at today. They are feeling That within 3 months they'll be done. They have like 3 shifts there. I'm feeling right now, continuously. They're not stopping. Forget
No, they were
media.
dread.
Just go online right now.
Started construction of that.
I'm telling you what is going. Forget all this media thing that he's doing.
And they want to finish the 37 kilometer in the next 2 or 3 years, the first phase of it. So I don't think nobody.
So it's not a matter of road or no road. So because he said like that water is what brings people in, right? So, and I'm telling you, forget the highway. That water is gone. So then what? Even if they move the road, there's no the beach is gone anyways.
Yeah, but then let them move
so
the road.
what is the arguing about?
Babati,
Don't worry,
if I may come in, if I may come in, I think your explanation is at variant with what he stated in his interview. According to him, if the previous plan was followed, then the beachfront over there would be secured. My thing is this, Babati. You see, you started with saying that they were in court, and because their man got into power, if I'm quoting you right, because their man got into power, then they now won the case. That is to tell you that if they could win the case because their man just got into power, then it means that such plan can be tweaked. I am not against the coastal. Hold on, let me.
For the sign filling, not the road, though. You remember I said for the sign filling, for the expansion of Eco Atlantic, not the coastal road. So when I say their man got power,
I'm just going by what the guy. I'm not talking about Eco Atlantic now. I'm just talking about what the guy.
Atlantic is the one that goes to the Wala now. Is what I'm telling you.
I thought it was the coastal road, according to
him. I'm telling you that this is what I'm saying. That's the reason why I showed that that graphic. Like if maybe you don't, maybe do you have your phone with you? Can you see the screen?
No. I had a phone,
okay,
but
so I showed something earlier that showed you the whole of it. You see that beach front of Landmark, Joel. That front of Landmark is phase 3 of Eco Atlantic. Okay. So okay. Oh, maybe I will send a link to you so you can see it. So forget the coastal road. That beach was gone anyways. By according to our law, they own that place, not Landmark. You see my point?
Yeah. Okay. See my thing, Babati, please, Babati, because the reason why I'm telling you this is that just last year when I went to Nigeria, I and my friend, we went to this other side of the beach of the beach. I mean, like if you're going from how do I explain it? It's just like the other side of Lekki, but that is where you have but you have to travel away from Lagos on water, right? Then you now get to the beachfront on that other side of Lagos. Now those places are being sold. My point is this: you might start killing businesses, right? If you start it, because there is no way. If you've been to Landmark, I've been there, right? The business will not flourish. Most of those businesses you see on those coastal areas flourish because of the water, just like you have it in every other place, right? Even over here where we stay, right? So I do not see. I think when it comes to us, we always do things backwards, right? In Nigeria, for whatever reason, I don't know the reason why. A beachfront that is meant to be that is meant to be profitable for the state, for the people. If there's no how you're not going to do your engineering design. And I know if it was someone like Julius Berger, they would have done a better job by diverting that road. Is it not a road? They can always do it the way highest they will add 1 or 2, but they can always divert that road. why would you destroy businesses on that lane?
So I want to
That's
ask
my
you a
point.
question. I want if they diverted that road and it also affect other people's structure there. So they are
It's
going to
not going to affect
no,
other
no, no,
people's
no. It's
structure.
possible.
That's the point.
It's possible.
It's not going to affect
There's-
other
you
people's
cannot say
structure.
that.
There's an
It's
existing road. There's an existing road
There's
behind the
a
building.
reason existing plan, and I bet you the reason why they don't want to use the existing road is that somebody amongst them in government must have bought property on that same side.
So we are
You see,
saying
let us leave all these people,
saying
dirty people
the
in
same thing.
politics.
We are
No,
saying
we
the same
cannot
thing.
be we
We are
cannot
saying,
be
when we say,
promoting
listen,
these people.
they say it's a coastal highway, which is about 10 lanes. That is a master road, okay? 10 lanes, 5 lanes on each side. And also they're also providing a area in the middle that will attract rail in the future. So as you consider the road you guys are talking about, is it enough for that what they want to construct? So sometimes when we talk, we also need to
The man,
listen.
no, you have to understand what the man said too. He said he's on ground zero. Do you know what ground zero means?
What do you mean on ground zero? I understand.
That's what I'm saying. He's on ground zero. You know, you don't understand it. Hold on. Ground zero means that's the beginning of the road. That means you can just push it a bit further. That means you can start with the existing road and just
what I am
push
trying
your
to tell
ground
you is
zero
very
front.
simple. If they divert that highway to other places, that means they will demolish a lot of structure, whether you like it or not. They will, one way or the other. So he's protecting his own asset now. But when they divert the road, other people will also shout out that this is my structure they want to demolish. So sometimes we just have to look
Yeah.
at
Remy, let me clarify. They said the where they moved it to that place was designed. Halfway through that design, there's a flaw there. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to find a YouTube video. Somebody did a breakdown of measuring the whole thing. That alignment, once you go past landmark, it's smaller, it shrinks. They have to demolish more on that side. Let me find out that link. It's a popular YouTube guy that does real housing estate in Lagos. So that I can show you. But I wish Joel can see his screen so he knows what I'm talking about. That design. So, but moving or not moving is not even doesn't really matter at this point. Joel is what I'm saying.
It's okay if they want to demolish. I mean, the government
No.
has
They would not. No. It's not like it's okay. I'm saying that his issue is not even with federal government. His issue is with X Energy. That is what the real issue because he needs that water to survive, and if that water is gone, I don't know how that business flourishes. I don't know.
No, I've been honest. If you've been there, because they have like all those like water park on the sea itself. You understand what I mean? So the thing there is this, right? Lagos is a water city. If you understand what I mean, you get
So the question I want to ask you guys is
Lagos is a water city, and the beauty of Lagos is in the water. If apart from the beach, over 50% of the beauty of Lagos is gone. You get me? So the attraction, Remy, make another person talk too. You don't they talk cha.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. Let me land up. Let me land.
Go ahead.
You understand me? So the beauty, that's the beauty of Lagos. So properties will always spring up. Like if you go to this place I was talking about, because we did a party over there. That was how I was like, wow, I didn't know this place existed in Lagos, right? Then and most of those properties over there goes for at least as of last year, goes off for about 100 million. Right. So you go there and you now pick up this there, and they will not tell you tomorrow. The inconsistency in policies. Right. The inconsistency in policy. See, my thing is this, right? My thing is this. Tinubu is there right now. Like I'm not going to come out here and say that everything he is doing is wrong. Like I believe, like in the aviation sector, that Keyamo is doing a good job. I mean, he's surprising me. I listened to him, and I could see that some of the problems that we are facing in the aviation sector.
They say Airpeace is coming to America soon, right?
You say?
They are working
They're going to New York. They're going to New York.
New York and where else?
New York and Houston.
I was thinking.
New York first.
I think it's more or less like, you know, what he was facing or what he faced on his inaugural flights,
Right.
back from London to Lagos, which I was thinking was a slap.
Because Joel,
A slap.
I saw Gatwick guy there like before they approved that thing. Ogunlesi was in he runs Gatwick, and I saw him in Abuja before Airpin got the approval. So maybe you know Ogunlesi is from my state now.
I know.
So
it's from your state.
He was in Abuja now. I'm like, what is this guy doing here? And next thing you know, they get approval to London. I'm like, oh, okay. I see what Tinubu did right there.
Even actually, they are going to concession all our airport house soon, okay? Because the while of the public servant there, I mean, they are just playing politics among themselves.
Yeah, Remy. Because if you listen to Kenyamu, you will know that, man.
It is we ourselves. We are killing ourselves. For simple to maintain toilet, they will be fighting because of the money.
He said he wanted to give it to that guy that died.
How about
yeah, that was sad. That was a sad.
That was a sad one.
No, it was sad. I think when they take everything away from them, but mind you, there's a question, so that Nigeria will not shout. When you give it to private or concessionaire, there's tendency to pay a little bit more. So Nigeria should be aware of that, because not everything is not free anymore, because they have to use money to maintain it. That is how it's being done everywhere in the world. So,
let's go private now. The airport. It's about time. Even if I will pay small money, I will pay. It's okay.
Yeah.
All this thing is.
You mean privatizing it?
To run it now, like to have to run the airport.
Okay.
At least things are working. Things will be working.
Yeah. But my brother, see, as long as the concessioning will come with 24 hours, or at least, if not for anything, 20 hours of flight time, airport being open. Because the issue most of these airlines are also having is that if there is any delay that takes you past 6 o'clock, you won't be able to land at the other airports.
Now tomorrow be that though.
Now tomorrow. So, and if not tomorrow now, right? If it's tomorrow, right? Just like it happens, if your flight does not, they'll be like, okay, book for the next flight or book for the next available flight. They're not telling you the next flight; they'll tell you the next available, right? But Nigerians will say like, oh, you know what? My own has to be in the morning. I have to be in a meeting. Blah blah blah. So
the airline should put the passenger in a hotel. That is how it's supposed to be done.
The problem is not even the hotel, Remy. The problem is not even like putting them in the hotel. That is one part of it. The other part is that the overzealousness of the normal Niger man or woman, right? I have to be there. So if you understand it, so it's like if you've done a bus transport before, right? So they'll be like, oh, you know what? Bring the next bus, the next car. Now you go. So I think Nigerians have that mentality that okay, if it's not happening now, then the next one is good to be them. But the airline booking system is different, right? Because those people that have booked for 8 o'clock tomorrow, they have to go.
You can't bump those people off now. They already booked their own time now.
I want to ask you a question. Nigerians have good weather. Why is almost every time they are postponing they cannot
It is
fly?
airport. It is the airport. That's the thing they're telling you. It's the airport officials. Yeah. By the time you know what is going on in the airport, by the time you go on through the bureaucracy in the airports, there are slight delays. The airlines have come out to say that it is not their fault, and I have seen it. It's just like what they did to Alan Oyema in London, right? Where the night before, right, they changed the booth where he was going to collect his ticket. Then the booth they finally gave to him, what they call it, the luggage, what they call it again,
so we take 2 hours.
Yeah. Was not working.
So
you have to.
Nashville, that also showed Nigerians that the white people also play big politics because Nigerians will believe that everything in foreign land is El Dorado, so they can see the politics of the game.
Yeah, but you have not been in that field for a long time now. We had the
Yeah,
opportunity of being there all along. So all these spaces have been filled.
Actually, wait. But they will treat you the way they treat you as weak and vulnerable. They will exploit you now. It's just human nature.
Yes, that's
If you
what
don't
they
show
are.
any, if you don't show any backbone, if you go out there, they will not respect you now.
Nigerians should
But
fight
look
back.
at you. You have to be able to show up now. What do you notice? The respect comes back. That is the way it works.
But this is the thing, Babati. This is my fear. My fear is that we've had over 3 airlines in the past that went through the same shit and they could not stand it and they left. Who knows what is going to happen? Do you know the kind of policy that they played? Okay, now let me tell you the latest because he was on the channels with Sheung. Now, those airlines now that were selling 17 million for first class, right? Now, some of them are now selling for $100. What kind of politics is that?
Who is selling for $100?
Now there is a flight for $100 from Nigeria to the UK. That's the point.
What?
Now they have brought down.
Are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
what they did now was that they now slashed down the cost of tickets.
Below airpiece one, Abi. They went below airpiece just to keep.
Yeah, below airpiece, yeah.
They went below airpiece. So, and from what airpiece was saying, right? If you load the plane to the wings, right, at that amount, you cannot make out anything from that amount from that trip.
Oh,
so what does that tell you?
They want to bleed him out.
Gang up against him.
Yeah. So the government of the UK government is behind those airlines in whatever they're doing. So whatever thing that they have to write off for them, they'll write off for them. And besides, this guys has been in the business for a very long time. Most route that they want, they get it, right? Because I mean, it's a UK or it's an American company. So whatever route they want, they're going to get it,
So
and they're
you
going
know
to get
what
the
happened?
choice places.
Here of Nashville, because Airpeace flight has been booked fully up to around October. No space to London, Lagos to London anymore. Fully booked, and they have seen it, and they are now ganging up to fight him. Wow, business is very cutthroat. So you can see
Yeah.
now that so
So
even
now,
Nigeria didn't really help him, but these people are.
I didn't know that though. Joel, when
no,
did you
look,
price?
look at go just look for Airpiece, look for Oyema and Sheung. This thing was today. I mean, this one came out after he granted the interview with
You mean
That
Arise.
is about Remy, about £80, Abi.
yes? It's not 100
You
flights
said,
about.
Joel, you said $100, Abi. It's about
Yeah,
$80.
$100. Yeah,
It's
because
about
that's what he
£80,
said.
Abi.
That's what he said. He said that
It
like
should
some
be
of the
more than
flights
that.
now take even like $100. Some
That
of
is
them even take
crazy.
like $350.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe it
So
can make
so
$100.
how did you go from selling like 10,000 a ticket to 350? And when
Yes.
and those days they were saying it's because of the dollar. You understand
So
what I'm saying? They
they
say
are
it's because
just
of
making Nigeria. These people, man. Sometimes you even within Europe here, you can get a flight from one country to another country, return for a ticket.
But Remy, do you know what that shows us? That also happened, Joel, if you remember, that also happened in telecoms. Remember when we only had Airtel and MTN?
Yes, so
exactly.
Until Globacom came and said,
Globacom came
"I'm
into
just
the
game now."
business. Exactly.
If you don't have your own in that field, they will exploit you. That's the way
They
it
will
is.
exploit you. So Babati, we bring me to the question. You know, the other day I said something. I said wisdom in governance. If you cannot protect whatever thing you have, you've lost everything. You must protect whatever thing you have. That was the reason why I was against that gallivanting the world looking for foreign investors. Meanwhile, the investors that you have in your own country is about to leave.
I think I packed
Do you
most
understand
of
what I'm
it.
saying? Because this is no. See, this is the thing, right? We always know that a bird in hand is worth million in the bush. Before that company that you're going to contract or your marketing, we decide they will not do MOU, everything. That company might not start operation even before you leave government. We
The
know how
reason why, let
we
me,
know how this thing works. Even to build
let
a
me
facility
introduce
where you're
something.
going to operate, unless you're going to rent, from someone else.
We live
But,
in
Joel, I'm sorry, but Joel, you must do one thing that you might not. If I ask you now, you might not want to do, but you have to do. Do you know what that is?
What?
You have to suspend your morality or your. It's my point. You have, if you want them to invest in Nigeria, Nigerian billionaires. You see those illegally stolen funds. You must look away for them to bring it back into invest. You have to look away. And I know it's tough for people that want to they want to do justice and everything. You have to look away. Look away. They bring the money into invest that's the only way. The money is there, but they will not bring it into the regular government. So government will find a way to have this crazy billionaires that stole money or whatever that's doing it. They will bring the money to Nigeria. They invest there. You look away. You don't persecute them. That is the only way you can go about it.
Okay, you see, that's the same thing I was talking about, wisdom in governance, right? Instead of gallivanting around, right? You stay back and you call those people. You know them. We know who they are. You know their bank account. Hold on, let me finish. We know their bank account. You know those people. Why don't you sit back and call them face to face and tell them, look, I need so and so money back into this economy. You do the business, no prosecution. Because the thing there is this: I found out that to prosecute, someone that stole money from government, by the time they give you the bail, those lawyers charge EFCC to go defend them in court. Do you understand what I'm saying? You find out that look, we are wasting time, and sometimes this case go for 10 years, 12 years, no conviction. So I am of the view that these guys can be talked to. Give them soft landing. Give them soft landing. Bring in the money. Nobody is pushing you. But if you're bringing in the money, these are the critical sectors that we want you to invest this money.
Power, Joel. Because they
You
will make the
understand what I'm
money
saying?
back easy. Forever. You'll be making crazy money. It's electricity. Just put the money there. We will look away. You are making your money
That is what I'm
forever.
telling you.
Everybody's happy.
Make your money, but let the country run. Those critical sectors. If it is in agriculture, we want to get all the tractors that we need. The money they are going to provide will be enough. Then we know that those things are running. Then
It's not easy that way.
no,
They
it is
need
easy
that.
that way, or they'll go to jail, or you go
Yeah,
or go
let
on
me.
exile.
The way I see it this way is this. First, we live in a global village. No matter what you do or you produce in your country, once you have an excess, you want to export it out. Sometimes, if you don't have a good relation with other countries, they might not take your goods, and that is to wastage. So even the so-called mighty Asian country that they developed in the last 2 or 3 decades, they have to like humble themselves to Western power to let them bring in their factories, their technical know-how to their country, whereby they give them cheap labor. So all of them rushing immediately. And that is one of the reasons why China was able to grow. But when you live in a global village, you are not an island, you are trading with the rest of the world. Today, part of the reason why the Naira will continue to strengthen is because the junketing of the presidency is trying to pay off also, with also CBN policies. So we cannot just say, okay, we just have to look at the local investor. How much money do you think Nigeria really have compared to the foreign investor portfolios? So they bring in a lot of money. So everyone,
Remy, how many companies left Nigeria since last year? That is my point. And how much are they worth? Go and look at the worth. Then you go look at how much Tinubu is chasing. That is my point.
Some of them left, but remember, when your economy start to pick up, some of them will come back, and new player will also come.
My brother, do you know how many that have left?
Everybody has the right to come and live
You know how many companies that have left Nigeria?
No,
How many
you know
came
what?
back?
You know what? Let me be frank with you. When your economy is low, even the so-called China that is big, they are in big trouble now. The annual growth is not even up to 4% anymore. Inflation is also eating deep into them. So because the Western power shift their attention from them and they now continue to trade with their neighboring countries. So it's not all just straightforward like that. If you put your house in order and there's physical development, I mean, we continue to open up the country, new players will come in. We don't
That
need
is
to
the point
rely
I'm
on
trying
what
to
people
make you
already.
understand. Are we fixing? That's the point.
So you see
Fix
now,
your homeland.
so we are
Are
talking
we
about
really fixing the homeland? Look, see, let me tell you, Remy, see, the areas like insecurity in Nigeria. What are we doing? Even I was waiting. Where is the recruit? 50
so
million youths. We are not seeing any of those.
yes, you
Now
are
we
right.
are now seeing, hold on. See, look, I do not believe that we are broke. If we could spend 90 billion on Hajj, the thought of it, the audacity that we are spending scarce resources to send people to go and pray in another land. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. It shows that we are not really doing anything new. You
To
are
me,
filling up the basket. You are
to
filling up a basket, and you know what happens when you're pouring water inside a basket. You are pouring water inside the basket. It is seeping through from the other side. That is not
when
how
you
you're
talk
going to
about
run. We cannot.
when you talk about the patronize the Hajj and the rest, Nigeria is a complex country, and to find the balance as a leader is also not easy. Now, during the last year Christmas, he also subsidized the transportation for people that go home for Christmas.
Remy,
No, I'm
that is
coming.
apples and oranges. Apples and oranges. I have seen that argument. People
No,
talking
no.
about
Let me
Christmas.
conclude. Let me conclude.
Go ahead.
It's not only Ash that they sponsor. They also sponsor some Christian to go to
I
Easter.
am telling you that it is wrong. Both of them are wrong.
I totally agree with you, but remember
Take
one
up
thing.
government off that. Take government off
Remember
that.
one thing. I and you, we are here online. And we are
No,
not.
they're listening. They're listening. They are
Politics,
listening.
listen, I also don't like it, but politics is local. Sometimes they also play politics with this. Because when you want to get to the generality of people, you have to get to them through their leaders. And I know Nigeria as a community, they have a community setup in which whatever they want to do, they have to get you through to their leaders. In terms of security, first and foremost, I would like them to speed up that state police. Speed up the state police and then give more grants to the state. Maybe they have to formulate another bill to change the sharing formula so that states will have their own police. And once states will have their own police, then we'll be able to know that, okay, you, Ondo people, you are not doing the right thing. So we have a lot of criminal in your domain. Everybody will leave that state for more better secure state. Because the way, if we continue, if they recruit 100,000 police and it's still the federal government that control everything, the same result will come out. So let them have state police, and then we tinker with the sharing formula, and then state will now try to pay money. Because if there's so many problems, where do you want to start? Things have been bastardized for more than 40 or 45 years.
Remy, by the way, I'm trying to look up the story about the Siemens bringing in something to Nigeria, some transmission.
Yeah,
Did you hear about it?
they already brought it. And they have installed some.
But what is the capacity? What is it?
I cannot remember the capacity, but recently there were more than 10 super. They call it super. 10 super. They have brought in like 6 super subway. Sorry, not subway. How do you call it? Can you say stations? And they have installed.
That is for transmission, right?
Yeah, it's for transmission.
I really want to know because that will tell us where we're going.
Yeah,
they can do 30,000 and we know we are here.
They have installed 2 already. 2 has been installed already.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
not particularly impressed by Siemens coming into Nigeria at this time, and I'm not particularly impressed by what I see about the pricing of electricity in the country. Some people think electricity is the end goal, but electricity is a means to the end, not the end. The government is seriously taxing electricity, forgetting that electricity is not just for lights or to heat up your homes. Electricity, the major reasons why people electrify is to build the capacity of investments of the production sector. And if electricity is highly taxed, how is the production sector going to wake up? Because at the time they produce, their goods will be more expensive, leading us back to ground zero. So when I hear this electricity thing, and we have local, and even there's this guy interviewed recently. He said he's done something with Turkey and all that. They produce electricity with different means, not the normal coal and all those rubbish. And then Siemens is hurriedly coming in with their outdated tools to come and retool Nigeria with those things,
Right.
pushing us
But
back.
they were here.
You know, I'm not.
They were here towards the end of OBJ's. Didn't say they deal with Obasanjo.
Yes, yes, but they didn't proceed because you know why they didn't proceed.
Yar'Adua kind of was it Yar'Adua that kind of abandoned that?
Yes, no, it's not that. Because I heard from Angela Merkel. If you watched an interview where Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie asked Angela Merkel that she heard that they are coming to electrify Nigeria, what's stopping it? And she said something along the lines of, you know, sometimes when you bring in those investments, you're coming in to with your 100%, that they want a government participation and they also want some level of sovereignty, which the government is not ready to yield, you know. And I think they could do that. They could come in earlier if they were not asking for too much sovereignty. But the government wasn't giving them that advantage. So why are they suddenly coming in now? Maybe because they've seen other people doing fantastically well, and they've seen that even if they don't come, other people are going to take. Because I believe in local participation in this. If Geometric can do it in Aba, they could replicate whatever they did in Aba in other cities, starting with just maybe the EP zones, export processing zones, or maybe business zones, and then later on to the domestic. I think we could get it right.
Akiro, we are discussing
Yes.
transmission parts now, not distribution, not generation, no. Transmission.
Yes, listen. Go and look at what Geometric did. They are doing all three tiers. They are doing generation, they are doing transmission, and then there's one other middle tier. I don't know. They have all three, and that is why the man himself, Batinaji, that's why he had to resign from being a minister, because
was he interested or ever interested in that thing for the whole of Nigeria, or just that?
No, listen, what is impeding is the laws. This particular Aba transmission was a test. It's like a concession. You know, when you're doing things, you concession some parts and say, okay, let's see what the result is going to be like.
So the guy had a bigger plan for the whole country, or that was
even if you have a big plan for the whole country.
But let me answer that question, right? What actually happened was, right, it's like, you know, you have something going on, you know, and with your power station already, right? And they made you a minister. There's some people now say, oh, how can you be a minister? And I think there was some subvention that was going on then, I believe. And the company he was working for, because it's a power company, I think they got something. I think I'm don't quote me, but at the end of the day, what the target was conflict of interest, and that was how he left. Now, when he was there as a power minister, we saw a significant improvement in the runnings, especially in the runnings of NEPA. Right now, at the end of the day, this guy was pushed aside, and he continued with his geometric thing. After 15 years. Now, that plant was ready as of 2015, Babati. The problem was just the politics involved. That's it, Babati. That's the reason why that company did not take off. In fact, as we speak today, they are still having problem with gas supply. I don't know if they rectified it. Right?
It's on exclusive list. That's the funny thing about this country.
You
put things that are supposed to
They-
run on exclusive
okay,
list.
Sorry, but if they say okay, you can have power over this, they didn't make any provisions for gas. Because if I need gas if you tell me I have power to do it now.
Yes, that was the reason why they built it
is-
in Aba now. That was the reason why they built it, because from Aba to where the gas is, it's just like a few miles, right? So they were able to run the pipe because there was already, I think there's a gas port where they were going to get the gas from.
So they have
wait.
So they have the pipe already. They have the line already there.
They have the line now. That's
So what
the
is the
point.
why is the supply not coming?
The politics now. See, this is the thing. That's
No,
what
no.
I'm
Listen,
trying
let
to
me
make
explain. Let me explain what happened. Because he explained it himself. This is what happened. The gas, when they signed the deal initially, the gas production was being handled by a company. Along the line of this stretch of how many years where everything was told, the gas company was resold to another company. And in that company that bought the gas company didn't have supplying gas to the Aba geometric power project in their purview. So they had to, by stroke of luck, anyways, the current governor was in the mix for some time. It became the bank MD when and he looked at the contract between the bank and the Aba geometric power project, and then he eventually became governor. So he just fast tracked the discussion, and the new company had to give in, and they resigned. I think they relooked at the whole deal. That is why they were able to get it right. If he was not in the mix, and the new governor was maybe from another party, it would have been stalled, and we will not have electricity, and we will still be dreaming of
But
electricity
Excel
somewhere.
right now, they are still having. They are not powering up to full capacity because they are not getting enough gas. That is what I'm telling you.
Yes,
What is going on right now? And we are sitting on gas.
That's
We
one
are
of the
sitting
things
on
we
gas.
say.
Oh,
That's one of the things we're saying. If you want to, like you said, I think you're the one who just said that Nigeria is rich. The problem is we are too focused on the center, and the center has too much power. If every state invests in their resources, these things will be streamlined. They will work effectively. Any state that doesn't have gas will have to deal with the state that has gas, and the supply will be, fluid.
So Excel, are they having issues with the Genco? We still have the Genco's discourse and all these here.
Yes. There's an issue with it. That's what I'm saying. It's because of all this politics. The person who had the disco in Enugu, in
Right.
fact, he's the one who has concession for anything that has to do with the Enugu state. He's one bloody guy. He's one bloody guy called. Yes, and he doesn't have. This is what I wanted to say.
Stay with me.
When
Wait now. I'm saying that if you tell me that, John of Nigeria and Nesero, you now have the power to now do all three levels of power, whatever. You should have made provisions for me or deals with the existing companies. You see my point? To make it easy.
No. What happened? What happened? This is what happened. Let me tell you what happened. Why he bidded? They bidded for the whole of the region, but because their bids were similar. When you bid for individual states, maybe Aba or maybe Abia State, you bid for Enugu State, you bid for Anambra State, So Emeka Ofo bidded, but when he now, Geometric initially won the whole bid, but Emeka Ofo's company had to go to the court and said,
the bid was too similar. Like maybe you bid for 500 billion for this and the same 500 billion for the other one, that it is the same all through. And no bid has to be the same. So they had to, they claimed that the government had a hand in it. That was how he lost the bid. And then they gave that to concession to Mecca for. And this is what I wanted to say to you so that you understand where the problem was coming from. And this is why he left as minister. When he sat on that meeting, when they were discussing about these concessions, he specifically stated that you don't come into this business unless you have the money to generate and to supply. There are 3 tiers, that you have all 3 tiers, so that it will be easy, so that once you start, you finish it and you don't give us excuses. Because this is the problem we have in the country. So many people bidded for discos everywhere, but there's no supply, there's no generation. And when there's generation, they don't have the money for the equipment or to fit the bill for the investment to kick off. And this is what we have. But people come in and bid because they are friends of the government. And this is what's stalling. That's what's stalling the whole this project in Aba. It's supposed to go. There are so many concessions all over the country, like maybe 6 for the all geopolitical zones, but none is functioning. Only the one in Aba, and that's by stroke of providence, because Geometric held his ground, and Oti was a bank person.
Zero, Joel. Why can't the governors of the East come in and say, let's help these people? Like if I had a company that have power, that wants to give me power, I would say, governors, let's come together and help this company. And you know,
Babati, you see, you think you're talking about reasonable human beings, because if they do what you're saying and what everybody is saying, they will actually make more money. But these people are too foolish. These people are too foolish to think so.
Exactly. You would think that you are dealing with people who, at least if they don't love Nigeria, they will love their zones, their geopolitical zones, or their ethnic groups. But that's not how this thing works.
At least they will love their money. Even if they don't love their zone, they will love their money.
But they are foolish.
Even can do, or they will even love their community. Look at the communities where they come from. Sometimes their house is only the good house in the whole of the community, right? The road that lead to his house is not even right, but he's a billionaire. So I mean, what are we even talking about? Look, I have said it on this show. And I'm going to repeat it here. The Southeast have one of the most useless set of leaders, except for a few. And the thing there is this, right? The thing there is that, you know, some of them even have bad belly to watch each other, right? Yeah, you can imagine. You can imagine the same day Geometric launched their power this thing. They were doing another power nonsense in Enugu onto VP blah 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 blah. You could have moved it to another day. Go and, you know, commiserate with your brother, hail them, say, guys, wait till they go on. Good job. Now you now say, guy, if you can do it here, how can you extend it? No, they will not do it. They rather go get another person, another foreign company, so that they will say, oh, they built this one. Meanwhile, you have someone in Nigeria there building a power station that built one.
Yeah. Whatever they did, well, for me, whatever they did in Enugu, in Aba, whatever they did in Aba, they can repeat it everywhere in the country, and that's how. Look, in this place where I am, every local government has their own power station. They generate some form of power station where they generate. So why don't we do that?
I'm saying that it will be easy. I'm saying it will be easier when states come together to help. You know, you see my point. I said,
exactly.
We cannot. If we remove Lagos and some states, we cannot all afford it as some states. They cannot afford some of these things. But if you my brother, let's
look at it
together.
You see my point. You look at what is happening. You look at what is happening in Abia State. You see the long gap between Abia and, say, Imo or Anambra, or even all the other Southeast states, because one governor is working because he doesn't have a godfather, and maybe because he's just fresh, and you see the other one stealing.
because there's no reason why the other ones cannot do exactly what this guy is doing. So you can tell the difference, and they all belong to different parties, and they all formulate different stories to
As
siphon
my
to
brother,
take
at
money.
some point you must look beyond party. This is your people.
That's
You
what
are
that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. Even during the war, even during a war, some of them will sell weapons to the opposite side. That's the truth.
Baba
People
T,
don't
I don't
care.
think Nigeria can move forward. All this obedient narrative, these people are just talking. Nothing will work in Nigeria. You stop
no,
deceiving yourself and stop bringing your obedience
we know that
mentality to us. We are clever. We know what everything you are talking about.
Guys, stay with me now. Look at Ogun, Oyo, and Lagos. They want to do their own line of electricity. They say, okay, let's come together. But Oyo is PDP now. Oyo is PDP. You didn't say because, okay, I'm PDP, I'm not going to work with you. Because it's going to benefit everybody. They want to do train together. They want to do things together. That needs to be across everywhere in Nigeria. Let's make deals. You have land. I want to plant something. Let's do this in agriculture, in whatever it is. You know what? We should start seeing state as their own country now. That's the way they need to start operating. As their own unit.
Babati, I called, on this show, I said something. I told you guys, look, let us, you see the way our regions are, right? Let us have pilot states in all regions. You give it to Lagos, Kanu, ABJ, maybe Anambra, Port Harcourt, right? Those are your pilot states. All the other states, merge them up, divide them into 2. So we have 3 governors from every region. I know why I'm saying this. The reason why I'm saying this is that this state structure that we have, right, depends on who is running it, the group of people running it. Tomorrow, another governor will come into Ogun State and he might not be interested in the plan.
I know, but Joel, look at what Lagos is doing now. Lagos will go
brother, Lagos is a special case.
At this point, girl, Lagos is just on their own now. They're just a country on their own. Let's just leave them.
My brother, Lagos is a special case. My brother, forget Lagos not a special case. You understand what I'm saying? Lagos not a special case. Come out Lagos now. Look at even your Ogun State where they talk. Look everybody where they down. How will they do?
But another thing,
we have heads. If we can divide them, we have 1 governor. We have 2 governors. Right?
Another reason
they
why
have more money, so they can invest in critical areas if they want to run a train. Right? Now we are talking about a train within states. This they can run if they say it's my state.
When that governor also said that he wants to build train, you should have the bring so they say, oh man, let's do this together. You know what I'm saying? You should come together and say, oh man, let's do this thing together. Let's what I'm saying? Let's go together.
Another reason. Too many cooks.
Does our governor does he look to you like somebody who is willing to cooperate on anything?
That one don't time me. That one I gave up on that one long time ago.
Okay. Babati, let me tell you something. Another reason you have to look at is the cost of their elections. You cannot campaign with such huge amounts and then win election and not recoup.
Exactly.
So what are you saying? So, and you have the support of
wait. What Babati is saying will actually give them more money.
No,
you will
when you
actually end up with more money.
When you see, listen, most of these investments they crisscross the whole of your administration. Most of these investments are for 5, 6, 7 years. You know how long it takes to build these train tracks you're talking about, this investment or electrifying state? It takes years. And they don't want to wait because there are people who invested in them to put them in office cannot be waiting. And you have to give them their monies with interest and allocations here and there. So this is the reason why they don't want to do it. When will
That's the reason
and
why.
the investors themselves, when they come in after you've provided the infrastructure, they take time also. You give them also tax
Tax
waivers.
breaks.
So so these things take time. It's only
No,
somebody like
I
Oti
think
that can do it.
I think you're correct because by the time this investment starts to generate a return, they don't come out for office.
They don't
So
die. Some of them don't die.
they need their money right now. They need to pay back those people who helped them to get in office now. So they
See,
can't
can
think
do.
long term.
Can do.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. You see, I don't think there is any region in Nigeria that has suffered from godfatherism than the southeast. We have seen it happen. Like, when governors will come in and say there is no money. And look, let me tell you, you will see the roads. I wish any of you came to Anambra during Mbadenoju's time. My brother, you go think say you dey where? You go think say you dey inside desert. If you see road.
Oh, wow.
And they will tell you there is no money. It was until Ngige came in and fought off the godfathers. And then you know that he had to work because he also knew that he has, stepped on the tail of the lion. So he had to be as transparent as possible. But that transparency now led him to, investing in Anambra. When Ngige was building road, people were like, "What road? We get money to build road," and people were like, "What is going on? It's impossible. It's impossible." That is what godfatherism.
But
It kills even the psychology of the citizens.
but Babati, one good thing that we will benefit from this Aba investments rollout is that by the time this government of OT is through, every other government will sit up or they will be looking like fools because Aba is going to take all the investments. Everyone is going to be relocating towards that region. Before you know it, other regions will pick. If you don't build electricity, you will not get substantial investment. Nobody will put an investment where electricity is going to increase the cost of production. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody.
Aside from that, a number of them will not be able to. They won't be able to blame federal because when everybody is able to point to what Aba has done, they won't have any place to put their excuses any longer.
I believe so, but can do. My own thing is this: I still believe that we have so many people in
Electricity,
government.
and you want people to come and invest. Invest in what?
In that small space of Nigeria, you have 37 governors.
Invest in buying more generators to power your plant.
Joel, that is part of being a business hub in everything. So you have a state that wants to do power. Just come together, do train. Joy, this is my point. You have business
come again.
Yeah, come to us, yeah.
Esther, you have a hot mic, please.
Oh, sorry.
So
Yes.
Joy, I'm saying that you have a state in your region that has power. That's good. You have business district across the place. Somebody wants to do train, you then work with them. You now have a main line down to the seaport that you can come together and do and work together with it. This is about policy, about having this of saying that, because to be honest with you, Lagos and some states, we need to leave them alone, like you said, because they have the money. Most states, you need to work together to bring this. That's just reality. You have to work together. So just work together and get this thing, make it happen.
My brother,
everybody in the area will benefit.
You're thinking that this common sense is very common. It's not common.
It's not common.
Babati,
See,
Babati,
Babati, in the southeast, let me tell you, you see this beach front we are talking about, right? If you go to the southeast, if you go to Ebonyi, you're going to see like I won't say it's a beachfront, but like riverfront, beautiful, right? Those people are not interested in developing that place. They don't even want you to come because if we are many in there will be problem. So most of us will just be like, you know what, just do your shit. Let's just get out. They like it that way. We have useless leaders in the southeast. I have said it on this show. If it's not for OT, okay, look at OT for instance. Look at Abia State, and this one is most recent. When you go into Excel, can you put off your mic?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So when you go into Aba prior to OT coming in, you'll be shocked. You'll be like, this is the place that laid the golden eggs, but this is the way it's being treated. In fact, as a matter of urgency, the federal government ought to have seen Aba as a spot for himself too, for himself, because he knows that if Aba is paying taxes, I'm getting more money. So it should be like a special area. Did the federal government give a hoot? No. Did the state government give a hoot? No. That is the country we live in.
But you know one thing. I'm glad. You know why I'm glad? The Southeast is a production basin, but what they lack is electricity. And Nigeria has slowed themselves so much that it took OT to start the process. It's finished for Nigeria. You know the discussion we're talking about, the Africa free trade movement. Southeast has gotten it already now because in Aba, there's nothing you cannot manufacture. In Nnewi, there's nothing you cannot fabricate. But by the time, bet me, in the next couple of years, Nigeria will be centered in the Southeast because Nigeria, the federal government will stop getting money from all these resources and be focusing on production. Other states who are busy stealing now, they would have so much, stifled their citizens.
My brother, every part of Nigeria can produce. But that is my thing.
That's what I'm
every
saying.
Part of Nigeria, every part of Nigeria can produce if the policies are right. My thing is this. I don't even want anybody to come to the southeast because the wahala will be too much. Everybody stay in your region.
By this time,
do your thing.
No, we didn't come. We didn't come.
By this
Wait, what EXO is saying that by virtue of having that power there, that is where production will go to. It's not that whether everybody should come or not. Business people want to reduce cost. So if they have a place where number one, the power is there and it's consistent, that's where they will go.
Yes, exactly. And Nigerian politicians, they have this flock head mentality. They see what's but investing today and you get it tomorrow. It takes like 5 years for any state to meet about where it is now. You have 5 years to start putting everything into place. That means production will first and foremost headquarter itself in the southeast, even if it's not Aba, somewhere close to Aba, so that the electricity can penetrate. It will headquarter itself in the southeast before it. Yes.
Well.
Wait. If you have power in that region and you have rail lines that can take you anywhere in Nigeria or to the ports, you don't have to come to Lagos now. Just put the thing on rail. It will get to Lagos. Put it on rail, you get to Port Harcourt. You don't have to travel. Just be in your southeast, do your business, put it on the rail line, and it will go. That's what you need.
Yeah, but the thing there is that Babati, Nigeria has defied all common sense, right? We defied every You know, things that normally works in other nations, it comes to Nigeria, it will just yabata. So we can still have, my thing is that in Nigeria, we can still have all those systems and things will not still work. We have a normal cargo. Is it working? At least we have the facility to do our normal export. What are the bureaucracies there? So it is still,
like the airport, I said, have the private people run it is my own position. All this, someone that studied the agriculture, working in CBN, or all this nonsense. If you don't have any experience, I don't want you there. You must be qualified to even work in those kind of places.
And you live in a country where it is quota system.
That is
you
going
see,
to
there's
take
always
a
contradiction.
that is going to take a long time for people to be given jobs based on merit. Go to
But that is the only way.
Exactly.
That is the only way. You can't have it because somebody is can't be a sister.
All of us here understand and agree with you, but we're talking about the reality.
The reality.
These people, no matter how qualified, well, there will be few exceptions. But go to NMPC, go to all these big companies, go and see the people that are there. It is senators, children, former governors, cousins. Now them pack full, and that's the way it's going to be for a while.
Kando, didn't Cardoso fire 40 people today? At CBN, he fired them.
No, I didn't see that.
About 43 of them.
Yes, because they were not qualified for the job. You have to do that. You have to. You can't keep employing people because there are some uncles. You don't. I have shamefully. I have friends that work in CBN in Abuja that did not study anything that has to do with economics, and they've been there for years because their dad is a lawyer at CBN. That's why they work there.
Most people working in many agencies and even business.
They have no experience there, Mike.
They were not employed based on qualification. Based
what
on
about
merit,
NMPC?
anything. It's just.
What about NMPC?
But a typical example is like having Ogunlesi, the manager of how many airports in Nigeria in the UK, but we don't have an airport in Nigeria that's fully functional. You know.
So is it that we don't have the capacity? We have the capacity to run whatever. Look, bro, we are Nigerians, man. Look, bro, I believe Nigerians die. I believe Nigerians die.
We don't practice meritocracy. That's the problem. Many times, when you go to Nigeria, go to agency, you see one guy that worked there, you're like, this guy's not qualified for this job.
Exactly.
I know some people on this. You literally know people personally that are better qualified than the individual that's in front of you, that's serving you, and you just wonder, how did you get this job?
See the airport now. No, Mike. See the airport. Like, how did this one get the job? No way.
Exactly. You go to the airport, the kind of human beings see that you're like, come on, man. I just spoke with a bunch of civilized Nigerians from where I was just coming from, and they are looking for work. How is this one here, the one working here? You know, that's what you see all over Nigeria, man. A bunch of incompetent human beings just running things, man. You know, even in the government, like lot of those governors, all of them, come on, man, they are not the best Nigerian can offer now. You have a bunch of brilliant human beings, but the morons and the unqualified people that have no business running things, they are the ones running things.
Exactly.
That's the problem. We only think it's only the president. No, in every facet, every level, Nigeria, the incompetent human beings are the one in charge of everything. That's why everything is backward.
And you see, until we do it, we have to do away, and we just need a leader that can come in and tell the North to their faces, bro. You guys have to step up. You have to step up. We cannot continue with this quota system. That quota system is killing us.
I don't think that's a better way to do it. I think investment in you. I don't think that's the best way to do it, because no matter what, it is the people that you're going to use to change that place. You can't just come there and say
no. See, if you have quota system, If you have quota system, what it means is that meritocracy is thrown into the trash. And normally we look at it as just civil service, but look at it like a production line. If you have a production line and you have certain aspect of the lines that is faulty or that is not up to what it ought to do, it will always affect the production line. Look at it that way.
And we agree, Joel.
I don't quite agree.
There's no region in Nigeria that doesn't have enough
But
qualified
Joel,
people.
what we're saying is
Exactly.
even within the quota system, the question is even within that quota system, the people. I've been to some of these places. You just have to shake your head. That is this even within Yoruba or within the east or the north. The question is the people that they haven't running these things are not the best
Are
within
not the
those
best.
quotas. Within.
Even
So
they
how did they
know they
get
don't
into
bring
power?
their best. They don't employ their best to come and fill those spaces. So it's just we just don't the way people get employed. The process is just the problem. Like literally, jobs are just being filled through. I know you. You know somebody. You know somebody. That's how they do things.
Okay,
So
Mike, Mike. This is my thing. You know what I was talking about the quota
even
system,
if
right?
you are doing
Okay,
quota, at least give us the people that are qualified. They have enough now. There's a lot of
uh,
Northerners have gone to their schools and overseas. They may not have as many people that
but
but they still have people.
those are the kids of the rich. Most of them are kids of the rich
Yeah, but
folk. So
the people they were employed is the same across board. Even in the south, the people they were employed, even the southwesterners, you go there, I'm like, I know so many
Exactly.
of us are educated. What was
Exactly.
it like doing here?
you're
Yeah.
right.
It's
Though. You're
across
right. Though.
board. We don't
So
employ the best.
I don't quite agree with the idea of not using quota system. Let the people within the region do their thing. That's what I agree with. You know, you can't
And
bring an Igbo
that's the
man
same thing.
to come
That's the
and
same
run a company
EXO.
in
That's the
Kaduna.
same thing. Wait, we're still saying the same thing. We're not saying for you to totally abolish the quota system, but bring out the best within each quota.
Exactly.
That's what we're
That's the
saying.
Well. That's a huge one because look, these guys in governments. If we can have a law that bans anyone that gets into government cannot have any family member, in any of these government parastatal. I mean, I know it's going to be like denying them their right, but we have to start somewhere. This idea
Joel,
of
don't
when
worry.
you get into power,
Don't worry, Joel. Your that idea will be implemented in 2060. Don't worry, it's coming.
No, guys, listen,
in
listen,
2060.
listen. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, guys. Let me tell you something, guys. The revolution has started, but you might not realize it yet. It has started. If you don't shape up, you'll be ashamed of your state very soon. With what OT is doing, some other states is going to pick up. The other ones is going to pick up. If you don't pick up, you will be a disgrace. The revolution has started already. Watch out.
I totally agree with you because people are holding their governor responsible now, and they are the people you should hold that responsible. Everybody shout, Tinubu, come to your state, hold your governor accountable. See what is happening in Lagos State. Are we not holding Ogun State governor accountable now? See the way we are talking about our governor. It's useless. So look at your state governor telling you there's not even some memorandum for state police. Look at him. Let's call it spade a spade. It's high time we handle those governors. When you handle them, look at what is happening in Abia. It pushed Enugu to work. The other way I was on YouTube. See how many vehicles Enugu State governor bought to improve security in their state. It might be slow, but things are changing very quick, very fast. When we have state police, little by little, let's continue with this gradual, gradual restructuring. Let's continue with that. State police is in. Now, in some states now, the court is going to determine state autonomy for local government and legislature. I think it's in Ogun State or just I forgot. I read it. So things are changing. If Nigerian people are now know that there's no business with me with Mr. President, it is my state governor, you will see that things will turn around. But if anybody die in Nigeria and everything you guys say is the president.
Let me shock you. In the 80s in Nigeria,
Yes.
I didn't even care about my governor. It was our council that we went for everything. Local government council did everything for us. We didn't even go to state. Everything was local government council. That was it.
That was
It's been done before now.
I don't care about the head of state. Just the state.
It's been done before. Even the road was local government that was doing it for us back in the 80s now. It wasn't state, it was local government that would do your road and everything, garbage disposal, birth certificate, everything. It was them doing it.
Even water said. I remember even water.
Yeah, it was them now. Healthcare, it was them now. It wasn't state, it was local government council now.
Yeah. Babati, that was before the 1999 Constitution. That Constitution is so nebulous. It stifles the whole country. That you cannot build a particular road because it's national road. You cannot build a particular road because it's state road. You see, these are all the shit that is stifling that country. You cannot put electricity. I think they've increased the electricity generation now. I think every state can generate now. But you know how long ago, how long we've had to depend on the national grid. Yes, so that is why I said
the war between OBJ and Tinubu over generation of electricity back then.
Those ones are just old fools. But anyway, guys, I have to go. Thank you very much.
I'm happy. Hello, Babati.
Yes, sir.
I'm very happy that what they call Abia State is the Eldorado of Nigeria.
We are going there. So I love that.
Yeah, we are not going there. They should hold their place. They should hold it. All the narrative they be bringing since they thought people don't have brain, Adi. They all the narrative, everything you see that this government is doing. We are talking about there are some cement they came. They say that one is you see this platform. I'm on it from 24 hours. I will just keep quiet. What? Just keep quiet. Be listening to everybody. But when I'm annoyed like this is when I get into the matter.
Okay, Ganu, hold on. Let me get you into trouble now. You know, like Wala. So the borehole or no borehole, the capital B is doing up and down. How far?
Yeah, can you imagine? Are we the people that said we are you see the Yoruba people is complaining about the borehole? Is the northern people are saying they don't want the nonsense? Yeah, and now you can hear Kenneth talking about somebody they don't have water, they are drinking with the cow. Are they begging? Did they come to beg Peter Obi to come and do borehole for them? Are they dying because of water? You see these people, I don't know. These people, they've been living in Syria. I went to Ahmadu Bello University, you understand? And I was in Zaria. I know Zaria very well. There is water everywhere.
But I knew. They said that him giving them borehole it's not political, just because he just love to do it. It's not because he wanted
Yeah. Peter Obi is doing charity now, you know. He's doing charity. So and the people they do the water for, they tell the people they do the water for, they say, don't come and do nonsense borehole here. And it's simple as ABC. And now you people are still talking, Nigeria, no. And look at the Kenya now, he doesn't even allow anybody to talk.
Oh my God. No, because
Babati, one thing that I found out is this, right? On this show, one man once had what they call it, we wanted to, give some people in the north some money, so that was like a fundraiser. Many people on this platform talking did not contribute. Why am I saying this? The people that complain about what someone else did, if you feel so bad, why don't you do the one that is better? He is not doing it for you. The people that he did it for are not complaining. It is you on the internet from another place. Maybe you're living in a city where there is water. These are rural areas. And you're talking about the quality of the thing. Look, let me tell you something. Each of those things cost like 6 million naira. You know the problem? You might be talking about how the people, because if you want to get someone that is standard, you might be spending, because they might be residing in the main city, in those rural areas. If you have to move those people down there, it might cost so much money. So you should be looking at, the profit, the kind of what do they call them now? That does all those like walls, because I see what they're talking about. It can be done better. I mean, if you can dig a borehole, you can still make the wall look better. You can build the wall. I mean, we've seen it done before,
but
right?
that was a laudable project, but the design was just god awful.
The design was just messed up. I mean, if you can dig a borehole, which is the main thing, this other one now, the aesthetics, you can make it look better now. You can make it look nicer. I get that part. But at the same time, it's still the aesthetics or the water that the people needed. It is the water. Now, if you feel like that one is not good enough, you can go and do a better one. You can
I
go and
believe
do, because the problem in Nigeria is that each and every one of us too, we also have obligations to people around us. Just like Remi Tinubu said, right? We can also help in our own little way.
The problem, Joel, the problem is not even Peter Obi. It is the people that supported him. He did the borehole for them, fine, good. But everybody know that. Why did not Peter Obi do it 10 years ago, 5 years ago? Why is it? Because no matter what he will do, people will relate it because it's a politician.
Remi, no matter.
People. It's all about politics.
Remi, see, let me tell you something. See, Remi, let me tell you something. I have said it on this show. Peter Obi, there is a similarity between Peter Obi and Trump. Talking about their followers, they are fanatics. They have the fanatics. Like, I don't understand. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from, but there are people. Yeah. So they see him. They see him as.
I agree. I agree with you. You cannot hold Peter Obi responsible for what his fanatic fans say
Yes,
and
are
do
doing,
online.
because it is impossible to control every one of them.
But
And
the
look, let
problem
me
is
tell
that
you something.
the
And look, let
problem
me
is
tell
that
you
those
something.
supporters are not more than all Nigerians. So he cannot win election that way. And that's
See.
limited for him, okay? Because those people are too toxic for an average Nigerian to even say, okay, let's be factual. Say the truth. They are too toxic.
Joe, you know the problem with your region. That is the problem. Like
in my region.
Hold on. Let me say this. This is very important. There are some
Okay.
things. There are some people that they don't represent all of you, but they do things where they go overboard, like just overboard, and then you hear absolute silence, like no one will actually. And then sometimes they will even ask you what makes me get fed up with your people is that even my own friends that are Igbo are calling that. Look at this guy on your place. Look at this person. He's just going overboard with his bigotry against other ethnic group. What do you think? And they were trying to give me one excuse they're trying to excuse that behavior. And I'm like, but you are not like that. So why are you excusing that behavior? You understand? So it's almost like, okay, you must believe in what that person is saying. Like, so what people are saying is that there's some obedience, they just go way overboard, or even hypopia. There's this one girl I was watching today about this whole water thing, and she just going off on the northerners, going off on Yoruba, just going on. And this same girl, like she literally
She didn't go for Yoruba. Don't put
hold
Yoruba
on.
into it.
And this, and then you see,
She was. See, Mike. See, if you have to say something,
like she
say it the way it
literally
is.
was going overboard. Like the kind of thing she was saying was so
Some
bigoted.
things she said. No, I would
And
agree
that's the
with
example I'm
you.
saying. You're here defending that too.
I
I
agree
mean,
with
you
you.
can't defend something like that.
No. See. I agree with you. She went overboard with her remarks, right? but she didn't mention the Yorubas. Let's just leave that
No.
aside. Secondly,
She did one show about the Yorubas the day before.
Hold on. Secondly,
the point is that they are making his job.
Let me land. We will learn something from it. First and foremost, Mike, the supporters of Obi are not only from the southeast, so let's leave it at that.
No, we are not even talking about.
I didn't know how we brought the region into it, but
the ones that are doing. Hold on. We're not saying. I know you're right. So we are talking about people. They are doing the bigotry, the ethnic bigotry, like literally things so overboard.
No. See, what I'm just saying is this: if you go on X,
the Edo supporters don't do that bigotry things like that. Now they don't go overboard. They just say we support Obi, and that's it. And they play the politics.
Every region in Nigeria have their own set of fanatics for Obi. Take it or leave it.
But that's not the argument I'm making. I'm telling you about
what
people
I'm
that
just
are
saying
actually.
Is this. No. You narrowed it down to region, and when you narrow it down to region, we might not solve the problem.
But the argument is not who's supporting Obi. That's not the argument. I'm talking about.
No. You're talking about the fanatics.
Hold on, calm down now. We speaking all over the place. We started from when Remy said his followers, some of his followers do they come out with certain behavior, and I went to from there pick out certain behavior that tend to come. Now I give you an example of that girl. She's actually from the southeast, and the way she was spilling some overboard bigotry shit about the northerners over that well, like she was literally going way overboard. And she did another show, and I'm like,
you added Yoruba to the mix. So that was why I said no. She did not call the Yoruba.
I'm talking about this girl that's getting and see, she get like 14,000 views. 77,000 views.
And not a
single Southeasterner say, "Come, girl, you are killing Obi's chance. You are bullying."
No, it had nothing to do with Obi. Somebody comes out and says something. It has to do with Obi. The issue there is this. Hold on, let me land now. Let me just say something. Hold on, let me just say something. Then you continue. See, right? The issue there is this. I do not always believe, even if someone is saying something wrong, I always want to draw, some conclusions. I always want to infer, trying to know what this person is talking about. And there were some valid points that she made. And I'm going to state it to you. You said that Rocha Sokorocha built houses, built schools in the north, and Peter Obi built water. First and foremost, apples and oranges. Rogers Okorocha is the foundation that has schools all in all the 6 geopolitical zones. And in fact, he has more even in Imo State. So trying to put that comparison, right, was what made her angry. And secondly, she asked a valid question. If you say that Rochas built these schools for you, and Rochas came up for election, and he did not get 1 vote from you, what does it say about you? That is the point she was trying to make, and it's
you see what you're doing here. You see what you're doing here.
So it is one of no. See,
okay,
it is one of those things. It is one of those things. Look, let me tell you. I told you that I think differently these days. I listen to everybody, and I make my deductions, and I will come out. I will not just say, let me just throw away everything. And that's the same mistake, some people made about Trump. Because the media come and give this narrative, and everybody will be like, oh, that's what he said. No. Go and listen to the person. Look at the situations. Look at the reasons.
I will get your point. You took us way off. What the point we're not even making.
No, I'm not taking you way off. I'm telling you that it is what it is.
Can you give me some sense? You see what Joe is doing right now is what example of what I give about.
No, she makes some sense.
About my Southeast, most of my friends. Let me explain what you're doing right now. Can do. It's like let's say I have a junior brother, right? And you and that my junior brother were having conversation about maybe whether the sky is blue. And my junior brother said, yes, the sky is blue, right? In the middle of that same conversation, my junior brother started maybe insulting your mother, your father, saying all kinds of bigotry stuff. And then you came to me to say, come, me and your brother had this conversation, and he was saying, going overboard, insulting me like he's saying this and that. And then I look at the conversation, and my only response to you is that, but there's something, what he's saying in that conversation, that the sky is blue. The sky is actually blue. So I would dismiss, or the main reason why he came to, you understand? The fact that he was insulting your mother, your father, and all those other things, I will only focus on the fact that the truth that he said that the sky is blue, and just dismiss every other thing. That's exactly what they would do. They would dismiss that bad behavior, that nasty thing that's indefensible, and begin to talk about a whole different thing. You talking about the valid point she made about Rochas or whatever. But is that what we are talking about? I'm presenting to you that the things she was saying about the northern mass, like over that well, like the kind of nasty, she went overboard. And you dismiss that, you didn't address that, you come to tell me about the valid point she made about Rochas.
No. You
Come on, man.
You try to overblow it, right? You try to bring the Yoruba to it, and I said,
no, she did another show right around before that
one. First of all, no media needs to tell me about Trump. I've been following Trump since 1985. I knew the guy was a criminal from day one. I don't need any narrative.
No, please. Stop.
This is just an aside.
Trump is not a criminal.
Look, I'm talking about his business, the way he runs his business. This guy has been lying about how many story building he has to be able to get more loans from banks. So I don't need any. Me personally, I don't really care what. Hold on, Joel. Whether it's Tinubu or anybody, I don't need any media to spoon food me.
Did you hear that John Stewart did the same thing? John Stewart just what he did was he overvalued his property. I
don't care what other people have done. I don't care. I don't run my life by because this person also did this. I go straight down the line. I didn't see the video of this lady. But I've never been able to understand how anybody judges someone based on what their supporters did or said. I remember during the election, people were saying, they're not going to vote for Obi because obedience are so this, are so that. What does Obi or Tinubu or Atiku have to do with what their supporters are saying? I can't even believe it. I don't. What?
Can do. Where the problem goes wrong is when they now ask Obi, hey, what do you think about this thing? Obi will try to defend it or excuse it.
Okay, I hear you, but what I'm saying is,
what the problem is, you know.
Well, for me, it's not a problem. I don't care.
Well, that's the fact of the matter is. The fact of the matter is,
Mike, you're not going to put a spin on this. He had condemned those that were vicious online, and he has said everybody should treat people with respect.
I don't care what Obi tells. Obi doesn't tell me what to do. Maybe he tells his supporters. I don't care what any leader, politician say to anybody. I don't wait on anybody. Obi telling people don't go on the street. Who is Obi or who is Biden to tell me go on the street or don't go on the street? I have common sense to make my own decision. So maybe that's what people do. That's not what I do. I cannot. It's not even possible for me to go by some leader tell me to vote or don't vote or to go out on Monday.
What exactly is your point?
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? You put juju for mouth. No, my point is, I like I said, I did not see this particular video, but I don't judge what Obi is doing or Tinubu is doing based on what their supporters are doing.
I don't think. No. The fact of the matter is this:
And she's not even a supporter of Obi. She's not even a supporter of Obi.
People are going to have feelings for you based on your camp. That's just natural. It's unfortunate,
I
but that's
hear
what life
you.
is.
I'm just telling you that
That's
is
just
not the
real
way.
life is,
That
man.
is not the way my brain works. I don't care about what any camp camp
Well,
members or
you
your
just an
supporters
exception,
do.
but hey, that's real life is, man. There's no way. There's no way your people of your stock or your whatever that belongs to your side are launching an attack and attack and attack. And I know that me supporting giving you my votes, I'm doing it in their favor. Hey, guess what? This is just natural.
Okay.
It's
No, I
natural. So
hear
that's
you.
where it
I'm
works,
just
man.
telling you.
Yeah,
This is not
you may
even
be
about the
different, but
Nigerians.
it's natural that others will say, no. If I'm
Yeah,
giving this guy
Mike,
vote,
Mike.
I'm helping
I get. You got you now have a jingle for 2027. It's going to be your jingle for 2027 to buy the northern vote, right? Carry on. But the thing there is that Obi is Obi. You cannot hold Obi accountable for. I mean, she's not even an obedient in the first place. She's just a social media talker. She talks on her own. So you cannot just come out and say,
Even if she's
yes. You
an
cannot just come out.
even if she's an Obi supporter, what does she have to do with Obi? And like I said, or Atiku or whoever
I
else,
don't think you understand the way
I
life
don't
works,
just
man. But anyway,
I don't
I don't want to. Let me not waste my
yeah,
time. I know you just I don't waste my time, Sean.
Mike, Mike, you're part of those that were pushing. The nobody own Lagos now. That talk don't die down, right? It will come up in
It never
2027.
died down, though.
No,
So that talk
because
has been there
no,
for even before the
it will come up again. It will come up again.
even before the election. It's been going
It comes
on.
out every 4 years.
They've
Every 4
been
years it
fighting
comes
over
out.
Lagos is when.
when all of us move to Aba, are we gonna be able to say nobody owns Aba?
See, my brother. See, let me tell you something.
Good luck even getting space in Abasa. You won't get comfortable enough to be able to even say that, to get to the point where you be able think about doing
no
that.
man's land, though, Joe. Abba is no man's land,
Aba is no man's land.
It's no problem.
You won't get comfortable enough to get to that point to be able to say
Hold on,
that.
let me say this, right? I was looking at there was this YouTube clip I was looking at. I was watching one day, and I saw Smokey Robinson, saying that if you was telling, like, addressing some African Americans, telling them that that if you go to Africa, that nobody's going to accept you there. They're going to look at you like you're a scum, that blah 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 blah, right? And this is me looking. I was like, why is this man talking like this? I say, where in Africa is that happening? Where you come and they are treating black, they will treat black Americans, or they will not accept them and all that. So I looked at it. I was like, this is just misinformation, and that is what some of you are doing here. Most of you have not gone to the East. You cannot just sit here and say,
Oh man,
I
we know
cannot
people
get
that have been
anything.
there now. They tell us
So
now.
you want me to
No.
go to?
See, let me tell you.
Hello,
Can I
hello.
just? I'm just making a
So you
point,
want me
right?
to go to East and meet
If you want
government?
to buy, okay. Let's do it this way. If you
Meet
want to buy
Nnamdi
land,
Kanu.
I can offer. If you want to buy land, I say, Mike, you are here. But I can do.
Can I came
You,
here and told us now?
I
They
have
don't
land
sell
to
land.
sell you.
Told us now.
Hold on, let me sell you land tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will get you where you buy land.
Even
I
like
buy
Can I came
land.
here and told us, he said we don't sell land to outsiders.
I don't need to buy land. I don't get woman for there, so land are free.
That's why you've been talking like this. I always know this Yoruba people. Come here and get it book everywhere and wife like
see. So that misconception. That misconception, right? That
don't say it
misconception
again.
is very wrong.
And those is the Yoruba's problem. Because you Benin, you see what is the problem?
Tomati fire will be by why you must we don't mind.
Now the thing where they pay
I tell you,
person,
I tell you, say my Igbo wife now from somewhere in Igbo, Anambra.
Hey, Baba T, and I have pictures to prove it.
No comment. No comment. No comment to that one.
Baba the fair woman, but it's Tony.
Obi should come and do Baba T. Obi should come and do water for us in one village in Shopmo. They call it Shopmo in Shagam. Obi should come and do water for us. So we
well, my thing is that in that your Shopmo, you can still go and do for your people. You understand? That is how life is.
Obi wants votes now. So Obi wants votes, so we can vote for him in Shagam.
Obi is only doing it in the places where he need votes. You come on, now he's telling us. And John also convinced us that he's doing it for humanity.
Well, I mean, he has donated to schools as well, so probably he needed vote from those schools too. You see, if you are not a giver, right? If you don't have the heart of giving, right?
Obi's a giver. We are in the history that Obi's a giver.
But you guys think Obi don't give shishi now? Now he's a giver.
Obi don't give shishi, but he's a giver.
Obi said he's not giving shishi for election, and he did not. That is what he said. He's not going to give shishi for election. But what he's doing right now, he has been doing it even before he became governor.
Yes,
So,
that's true.
He has been doing it.
How many balls has he bid before he became governor? And where? How many boreholes has he built before he became governor?
In the southeast, the priority is not borehole.
He probably has more resources now than before. Yeah, I mean,
can do. See, let me say this, right? In the southeast, where he stays, right? Where in the southeast, the priority might not be borehole.
What's the priority?
Because see,
has he stopped erosion? Has he stopped erosion?
Hold on. How can you fix erosion? Why don't they talk like this? You know how much it needs to fix erosion?
You can't fix erosion, but somebody can fix the Atlantic Ocean taking over everywhere.
Hold on. Do you know how much it needs to fill up on erosion? Why are you guys making this thing look so stupid?
Yeah, but when he was a governor, why can't he do it? Did he do it?
He did what he could do. Now, do you know how many?
He did what he could do.
Hold on.
And he went to go and bid
alone. Hold on. Can you listen and learn? Because sometimes we just talk to just.
I'm listening. You just talk. And I will
in Anambra alone, there are over 1,500 erosion sites.
Yes.
In the whole of Southeast, it's about over 4,000. So I want you to have a picture of what the people are going through. It is not something, and you know how much it is to fill up an erosion spot. You're talking about you get
You just tell me.
So this Biafran land is erosion.
But you don't. I mean, Joel, I think I'm agreeing with you. You don't say because you cannot do one thing, that means you don't do any other thing. You do the one that you can do, the one that you have capacity.
You know, if you have capacity to do one, I'm even saying you might have capacity to feed only 3 people. Do it. If we all do stuff, you find out that it will go round. That's the point. The one you can do. But if someone else does it on this show, like I was saying, on this show, it was put up. Most of us here that come here to talk, could not donate on the one-man show, but they will come here and they will talk for money and talk. So it is not about talking. You cannot just talk down on everybody. Just try and do your own bit. Do your own. Let everyone in your own capacity. The way, even it was even stated in the Bible. If you want to give with sense. Don't give like a fool.
Yeah,
just do what
true.
You can do.
You see what you say is good, very good. You see, why is it that you want Nigeria to be good? I know. Why is it that anything this government does, it's bad? You never see anything good in what this government has been doing. Wait. Let me just bring my point. They brought Siemens. They had another. Tinubu had another contract with German government, and they started bringing their equipment now. You people now say, It's not cement. It's geometric in Aladia. What's your?
But
You
who
people
are
should
you
just
people? Wait, who are you people? Who are the you people you're mentioning? Who
you
are
the
these
south.
you
You
people?
the southeasterners.
No, you can't group everybody together. You people. I don't know who
Yeah,
you
but
people are.
that's what I just said it now.
I don't move.
Okay.
I don't move with everybody. I'm not a part of a
Yeah,
pack.
but why are you
So I don't
complaining?
know
Why?
who
Everything this
you these
government is
you
doing,
people.
Tinubu is doing his best. You keep on
Well, you
complaining.
see,
You
I don't know where I don't
you
know
know,
where I don't know I don't know
I
where
just want you to
I
remember
don't
that.
know where.
Wait, let me tell you something. Let me make this point for you. I just want you to put it in your mind. Anything this government is doing, yeah. If you keep on complaining, there are some people. You understand? We give this government 100%. You understand? And we will never. And I repeat again, never
But
accept
that
your
is
complaint.
life. That
So
is life.
whatever you like, you complain from here to Badagry.
You will never get on. They
If
don't
you be
always
like
agree
to go and
together.
start building,
No, you could
if
look,
you be like,
look. You
wait,
do not
if you
go
be
about
like
life expecting
yeah,
everybody
wait. If
or
you be
a
like,
percentage of
let
people
me
to
give my
support
point.
you.
If you be
That is
like, you should go and
foolishness.
start building borrow from the beginning of the north, yeah, to the end of the southwest, yeah. Nobody is going to vote for him in 2027. He's not going to win
And who
anything.
cares
So
if
just
they don't vote?
and
Look, if they
well,
don't vote for
you people should stop coming
Obj can
around and
say,
start
but
spinning things. When
but
you see people like Ashman, you
what
will
does
come and
it
start
Can
talking
we
nonsense.
sorry, can we calm down? Ganu, are you saying that what he's doing right now is not going to get him any vote from the
Yeah,
North in 2027? Is that what you're saying?
no, the North has already talked now. The Arewa, they
Yeah, maybe
you
their
think the
mind
North
will
are
change. No,
stupid?
Ganu. You know, 4 years is a very long time. You never know.
Yeah,
They might say,
yeah,
no, Ganu, wait now. They must say, this very nice man. Look at all the boreholes. Their mind might change the next. You don't know, Ganu.
that's
You don't
true.
know.
Yeah. So they will forget the yes,
and
daddy, and it's a religion war. Just take back your country.
Gani also for me anyway, this is not just about Tinubu. This is about the APC that have been in power for the last 8 years. It's not just Tinubu, it's what the party has done. Just like if it was PDP that had been in power for 8 or 16 years, it's not just about who the current president is. The question is, what have these people been looking at? Where have these people been? There were people that
Yeah.
told all these people, both PDP, APC, and OB, and everybody else, where things were going. They refused to listen. The handwriting was on the wall. They refused to listen. Sanusi told them, if you don't implement this, your naira is going to become 1,000 to 1. He told them when naira
Exactly.
was 140 to 1. So the people, when I hear even the people at Cardoso and all of them, or all of them coming out, they didn't know how bad things were. It's like, have you guys been sleeping? Where have you all been? Yes, you guys were not the people in power. I wasn't in power. Other people were not in power. But you can see the handwriting on the wall. So don't come in and tell me, we didn't know how bad things were. Where have you been?
Yeah, we understand that, but there's nothing if you, like Nigeria, the way the Nigeria government operates, yeah, there's nothing you can do. The government policy, the APC people, the Buhari, the Obasanjo, they have their policy, and you can't go against it. If you go against it, they are going to punish you for that. So now the man that is there now is doing his own, and we can see what he's doing. If you people don't appreciate him, don't worry, don't stop nagging and
No, we're not.
complaining every minute.
I don't appreciate Biden. I don't go to the White House and thank Biden for building road. He's doing the job. I don't appreciate Tinubu or
Exactly.
Abiodun. They're doing their job. I'm not supposed to be appreciating them for doing what they're getting paid to do.
Yeah, but
They
you
came
don't
out and
complain.
I have a right to complain. I'm a citizen. I pay
So you can
taxes in Lagos.
condemn.
I pay taxes in Lagos and in Ogun State. I have every right to complain and to do whatever else. I'm a taxpayer. I don't. I mean, all this could go and thank our governor. I
Now
don't go and
hold on,
thank
hold
any
on. So
governor.
when you complain or you nag, is it going to change the situation?
Eventually, it will. If I don't say nothing, nothing will change. If you don't say nothing, if you just keep quiet, nothing will change. The changes that we're seeing in Aba, all these places now, is because people are nagging, people are complaining, and so, like some people have said this morning, a lot of people are now asking their state governors and their local council chairman and chairwomen, what are you doing with our resources? So the changes are coming. People are, I mean, the changes, like Exo said earlier, things are moving. Thank God.
Yeah.
But we
Now,
have to
okay,
complain.
that's fine because Abba now is developing right to the highest stage. That's fine. It's very good. I like it. So there should be no problem about that. And one now it's not Tunubu that is doing Abia or Aba or you. I don't even know the state. It's not Tunubu that is doing it. It's the government. It's the state governor that is doing it, which is fine. They should continue that way. That narrative is the best, and they should just leave the people that is working in other side. They should just leave them alone. Let them do what
Yeah,
they want to do.
but wait. Why? I mean, it sounds to me. You see, maybe you see. I don't listen to. I don't even know who these people are supposed to be. Whoever these people. I don't care what people say. It's irrelevant to me. Good, bad, indifference is irrelevant. If you're doing your job, continue to do your job. No, nobody. I don't care if you're Jesus. You will never get the support of everyone. So the fact
Exactly.
that people are complaining, that's their job. Let complainers complain. You continue to do your job. I don't care
Yes.
what some people say.
Do you believe when you complain, there are some other people that will not complain? Do you believe that? It's not
Yeah,
only your narrative.
people don't complain for different reasons. They might not be complaining because they're eating from what is going on. Other people might not be complaining because they've complained so much and they've not seen any changes and they're like, I don't tire. Nothing will change anyway. So, you see what is again, like I said about whoever support us. I don't know who these people, this whoever these people are in any sector of life. I don't care about what people say. It's irrelevant. Whether you say good thing or you say bad thing, me, I don't care. Because what you're saying is not going to change the direction that I'm going. So whoever is supporting Tinubu or not supporting Tinubu, that is what they do. Let them continue. Let Tinubu or any other governor continue to do what they do. So I mean,
That's fine.
what? Yeah.
That's
So
fine.
do. Yeah. So I mean, again, look, people complaining about Tinubu is not just about Tinubu; it's about the APC government. And like I said, if it was the PDP that had been there for 8 years or 16 years, and people have not seen changes, they will. I mean, what else are they going to do but complain? So these people are in now. They're about a year now, or going on a year now that they've been there. Nothing is going to change overnight. Changes do take time. But people get tired, and they have a right to be tired after how many years of lackluster development and performance all over the place. It's not about one party or one person. We have said it here. I mean, look at all the things Babati tried to bring up to the table. Now, why can't Ogun or Yo and maybe another state cooperate together? Because the cost of doing these things is enormous for a lot of states to bear individually. So borrow yourself some sense, cooperate with each other. You reduce your overall cost of production, and the people will get what they need. But like we all narrate
What happened to Kando?
He dropped off, man. I think he accidentally dropped off.
It's in Nigeria, right?
I don't know.
I think it's still in Nigeria. Anyway, Ganiyu, you made some point. And look, you see, governance is something.
Those that will, and those that won't. That's life.
Okay. Kadu, you went off the screen and you came back and you were still talking.
Oh, I didn't know.
You know what's funny? He
We were
went
looking
off,
for
and
you.
and he
All of a
appeared on
sudden,
the
we were looking
screen
for
without
you.
anybody even hiding him or even showing up in the back. I don't know how that happened.
I don't know how that happened though.
The guy
I
just
don't know.
appeared and
You did, Niger.
Yes, last day.
You see,
I'm
I
listening to them.
tell you said not even know if you happen for Nigeria. Nothing.
Yeah.
The way you disappeared and appeared is like and you were still talking. I mean, it's
Oh, I
unbelievable.
didn't know. I
Man,
didn't know.
that was strange, man. Usually it's supposed to go to
Now
the
what
back.
I tell you
Not
is
just
the
show up
Nigerian
again out
thing.
of
It's the
nowhere.
Nigerian thing. We are too much. It's Niger.
Yeah. So I mean that's just life. I mean I mean we're all in different parts of the world. You have I mean go to downtown Los Angeles, go and see poverty. I mean poverty. Go
But
even
hopefully by I think next year October, Joe, Nigeria. Just
Mm-hmm.
to let you know, next year October ending, the whole of Nigeria from town to villages will be 100% fiber optic ready. Just so that you know, next year October, the whole of Nigeria.
Is it by Glow?
That's
Is it by Glow?
No. They have. So if you notice, you're seeing Meta, you're seeing Google, you are seeing them all over the place. You seen so the whole of Nigeria will be fiber optic ready.
Okay.
So that opens up market for people. If you work remotely, you can just go back and forth. It makes your job easier. So you think about it. Ticket is cheaper. You can fly to Nigeria sometimes when you want. I mean, you can be doing 6 and 6 now at this point. So I mean, this is what we're talking about, man. This is what I'm talking about. So hey, I'm excited about it. So
No. See. Let me like I said, like I'm not one of those that will say everything is going bad, but I know that most things are going bad. But however, if someone does something good, I would say, hey, look, I can see this guy is working. Now, before Keyamo is one of those people that surprised me because I remember when he came in, we were all like, hey, man,
yeah, so I give up on you. I give up.
How can someone in the Lego field, do something in the aviation sector? But
aviation.
you see, I've seen that. I've seen the problem, we have in Nigeria or in the political sector or even within the government circle has to do with politics rather than the actual skill to do the job and all that. I believe that we have the manpower, to do most of these things, but the politics side is, where the problem is. And if you had listened to Oyema and also Keyamo himself on Arise, you see that it's mostly the politics, and I think he's doing a good
but
job.
that has to do
He's
with
doing a good job with that.
don't let me be expected, but
I'm so Babatis, please. I'm happy that you commend Kiamu now. You see, in the beginning, that's the way you people are condemning Festus Kiamu. The
My
way
brother,
you are
now you they
condemning.
talk this one way they talk. Look, let me tell you,
Yeah.
I see something
I
good, I will
know
say it.
I know
If I see
the
something
obedience
bad, I
very
will say
early.
it.
You complain a lot about Kiamu when we are doing the campaign. Now you still complain, but now thank God you are commending
we
him.
have
Very soon you will still
reason
comment
to
Tinubu
complain
as
now
well.
because we've seen this,
Yeah, very soon you comment
inefficiency.
Tinubu. Don't
We
worry.
just talked about
That's my belief.
we just talked
You
about
will comment about Tinubu very soon.
we just talked about it earlier. There
And
are
the
so many
APC said,
people
the man
in
Oyema, he
different
came on the air and started saying that they reduced the airline. Some airline reduced airline to £100. Where can you get a ticket from here to Nigeria £100? From London to Nigeria £100, $100. Where in this whole world? Even toe alone, you can't get it.
Well,
Talk less of toe and fro.
you're not gonna. You're not. You're maybe they just come. You're
I
not
want
gonna.
to go
You're
to
not
if
gonna get a
I want.
flight. You're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get a flight to England for £100. That's not gonna happen. Don't let anybody fool you.
Yeah,
That's
but
not gonna happen.
the FCC himself was online yesterday saying that.
Let me just say this, right? Let me just say this, right? The owner of the airline is saying it, and he mentioned the airline. Go and listen to his interview on Channels Television. There are certain things you might not know.